Your daughter asked me to find you. Have you ever had someone speak words that shattered your entire understanding of reality? Words so impossible they should be meaningless, yet somehow you absolutely know, they're about to change everything? My name is Marcus Chen, and before I tell you how a homeless woman in my office at 2 in the morning brought me to my knees, let me ask you something. How are you doing today? Really doing? Where are you watching this from? Is it cold where you are, or warm? Are you comfortable, safe, surrounded by the life you built? Hold on to that feeling, because I want you to understand something about the night that destroyed mine. Some people believe in karma. Others believe in divine justice. I used to believe in nothing except spreadsheets, profit margins, and the cold comfort of success. I thought I'd paid my dues to the universe. I thought losing my wife Sarah and our daughter 16 years ago had been my tragedy, my trauma, the price I'd already paid for whatever sins I committed. I was wrong. This is the story of how I went from a man who'd buried his heart with his family to someone who discovered that grief itself could be a lie. How a woman society had rendered invisible became the only person who could see the truth. How 8 hours became the difference between living a successful lie and risking everything for a truth I'd never imagined possible. But before I ask you to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this story with someone who needs to hear it, and trust me, you're going to want to come back for what happens next. Let me start from the beginning. The beginning of the end of everything I thought I knew. I was 26 when I married Sarah Chen. God, I was young. Young and stupid and convinced that loving someone with your whole heart was enough to protect them from the world. I believed in loyalty, in partnership, in building something meaningful together. I believed that if you worked hard enough, sacrificed enough, loved deeply enough, the universe would reward you with something resembling happiness. The tech company I had founded, Data Vault Systems, was just starting to gain traction. Sarah was 7 months pregnant. We had a small apartment in San Francisco, plans for a bigger place, dreams of the family we'd build together. Normal dreams. Human dreams. Then she went into premature labor. The details of that night are both crystal clear and completely fractured in my memory. The rush drive to Pacific Memorial Hospital. Sarah's hand gripping mine so hard I thought my bones would break. The nurses who smiled with practiced sympathy. The doctor who wouldn't meet my eyes. "Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry." 5 words that I thought had ended my story before it truly began. Sarah hemorrhaged. Catastrophic bleeding, they called it, like giving it a clinical name made it less obscene. Our daughter, we were going to name her Lily, after Sarah's grandmother, didn't survive the emergency C-section. Too premature, too fragile, too small to fight. I held Sarah's hand as she died, never knowing our daughter was already gone. They let me hold Lily's body for exactly 4 minutes. I counted every second. She fit in my palms, this impossibly tiny thing that should have grown up to have Sarah's laugh and maybe my stubbornness. She should have learned to ride a bike, to code, to break hearts and mend them. She should have had a life. Instead, I had 4 minutes and a memory that turned to acid every time I touched it. The hospital gave me papers to sign. So many papers. Consent forms for the cremation. Release forms for Sarah's body. Documents I barely read because the words kept blurring together, drowning in a grief so profound I couldn't breathe through it. I signed everything they put in front of me. That was my first mistake. The funeral was small. Sarah's parents had died in a car accident when she was 19, one of the shared tragedies that had bonded us together. My parents had disowned me when I dropped out of MIT to start Data Vault, calling it a fool's errand that would never amount to anything. So it was just me and a handful of friends who didn't know what to say to a 26-year-old widower who'd lost everything in one night. I threw myself into work because what else was there? Data Vault became my singular focus. No distractions, No relationships, no vulnerability. Just code and contracts and the steady accumulation of success that meant absolutely nothing but at least gave me something to do with the hours between nightmares. 16 years of that. 16 years of building an empire on top of a graveyard. Data Vault Systems went from a promising startup to a major player in data security. We developed encryption protocols that became industry standard. We landed government contracts, Fortune 500 clients, international deals worth hundreds of millions. Every success felt hollow, but I kept chasing the next one anyway, because the alternative was stopping long enough to feel everything I'd buried. By 42, I was worth $3.2 billion on paper. I had a penthouse office in downtown San Francisco with a view of the bay. I had 700 employees whose livelihoods depended on my decisions. I had influence, power, respect, fear. I had nothing that mattered. And then came the Tecton deal. Tecton Industries wanted to acquire Data Vault for $4.8 billion. It was the kind of exit that would cement my legacy, prove to everyone, including my dead parents, including myself, that I had succeeded beyond anyone's wildest expectations. The deal was scheduled to close at 10 a.m. on March 15th. After that, I could finally stop running. Or at least I could run somewhere new. I'd spent 3 months finalizing the details. Every contract clause, every contingency, every possible complication had been addressed. The paperwork was perfect. The lawyers were satisfied. The board was ecstatic. All I had to do was show up and sign. But the night before the deal closed, I couldn't sleep. Insomnia was normal for me, had been since Sarah died, but this was different. This felt like standing on the edge of something vast and irreversible, and some instinct I couldn't name kept screaming at me to stop. Wait, look closer. At 1:47 a.m., I gave up on sleep and went to my office. The building was empty at that hour. Just security in the lobby and the cleaning crew that had finished hours ago. My footsteps echoed in the marble corridors as I took the private elevator to the 42nd floor. The lights activated automatically as I walked through the executive suite, sensors tracking my movement through spaces designed to impress clients and intimidate competitors. My office took up the entire northeast corner. Floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 sides, custom-built desk made from reclaimed wood, uncomfortable modern furniture that costs more than most people's cars. I'd designed it to send a message. I'd made it. I'd survived. I'd won. Looking at it that night, all I could think was how empty it felt. I pulled up the Tecton contracts on my computer, reading through provisions I'd already memorized. Looking for, what? Some sign that I was making a mistake? Some excuse to back out of a deal that would make me one of the wealthiest tech entrepreneurs in the country? That's when I heard it. A sound from the small conference room attached to my office. A rustle of fabric, a quiet cough quickly stifled. Someone was in my office. My hand went to my phone, finger hovering over the security button that would bring armed guards within 90 seconds. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was that screaming instinct that had kept me awake. Maybe I was just tired of being afraid. I stood up and walked to the conference room door. She was sitting at the table, illuminated by the city lights filtering through the windows. 60-something years old, gray hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing layers of clothing that marked her as someone who lived rough. Her hands were wrapped around a worn manila envelope like it was the most precious thing in the world. Our eyes met. She didn't look surprised to see me. Didn't look scared, despite the fact that she'd broken into a billionaire's private office in the middle of the night. She just looked relieved. Like she'd been searching for something for a very long time and had finally found it. "Mr. Chen," she said quietly. "Thank God. I wasn't sure you'd be here. You have 30 seconds to explain why I shouldn't call security," I said, reaching for my phone again. Your daughter asked me to find you. My hand froze. The words didn't make sense. They couldn't make sense. My daughter had died 16 years ago. I'd held her body. I'd signed the cremation papers. I'd scattered her ashes in the bay with Sarah's, watching them disappear into water that didn't care about the magnitude of my loss. I don't have a daughter, I said, and my voice sounded strange even to me. Too loud. Too defensive. Like I was trying to convince myself as much as her. Yes, you do. The woman stood up slowly, hands still gripping the envelope. Her name is Lily. She's 16 years old. And she's dying. The room tilted. I grabbed the edge of the table to steady myself, hard hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. This was insane. This was a scam. Some elaborate con to exploit my tragedy for money. It had to be. But the woman wasn't looking at me like a con artist sizing up a mark. She was looking at me with something that might have been pity or guilt or both. Security is 90 seconds away, I managed to say. You need to leave. Now! I was there the night she was born, the woman continued, like I hadn't spoken. March 7, 2008. Pacific Memorial Hospital. Your wife Sarah went into premature labor at 32 weeks. Catastrophic hemorrhaging during the emergency C-section. She died at 11:43 p.m. Every word was a hammer blow. Details no one should know unless they'd been there, unless they'd lived through that nightmare with me. Who are you? I whispered. My name is Ruth Castellano. I was a NICU nurse at Pacific Memorial for 23 years. She set the envelope on the table between us. I was also the person they paid $50,000 to tell you your daughter died. I stared at her. At the envelope. At the absolute impossibility of what she was saying. That's not possible, I said, but my voice had no strength behind it. I'm an alcoholic, Mr. Chen. Was, am, probably always will be. 16 years ago, I was barely holding it together. Drinking on my lunch breaks. Stealing pills from the supply closet. I knew I was going to get fired. It was just a matter of when. Ruth's hands trembled slightly on the envelope. Then Dr. Harrison made me an offer. $50,000 to declare a baby deceased who was actually alive. To falsify records. To help with an illegal adoption. No. The word came out flat, absolute. I saw her. I held her body. You held a baby. Not your baby. Ruth's eyes filled with tears. They had another infant who'd actually died that night. Similar size, similar appearance. They showed you that baby for 4 minutes, then took her away before you could look too closely. You were devastated, not thinking clearly. You trusted the doctors to tell you the truth. My legs gave out. I sat down hard in one of the conference room chairs, mind racing through memories I'd tried so hard not to examine. That night was traumatic chaos, but she was right. I'd only held Lily for 4 minutes. They'd taken her away quickly, saying something about preparing her for the funeral home. I'd been so destroyed by Sarah's death that I hadn't questioned anything. I'd signed the papers they gave me. I trusted them. Why? The question came out broken. Why would anyone do that? I don't know all of it. Dr. Harrison arranged everything. There was a couple who wanted a baby, who were willing to pay enormous amounts of money for one that couldn't be traced back to them. Your daughter was premature but healthy. Perfect for what they needed. Ruth wiped her eyes. I took the money. God help me, I took it, and I kept quiet because I needed it. Because I was weak and selfish and drunk more often than sober. Where is she? I stood up so fast the chair fell over. If this is true, where the hell is my daughter? St. Catherine's Hospital. Room 412. Ruth pushed the envelope across the table. She has acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Stage 4. She's been in and out of hospitals for the past 8 months, and the treatments aren't working anymore. I grabbed the envelope with shaking hands. Inside, just like she'd said, was a hospital bracelet. Small, pink, with "Baby Girl Chin" printed in faded letters. The date, March 7th, 2008. There was a photograph. A woman I'd never seen before, dark hair, expensive clothes, cold smile, holding an infant at what looked like a baptism. The baby was wearing a white lace gown and a small hospital bracelet partially visible on her tiny wrist. And there was a note, handwritten on lined paper in the careful script of someone who wasn't used to writing by hand. "Dad, I've been looking for you my whole life. The people who raised me told me I was adopted, but they never told me the truth about how they got me. When I got sick, I needed medical history, and they finally admitted I was taken from my birth father without his knowledge or consent. I don't know if you even know I exist. I don't know if you'll believe this letter, but I'm running out of time, and I need to meet you at least once before I die. Ruth Castellano is the only person who believed me when I tracked down what really happened. She's the only one brave enough to tell the truth after all these years. Please don't turn her away. Room 412, St. Catherine's Hospital. I have 6 months. Maybe less. Your daughter, Lily." The paper trembled in my hands. I read it again. Then again, looking for signs of forgery, of manipulation, of anything that would make this make sense as a lie instead of an impossible truth. "The couple who took her," I said slowly. "Who are they?" Ruth's face went pale. "Mr. Chun, you need to understand something. These aren't normal people. They're not some desperate couple who made one terrible choice. They're powerful, connected, dangerous. The only reason Lily knows the truth is because she got sick, and they couldn't hide it anymore. The only reason I'm still alive to tell you is because they think I'm too broken and pathetic to be a threat. I don't care who they are." I looked up from the letter, and whatever Ruth saw in my face made her take a step back. "Tell me their names." She swallowed hard. "James and Victoria Whitmore." The name hit me like a physical blow. James Whitmore was the CEO of Tecton Industries, the man who'd been negotiating to buy my company for the past 3 months, the man I was supposed to sign over data vault to in less than 8 hours, the man who'd apparently stolen my daughter. "Oh God," I whispered. "The deal. The acquisition. He doesn't know, you know," Ruth said quickly. "He has no idea Lily found out the truth or that she found me. As far as he's concerned, you're just another business transaction. Just another person he can manipulate." I looked at the letter again, at my daughter's handwriting, at the proof I'd been living a lie for 16 years. "Mr. Chin," Ruth said softly, "I know this is impossible to process. I know you have no reason to trust me. But that girl in St. Catherine's Hospital is your daughter. She has your eyes. She has your wife's smile. And she's dying because the Whitmores have been denying her the aggressive treatment she needs, treatment they could easily afford, because they're worried it might expose how they got her." "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked. "You kept quiet for 16 years. Took their money. Why come forward?" "Because I'm dying too." Ruth pulled up her sleeve, showing an arm marked with bruises and needle tracks. "Liver failure. Cirrhosis. I've got maybe 6 months left, and I've spent every one of the last 16 years drowning in guilt. When Lily tracked me down 3 weeks ago, when she asked me to help her find her real father, I realized I could maybe do one good thing before I die." She pulled out a small recording device from her pocket. "Dr. Harrison is dead. Heart attack 5 years ago. But I recorded our conversations back then. I recorded everything because even drunk, part of me knew this was wrong. Knew someday I'd need proof." She set the recorder on the table. "It's all here. The arrangement. The money. The names. Everything you need to destroy them. I picked up the recorder. It was old, outdated technology, but when I pressed play, I heard a male voice. 50,000 for your silence. The baby goes to the Whitmores. The father never knows she survived. You never speak of this again. Do we have an agreement, Nurse Castellano? Ruth's voice, younger and slurred with alcohol. What if he finds out? What if? He won't. Men like Marcus Chin don't look back. They bury their grief and move forward. By the time he's successful enough to ask questions, the trail will be so cold no one will believe him. And the Whitmores have enough money and influence to make any investigation disappear. The recording clicked off. I stood there, holding proof of a conspiracy that had stolen my daughter. Proof that the man who wanted to buy my company had built his family on my tragedy. My phone buzzed. A text from my assistant. Contracts finalized. Everything ready for 10 a.m. signing. Congratulations, Marcus. 8 hours. I had 8 hours to decide what to do with this information. 8 hours to choose between the biggest deal of my career and the daughter I'd never known I had. 8 hours before James Whitmore expected me to shake his hand and sign over my life's work, never knowing he destroyed my actual life 16 years ago. I looked at Ruth. At the evidence spread across the conference table. At the address of Street Catherine's Hospital written in my daughter's handwriting. How did you get in here? I asked. I was homeless for 14 years, Mr. Chen. You learn to get into places people think are secure. You learn to be invisible. She smiled sadly. And I used to clean office buildings. Knew which entrances don't have cameras, which security guards don't care about homeless people wandering in. You've been homeless for 14 years? Spent the Whitmore's money in less than 2 years. Drinking, drugs, trying to forget what I'd done. Been on the streets since 2010. Would have died there too if Lily hadn't found me. Ruth's voice broke. She's a good kid, Mr. Chen. Smart. Kind. She doesn't deserve any of this. I gathered up the evidence carefully. The letter, the photo, the hospital bracelet, the recording. All of it going into the envelope Ruth had brought. Where will you go? I asked. Back to the shelter, if they have space. Maybe the hospital, if they'll take someone like me. She shrugged. Doesn't matter much anymore. I did what I came to do. No. I pulled out my wallet, extracting every bill inside. Nearly $800. You're going to a hotel. Somewhere clean and safe. You're going to eat a real meal. And tomorrow, you're going to talk to my lawyers. Ruth stared at the money like it might bite her. Mr. Chin, you gave me back my daughter. Even if, my voice caught, even if she's dying, even if it's too late, you gave me truth when you could have stayed silent. That's worth more than $800. She took the money with shaking hands. What are you going to do? I looked at my watch. 2:47 a.m. 7 hours and 13 minutes until I was supposed to sign the tech-done deal. 7 hours and 13 minutes to figure out how to destroy James Whitmore without destroying my chance to meet Lily. 7 hours and 13 minutes to decide if I was the kind of man who chose revenge or the kind who chose whatever time remained with his dying daughter. I'm going to visit my daughter, I said quietly. And then I'm going to make James Whitmore regret every decision he's ever made. Ruth nodded slowly. They'll come after you. The Whitmores have resources you can't imagine. Lawyers, judges, people in positions of power. They'll call you crazy. They'll discredit the evidence. They'll do whatever it takes to protect themselves. Let them try. I stood up, the envelope clutched in my hand. I've built a $3 billion company from nothing. I've survived losing everything that mattered to me. Or so I thought. I looked down at the letter again, at my daughter's handwriting. Turns out I didn't lose everything, which means they haven't seen what I'm capable of when I actually have something to fight for. I walked Ruth down to the lobby, watching as she left the building and disappeared into the pre-dawn darkness. Then I stood in my empty office, surrounded by the trappings of success that suddenly meant absolutely nothing, and made the hardest call of my life. Tim? It's Marcus. I need you to pull every piece of information you can find on James and Victoria Wigmore. Everything. Financial records, legal history, business dealings, personal scandals. I don't care if you have to hack, bribe, or threaten. I need it all, and I need it in 6 hours. My head of security didn't ask questions. That's why I paid him $500,000 a year. Consider it done, boss. I hung up and looked at the address written in Lily's handwriting. St. Catherine's Hospital, room 412. My daughter was 20 miles away, dying, probably thinking I'd ignored her letter, thinking I didn't care enough to come. She had no idea I hadn't known she existed until 2 hours ago. I grabbed my keys and headed for the elevator. The Tecton deal could wait. James Widmore could wait. My entire empire could burn to the ground for all I cared. I had a daughter to meet. And after that, I had a war to wage. If you're invested in what happens when Marcus meets Lily, when he confronts the Widmores, when he has to choose between revenge and redemption, hit that like button. Subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. Because this story is just beginning, and the impossible choice Marcus faces at St. Catherine's Hospital will change everything. Now let me tell you about the drive to meet the daughter I thought was dead. The drive to St. Catherine's Hospital should have taken 30 minutes. I made it in 18, speeding through empty streets while my mind raced faster than the car. 16 years. 16 years of grief that had shaped every decision I'd made. Every 70-hour work week. Every relationship I'd avoided. Every moment I'd chosen building an empire over building a life. All of it constructed on a foundation of loss that turned out to be a lie. I'd mourned a daughter who was alive. I'd scattered ashes that weren't hers. I'd moved forward when I should have been searching. The guilt was crushing. But underneath it, like magma beneath the earth's crust, something else was building. Something that felt like rage but burned hotter and cleaner. They'd stolen 16 years from me. From Lily. They'd taken every first I should have witnessed. First steps, first words, first day of school. Every birthday. Every scraped knee I should have bandaged. Every nightmare I should have chased away. James Widmore had taken all of it. And in 8 hours, he expected me to shake his hand and thank him for the privilege of selling him my company. I parked in the hospital's emergency lot and sat in the car for 5 minutes, trying to breathe. Trying to prepare for something no one could possibly prepare for. How do you meet your daughter for the first time when she's 16 years old and dying? What do you say to someone who should have been your whole world, but grew up not knowing you existed? The envelope sat in the passenger seat. I picked it up, reading Lily's letter one more time. I've been looking for you my whole life. She'd searched for me. While I'd been building Data Vault, telling myself that success was the only thing I had left to live for, my daughter had been looking for her real father. And when she found the truth, she'd sent a homeless woman to find me because she was running out of time. God, she must be brave. I got out of the car. St. Catherine's was a private hospital, the kind that catered to wealthy patients who wanted their health care delivered with luxury hotel amenities. The lobby looked more like a 5-star resort than a medical facility. Marble floors, expensive art on the walls, a concierge desk instead of a reception counter. The kind of place James Widmore could afford without blinking. The night nurse at the 4th floor station looked up as I approached. She was young, couldn't have been more than 25, and her name tag read, Kelly. I'm here to see Lily Chen, I said, and saying her name out loud for the first time made something crack in my chest. Room 412. Kelly's expression shifted to practice sympathy. Are you family? Visiting hours don't start until... I'm her father. The words felt strange in my mouth. True and impossible at the same time. Kelly glanced at her computer screen, frowning slightly. I have James and Victoria Whitmore listed as her parents. Is there? I'm her biological father. She wrote to me. Asked me to come. I pulled out the letter, showing her Lily's handwriting without letting her read the contents. Please. She's expecting me. Something in my voice must have convinced her, because Kelly nodded slowly. Room 412 is at the end of the hall. But sir, you should know, she's having a difficult night. The pain medication isn't working as well as it should, and Dr. Rosen said her counts are dropping again. What does that mean? It means the leukemia is progressing faster than we hoped. Kelly's voice was gentle. The Whitmores are meeting with Dr. Rosen tomorrow to discuss options. Options. Such a clinical word for giving up on your child. Except she wasn't their child. She was mine. Thank you, I managed to say. I walked down the corridor on legs that felt like they might give out any second. Past rooms with closed doors, past medical equipment I didn't understand, past all the machinery of modern medicine that apparently couldn't save my daughter. Room 412 was at the end of the hall, door slightly ajar. I stood outside it for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. On the other side of that door was a person I'd never met, but had loved for 16 years without knowing she existed. A person who was half me and half Sarah, who should have had my protection her whole life, but instead had been raised by people who'd stolen her. A person who was dying. I pushed the door open. The room was dim, lit only by monitors that beeped quietly, and the city lights filtering through the window. In the bed, so small she barely made a shape under the blankets, was a teenage girl. Lily. She was awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Even in the low light, even wasted by illness, I could see Sarah in her face. The shape of her eyes. The curve of her jaw. But there was something of me there too. The stubborn set of her mouth. The way her fingers drummed against the blanket in a rhythm I recognized because I did the same thing when I was thinking. She turned her head as I entered, and our eyes met. You came, she whispered, and her voice broke on the words. I didn't think, Ruth said she'd try, but I didn't actually think you'd come. I crossed the room in 3 steps and then stopped, frozen. I wanted to hug her, hold her, make up for 16 years of absence in a single embrace. But I didn't know if I had the right. Didn't know if touching her would hurt her, given the 4 lines and monitors attached to her thin frame. I didn't know, I said, and my voice came out rough. Lily, I swear to God, I didn't know you were alive. They told me you died. I held... The lie caught in my throat. I thought I held you. 4 minutes. I thought you died with your mother. Tears spilled down her cheeks. I know. Ruth told me everything. About Dr. Harrison, about the Whitmores, about how they made you think I was dead so they could take me. Her hand moved slightly on the blanket, reaching toward me. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you had to grieve for someone who wasn't actually dead. I took her hand carefully, shocked by how fragile it felt. Like bird bones, like spun glass, like something that might shatter if I held too tight. Don't apologize, I said firmly. None of this is your fault. You were a baby. You didn't choose any of this. Neither did you. She squeezed my hand weakly. But you lost 16 years because of what they did. I know Ruth gave you the evidence. I know you could destroy them. And I know I'm asking you to meet me right before the biggest business deal of your life, which is terrible timing, but I'm running out of time for good timing. Smart. She was so damn smart. Of course she researched me. Of course she knew about the Tecton deal. Of course she knew her adoptive father was the man trying to buy my company. "How long have you known?" I asked. "About James Whitmore. About the connection. 3 weeks. I found Ruth 4 weeks ago. She told me everything, including who had paid Dr. Harrison. When I realized James was negotiating to buy Data Vault from you, I thought I was going to throw up." Lily's laugh was bitter. "He has no idea I know. No idea I found you. He thinks I'm his obedient sick daughter who's too weak to cause problems. What about Victoria? You're—" I couldn't say adoptive mother. Couldn't give her that title. "Does she know that I found you?" "No. But she knows I know the truth about how they got me. I confronted them 8 months ago when I got sick and needed family medical history. They admitted I was adopted, said my birth parents died in a car accident. But they wouldn't give me any information, wouldn't help me search for relatives who might be bone marrow matches." Lily's grip tightened on my hand. "That's when I knew they were lying. Normal adoptive parents would do anything to save their sick child. They were more worried about protecting their secret than saving my life." The rage I'd been holding back flared white-hot. "They're refusing treatment?" "Not refusing exactly. Just limiting. Only the bare minimum to keep me comfortable. No aggressive therapy that might actually work. No experimental trials. Dr. Rosen has been fighting with them for weeks." She looked at me with eyes too old for 16. "They want me to die quietly, before I can expose what they did. That's not going to happen." The words came out hard, absolute. "I don't care what it takes. I don't care what it costs. You're getting every treatment available. Marcus? Can I call you Marcus? Dad feels weird since we just met. They have legal custody. They can refuse treatment on my behalf until I'm 18. And I don't have 18 months, much less 2 years. Then we'll get you emancipated. We'll sue for custody. They'll bury you in legal proceedings until I'm dead." Lily's voice was matter-of-fact, like she'd already worked through every option. "James Whitmore has connections you can't imagine. Judges who owe him favors. Lawyers who'll tie this up for years. The only reason he's buying Data Vault is because it's easier than crushing you. But if you threaten what's his, he'll destroy you without hesitation." I pulled up a chair and sat down, still holding her hand. "Tell me about your life. Tell me everything." So she did. Lily had grown up in a mansion in Pacific Heights, surrounded by every material advantage. Private schools, expensive vacations, tutors and music lessons, and opportunities most kids could only dream of. But no love, no warmth, no sense that she mattered to the people raising her beyond being a possession they owned. Victoria was cold and controlling, obsessed with appearances and social status. James was absent, focused on building his empire, viewing Lily as something between a trophy and an obligation. They'd given her everything money could buy and nothing that actually mattered. "I used to think something was wrong with me," Lily said quietly. "That I was broken somehow, because they never seemed to actually like me. Even when I got perfect grades, even when I won awards, they'd just nod and move on to the next thing. It wasn't until I got sick that I realized it wasn't about me. It was about what I represented, proof of what they'd done." "What did they tell people?" "About where you came from. Private adoption. They made up this whole story about a teenage mother who didn't want to be identified. People believed it because why wouldn't they? Rich couple adopts a baby, gives her a good life. It's a nice story." Her smile was painful. "Except the baby wasn't unwanted. She was stolen." I had to look away, blinking hard against tears. I hadn't let myself cry in 16 years. "Your mother," I said after a moment. "Sarah. You look like her. Act like her too, I think. She was brilliant. Sharp. She could see through people's nonsense in about 5 seconds. Tell me about her. Lily shifted in the bed, wincing slightly. The Whitmores never wanted to talk about my birth parents. Said it was better to focus on the future, not the past. But I've been trying to imagine you both my whole life. So I told her. About meeting Sarah in a coffee shop near the MIT campus, both of us reaching for the same laptop charger someone had left behind. About our first date, which turned into a 6-hour conversation about everything from philosophy to terrible movies. About the tiny apartment we'd shared, about building Data Vault together in those early days, about the future we'd planned. She would have loved you so much, I said. She talked about you constantly those last 2 months. Names she liked, what she'd teach you, how she wanted to raise you to be strong and independent and unafraid. She had this whole speech prepared about how you could be anything you wanted, do anything you dreamed, because you were going to be extraordinary. She was right about the extraordinary part, Lily said softly. Just not in the way she expected. We talked for 2 hours. About everything and nothing. About her love for coding. She'd taught herself Python and JavaScript, had even built a few apps that were moderately successful. About her music, she played violin, had been first chair in her school orchestra before getting too sick to perform. About the friends she'd made and lost when terminal illness made her too difficult to be around. About all the years we should have had together. Around 5 in the morning, a nurse came in to check Lily's vitals. She raised an eyebrow at me, but didn't ask me to leave. Just did her job efficiently and departed with a quiet reminder that Lily needed rest. I should go, I said reluctantly. Let you sleep. Will you come back? The vulnerability in her voice broke something in me. I know you have the tech done deal this morning. I know signing it would make you incredibly wealthy. And I know refusing it would raise questions you might not want to answer yet. But if you could come back after, I'm not signing it. Lily stared at me. What? The Tecton deal. I'm not doing it. The decision crystallized as I spoke, feeling right in a way nothing had felt right in years. I'm not shaking hands with the man who stole my daughter. I'm not selling him my company like nothing's wrong. And I'm sure as hell not giving him anything he wants. Marcus, that's billions of dollars. That's nothing compared to you. I squeezed her hand gently. I spent 16 years building an empire because I thought I had nothing else. Turns out I was wrong. I have a daughter. And I'm going to spend whatever time you have left being your father, not making deals with the people who stole you. They'll know something's wrong. If you back out at the last minute, James will investigate. He'll figure out that I found you. Let him. I stood up, but kept hold of her hand. I'm done being afraid of him. I'm done letting him win. And I'm done with you facing this alone. I'm not alone anymore. Lily smiled, and for just a second, I saw Sarah in that expression so clearly it hurt. I found you. That's all I wanted. Even if everything else falls apart, even if this is all the time we get, I found my real father. You're going to have more time than this, I said fiercely. I promise you that. Whatever it takes. Whatever I have to do. You're going to have more time. I kissed her forehead gently and made myself leave before I broke down completely. The sun was rising as I walked back through the hospital corridors. Dawn light streaming through windows, painting everything gold and red. The world looked different than it had 5 hours ago. Sharper. More real. Like I'd been living in a fog for 16 years, and had finally stumbled into clarity. My phone had been buzzing nonstop. 17 missed calls from my assistant. 8 from my lawyers. 3 from Tim, my head of security. I called Tim back first. Please tell me you have something, I said without preamble. Boss, I have everything. Tim's voice was grim. And you're not going to like most of it. Where are you? Just leaving St. Catherine's Hospital. A pause. Is it true? What the homeless woman told you. Her name is Ruth. And yes, it's true. I just spent 2 hours with my daughter. Saying it out loud still felt surreal. She's real, Tim. Lily is real. And she's dying because the Whitmores are refusing aggressive treatment. Then you're definitely not going to like what I found. I heard papers rustling. James Whitmore isn't just wealthy and connected. He's dirty. Really dirty. I found evidence of bribery, fraud, insider trading going back 20 years. He's been paying off judges, politicians, regulators. He has files on everyone who could possibly threaten him, blackmail material, dirt he's collected just in case. Does he have anything on me? Not that I've found. You're probably too boring for him. Tim's attempt at humor fell flat. But Marcus, if you go after him, he's going to come after you with everything. And he doesn't fight fair. Neither do I. Not anymore. I reached my car and got in, exhaustion starting to hit. Send me everything you found. And Tim? Start making copies. Multiple copies, stored in multiple locations. If anything happens to me, I want all of it going public. You're really doing this. You're going to war with one of the most powerful men in San Francisco. He stole my daughter. He let me think she was dead for 16 years. He's refusing to save her life because he's more worried about protecting his reputation than her survival. I started the car. So yes, I'm going to war. And I'm going to burn his whole world down. I hung up and drove back to Data Vault headquarters. It was 6:30 in the morning. 3.5 hours until the tech done signing. My assistant Sarah, no relation to my late wife, though the name had made me hesitate when hiring her 6 years ago, was already in the office when I arrived. She took one look at my face and went pale. What happened? You look like you haven't slept. I haven't. And I need you to cancel the Tecton deal. I'm sorry, what? The signing. Cancel it. Tell their lawyers we're not moving forward with the acquisition. Sarah stared at me like I'd announced I was moving to Mars. Marcus, this is a $4.8 billion deal. We've been working on it for 3 months. The contracts are signed. The board approved it. The press releases are ready to go. You can't just watch me. I walked past her into my office. Cancel it, Sarah. And then clear my schedule for the next month. Everything. Every meeting, every call, every obligation. Cancel all of it. On what grounds? The board is going to demand an explanation. James Whitmore is going to demand an explanation. You can't back out of a deal this size without. Tell them I had a family emergency. I pulled out my phone, looking at the photo Ruth had given me. Lily as an infant, wearing a baptismal gown and a hospital bracelet that should never have left her wrist. Tell them I just found out my daughter is alive. And I'm not doing business with the man who stole her. Sarah's face went through about 5 different expressions. I'm sorry, your daughter? Your daughter who died 16 years ago? She didn't die. She was stolen. A legal adoption arranged by Dr. Harrison at Pacific Memorial and paid for by James and Victoria Whitmore. I pulled up Ruth's recording on my phone. And I have proof. I played 30 seconds of it. Just enough for Sarah to hear Dr. Harrison's voice describing the arrangement. Just enough for her to understand this wasn't grief-induced delusion or a breakdown. Oh my God, she whispered. Marcus, if this is true. It's true. I just spent 2 hours with her at St. Catherine's Hospital. She's 16 years old. She has leukemia. And the people who stole her are refusing aggressive treatment because they're more worried about their secret getting out than saving her life. Sarah sat down hard in one of my office chairs. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Yeah. I looked out the window at the San Francisco skyline, watching the city wake up below us. Cancel the deal, Sarah. I don't care what excuse you give. I don't care how much it costs in penalties. I'm not shaking hands with that man. Not today. Not ever. She pulled out her phone with shaking hands. The board is going to lose their minds. Let them. I own 51% of this company. They can complain all they want, but they can't override me. As Sarah made the calls that would blow up my carefully planned future, I pulled up everything Tim had sent. Financial records showing James Whitmore's illegal dealings. Proof of bribes paid. Evidence of fraud. Names of judges and politicians he owned. And buried in the documents, something that made my blood run cold. A medical file. For Lily. From a hospital in Switzerland that specialized in experimental leukemia treatments. The file was dated 2 months ago. A detailed treatment plan. Aggressive therapy that had a 70% success rate in patients with Lily's specific type of leukemia. A plan that would cost nearly $2 million, but had a real chance of saving her life. A plan the Whitmores had reviewed and rejected. Not because they couldn't afford it. James Whitmore was worth nearly $6 billion. $2 million was nothing to him. They'd rejected it because the Swiss hospital required full family medical history, DNA testing, genetic screening that would reveal Lily wasn't biologically related to the Whitmores. They'd chosen protecting their secret over saving her life. I read the file 3 times, rage building with each word. Then I forwarded it to myself, to Tim, to 3 separate secure email accounts. Evidence that would prove the Whitmores weren't just thieves. They were murderers. My phone rang. James Whitmore. I let it go to voicemail. It rang again immediately. Then again. On the 4th call, I answered. Marcus! James's voice was friendly, warm, completely fake. Good morning. I know we're not meeting until 10, but I wanted to touch base, see if you had any last-minute questions about the contracts. Actually, James, I do have something I wanted to discuss. I kept my voice level, professional. I'm backing out of the deal. Silence. Then, I'm sorry, what? The acquisition. I've decided not to move forward with it. My lawyers are sending the formal notification this morning. Marcus, we have a signed contract. You can't just read the fine print, James. Either party can withdraw prior to final closing for material change in circumstances. I'm invoking that clause. What material change? His voice had gone hard. Everything was finalized. We had an agreement. My circumstances have changed. That's all I'm required to tell you. This is insane. Do you have any idea how much this is going to cost you in penalties? How much damage you're doing to your reputation? No one will want to do business with you after this. I'll take my chances. Marcus, talk to me. We're both businessmen. Whatever the problem is, we can work it out. Name your price. You want more money? Better terms? Tell me what it will take to make this right. The gall of it. The sheer audacity of this man trying to negotiate with me while my daughter died in a hospital because he wouldn't pay for her treatment. There's nothing you can offer me, James. Consider our business relationship permanently terminated. You're making a huge mistake. The warmth was completely gone now, replaced by something cold and threatening. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're going to regret this. I promise you that. No, James. You're the one who's going to regret things. Very soon. I hung up. Sarah was standing in the doorway, phone in hand. It's done. Deal's canceled. And Marcus? The board is convening an emergency meeting in 2 hours. They want answers. Tell them they can have my resignation instead. What? I'm stepping down as CEO. Effective immediately. The decision crystallized as I spoke it. I'll retain my shares, but I'm done running Data Vault. I have more important things to do. Like what? Like being a father. Like making sure my daughter survives. Like destroying the people who stole her. I grabbed my keys. Draft the resignation. I'll sign whatever they need. But I'm leaving now, and I'm not coming back. I walked out of Data Vault headquarters for the last time. Behind me, I could hear Sarah making frantic calls, trying to manage the chaos I'd just created. In a few hours, the tech world would be buzzing with speculation about why Marcus Chen had walked away from Billions and resigned from his own company on the same day. Let them speculate. I had a daughter to save and enemies to destroy. And I was just getting started. The choice Marcus just made will cost him everything: his company, his reputation, his carefully built empire. But what he doesn't know yet is that James Whitmore has already anticipated his moves. The game Marcus thinks he's starting? James has been playing it for 16 years. And the next move will change everything. What happens when Marcus returns to the hospital is going to break your heart and make you furious at the same time. You won't believe what the Whitmores do next. I made it halfway back to St. Catherine's Hospital before my phone exploded. Not literally, though it felt like it. Calls from board members, investors, business partners, journalists who'd somehow already heard about the canceled deal. Everyone wanting answers, explanations, reassurance that I hadn't lost my mind. I ignored all of them. The only call I answered was from Tim. "Boss, we have a problem." His voice was tight. "A big one." "What now?" "I've been monitoring the Whitmores since you called. James made 3 phone calls in the last hour. 1 to his personal lawyer. 1 to Judge Raymond Carver, who, by the way, received $150,000 from a Whitmore shell company last year. And 1 to Dr. Rosen at St. Catherine's." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "What did he say to Dr. Rosen?" I couldn't get the actual conversation. But 30 minutes ago, Dr. Rosen entered a new order into Lily's medical file. "Do not resuscitate," and a notation that the family has decided to transition to comfort care only. The car swerved. I jerked it back into the lane, hard hammering. "They can't do that. They can't just. They're her legal guardians, Marcus. Until a court says otherwise, they can make all her medical decisions. And if they're moving to DNR status, it means they're preparing for the end. How long does she have? Without aggressive treatment? Days, maybe. A week if she's lucky." Tim paused. "They're killing her, boss. Slowly, legally, but they're killing her to protect their secret." I pressed the accelerator harder, weaving through morning traffic. "I need a lawyer. The best family law attorney in the state. Someone who can file emergency custody petitions, get injunctions, whatever it takes to stop this. Already on it. I have 3 names for you. But Marcus, you need to understand something. Even with the best lawyer, even with all the evidence Ruth gave you, this is going to take time. Weeks, maybe months. And Lily doesn't have that. Then we make time. We find a judge who isn't on Whitmore's payroll. We expose everything publicly so they can't hide. They're moving her." I nearly rear-ended the car in front of me. "What?" "The hospital just processed discharge papers. The Whitmores are transferring Lily to a private care facility in Napa Valley. Some hospice place called Serenity Gardens. They're moving her this afternoon. That's 3 hours away. They're isolating her, making it harder for me to see her." The rage was back, hotter than before. "Can we stop the transfer?" "Not without a court order. And getting one before this afternoon is next to impossible." I checked the time. 7:45. If I went to St. Catherine's now, I might have a few hours with Lily before they moved her. But I wouldn't be able to stop the transfer. Wouldn't be able to prevent them from hiding her away where I couldn't reach her. Unless I did something drastic. "Tim, How much money can I access immediately? Not investments or stock. Cash. Your personal accounts? Maybe 8 million. Why? Because I'm about to commit several felonies, and I'm going to need resources to deal with the consequences. A long pause. What are you planning? Something incredibly stupid that's probably going to destroy what's left of my life. But I'm not letting them hide my daughter away to die alone. I pulled into the hospital parking lot. Send me the contact information for those lawyers. All 3 of them. And Tim, if this goes wrong, you need to make sure all the evidence against the Whitmores goes public. Everything. I don't care if I'm in jail or dead. I want them exposed. Marcus, promise me. I promise. But please don't do anything that gets you killed. I hung up and ran into the hospital. The same nurse from earlier, Kelly, was still at the 4th floor station, looking exhausted from a double shift. She looked up as I approached, and something in my expression made her stand. Mr. Chen? Is everything? They're moving her. The Whitmores. They're transferring Lily to a hospice facility this afternoon. Kelly's face fell. I know. Dr. Rosen told me an hour ago. I'm so sorry. The family has the right to. They're not her family. I am. I slammed my hands on the counter, making her jump. I'm her biological father. They stole her from me 16 years ago. And now they're moving her away, so I can't see her, can't fight for her, can't save her. Mr. Chen, I understand you're upset, but... Is she awake? Can I see her? Kelly hesitated. Yes, but the Whitmores are on their way. They called 20 minutes ago, said they'd be here by 8:30 to oversee the transfer preparations. I had less than an hour. I didn't wait for permission. I ran down the corridor to room 412. Lily was sitting up in bed, looking smaller and more fragile in the morning light. But her eyes were alert, and when she saw me, relief flooded her face. Marcus, I was afraid you wouldn't come back before. She stopped. You know, don't you? About the transfer? How long have you known? Victoria called an hour ago. Very polite, very cheerful. Told me they'd found a beautiful facility where I could be more comfortable. Said it would be better for everyone if I was somewhere quiet and peaceful. Lily's hands twisted in the blanket. She means somewhere I can die without causing problems. I pulled a chair close to her bed and took her hand. I'm not letting that happen. Marcus, they have legal custody. You can't stop them from moving me. Watch me. I pulled out my phone, calling the first lawyer Tim had recommended. A woman named Catherine Walsh, who supposedly specialized in impossible cases. She answered on the second ring. Catherine Walsh. Ms. Walsh, my name is Marcus Chen. I need emergency legal representation for a custody case. I'm the biological father of a 16-year-old girl who was illegally adopted. She's terminally ill, and her adoptive parents are refusing life-saving treatment. They're also trying to transfer her to a hospice facility this afternoon to prevent me from accessing her. That's a complicated situation, Mr. Chen. I'd need to review I have recorded evidence of the illegal adoption. I have medical records showing the adoptive parents rejected treatment that could save her. I have $50 million I'm willing to spend on legal fees. And I have about 45 minutes before those adoptive parents arrive to take my daughter somewhere I can't reach her. A pause. I can be at St. Catherine's Hospital in 30 minutes. Don't let them move her until I get there. How am I supposed to stop them? I don't know, Mr. Chen. Get creative. Just don't do anything that will get you arrested before I arrive. She hung up. Lily was looking at me with something between hope and terror. What are you going to do? Whatever it takes. I squeezed her hand. Lily, I need to ask you something important. Do you want to fight? Do you want aggressive treatment, even if it's painful and scary and might not work? Or do you want comfort care? I want to live." Her voice was fierce. "I've wanted to fight this whole time, but the Whitmores kept saying the treatments were too risky, too experimental, not worth the suffering. They made it sound like I was being selfish for wanting to try. You're not selfish. You're 16 years old, and you deserve a chance at life." I pulled up the Swiss hospital file on my phone. "Look at this. This is a treatment plan from a facility in Switzerland. 70% success rate for your type of leukemia. The Whitmores reviewed it 2 months ago and said no." Lily read the file, tears streaming down her face. "They knew about this? They knew there was a treatment that might actually work, and they said no? Because the hospital required full genetic screening, DNA testing that would prove you're not biologically theirs. They chose protecting their secret over saving your life. I hate them." The words came out raw. "I've tried not to. I've tried to be grateful they gave me a good life, nice things, opportunities. But I hate them so much. You have every right to hate them. What they did to you, to both of us, it's unforgivable." The door opened. James and Victoria Whitmore walked in like they owned the place. Which, given how much money they'd probably donated to this hospital, they might as well have. James was exactly what you'd expect from a tech billionaire. Late 50s, expensively dressed, the kind of manufactured casual that cost thousands of dollars to achieve. Everything about him screamed power and control. Victoria was harder to read. Early 50s, beautiful in that preserved way wealthy women achieve through excellent plastic surgery and personal trainers. Cold eyes that swept over me like I was an insect she'd found on her kitchen counter. "Lily, sweetheart," Victoria said, voice dripping false warmth. "We're here to help you get ready for the transfer. The ambulance will be here in an hour." "I'm not going," Lily said quietly. Victoria's smile didn't waver. "Of course you are, darling. Serenity Gardens is a beautiful facility. Much more peaceful than this hospital. You'll be so much more comfortable there." "I said I'm not going." James's attention shifted to me for the first time. I watched recognition dawn in his eyes. Watched him process my presence in his daughter's hospital room at 8 in the morning on the day I canceled our deal. "Mr. Chen." His voice was ice. "What are you doing here?" "Visiting my daughter." The temperature in the room dropped about 20 degrees. Victoria laughed, sharp and brittle. "I'm sorry. What did you just say?" "Lily is my biological daughter. Sarah Chen was her birth mother. We were told she died during delivery 16 years ago. But she didn't die. She was stolen." "By you?" James didn't even blink. "That's an insane accusation. Lily was legally adopted through proper channels. We have all the documentation. Documentation arranged by Dr. Harrison at Pacific Memorial Hospital. The same Dr. Harrison who was paid $50,000 to falsify records and declare my daughter deceased." I pulled out my phone, playing Ruth's recording. Dr. Harrison's voice filled the room. $50,000 for your silence. The baby goes to the Whitmores. The father never knows she survived." Victoria went white. James's expression hardened into something dangerous. "That recording proves nothing," James said coldly. "It's the word of a dead doctor and a homeless alcoholic against 2 respected members of the community. No court will accept it. Maybe not by itself, but combined with the hospital records I've obtained, the witness testimony, the DNA test I'm going to demand, and the medical file showing you rejected life-saving treatment to protect your secret." I stood up, putting myself between the Whitmores and Lily. "I think a court will be very interested. You have no legal standing here," Victoria hissed. "We are Lily's parents. We have custody. You're just some stranger making wild accusations. I'm her father, and I'm filing for emergency custody today." James smiled, and it was the coldest thing I'd ever seen. Good luck with that. Do you know how many judges in this state owe me favors? How many lawyers I have on retainer? How many ways I can make your life absolute hell? He stepped closer. You walked away from billions this morning, Chin. You resigned from your own company. By tomorrow, everyone in the tech industry will know you're unstable, unreliable, possibly mentally ill. And you think anyone will believe your conspiracy theories about us stealing a baby 16 years ago? I'll take my chances. Then let me be very clear about what's going to happen. James's voice was soft, deadly. You're going to leave this hospital. You're going to stay away from Lily. And you're going to keep your mouth shut about these ridiculous accusations. If you don't, I will destroy you. Not your company. You already did that yourself. I'll destroy you personally. I'll make sure you never work again. I'll tie you up in lawsuits until you're bankrupt. I'll dig up every mistake you've ever made and spread it across every media outlet in the country. James, stop it. Lily's voice was weak but fierce. Leave him alone. He's my father. My real father. And I want him here. Victoria moved to Lily's bedside, her mask of maternal concern sliding back into place. Sweetheart, you're confused. The medication, the illness, it's affecting your judgment. We love you. We've always loved you. We're just trying to do what's best for you. What's best for me? You're letting me die. Lily tried to sit up further, wincing in pain. You rejected the Swiss treatment. You put in a DNR order without asking me. You're moving me to a hospice 3 hours away so Marcus can't visit. None of that is about what's best for me. It's about protecting yourselves. That's not true, Victoria said, but her voice wavered slightly. The Swiss treatment is experimental. Risky. We didn't want you to suffer through something that might not even work. 70% success rate. I pulled up the file again. That's not experimental. That's a real chance at survival. But you said no because the hospital requires genetic testing. Because saving Lily's life mattered less than hiding how you got her. James's phone rang. He glanced at it, and something flickered across his face. Satisfaction. That's hospital security, he said calmly. I called them on the way up. Told them there was a disturbed individual harassing my daughter. They'll be here any second to escort you out, Mr. Chen. You can't. I can. This is a private hospital. We're valued patients. You're a stranger making accusations and disturbing Lily's peace. Security will remove you, and if you resist, they'll call the police. And once you have an arrest record for harassing a sick teenager, good luck convincing any judge to give you custody. The door opened. 2 security guards, both large men who looked like they'd done this before. Mr. Chen? The first guard said. We need you to come with us. No. Lily grabbed my hand. Don't make him leave. Please. He's my father. I want him here. Miss Whitmore, your parents have requested this individual be removed for your safety and comfort, the guard said gently. We can do this easy or hard, but either way, he's leaving. I looked at Lily, at the desperation in her eyes, at the monitor showing vitals that were too weak, too fragile, at the daughter I'd just found and was already losing. It's okay, I told her softly. I'm going, but I'm not giving up. Do you understand? I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to save you. I promise. Marcus. I promise, Lily. Whatever it takes. The guards escorted me out. I didn't resist. Didn't make a scene. Just let them walk me through the hospital corridors, while James Whitmore's satisfied smile burned into my memory. They deposited me in the lobby with a warning not to return unless I had legal authorization. I stood there for exactly 30 seconds before my phone rang. Catherine Walsh. Mr. Chun, I'm pulling into the parking lot now. Where are you? Lobby. They had me removed by security. Of course they did. Stay there. We're going to fix this. She appeared 5 minutes later. Late 40s, sharp suit, carrying a briefcase that probably cost more than most cars. Everything about her screamed competent and expensive. Tell me everything, she said without preamble. Start from when you learned Lily was alive, and don't leave anything out. I told her. The whole story, from Ruth appearing in my office to the recording to meeting Lily to the confrontation with the Whitmores. Catherine listened without interrupting, her expression getting grimmer with each detail. This is bad, she said when I finished, but not impossible. The recording gives us evidence of the illegal adoption. Lily's statements about wanting treatment give us grounds for medical advocacy. The rejected Swiss treatment shows parental neglect. We have a case. How long will it take? To get full custody? Months, possibly years. The Whitmores will fight every step of the way. She held up a hand as I started to protest. But we can file for emergency measures today. Temporary restraining order preventing them from moving Lily. Emergency hearing to address the DNR order and treatment options. If we can get a sympathetic judge, we might be able to at least stop them from transferring her to hospice. Might? The Whitmores have significant influence in this city, Mr. Chen. James Whitmore has been making generous donations to judicial campaigns for 20 years. We're going to have to be strategic about which judge we approach. My phone buzzed. Tim. Boss, we have another problem. A big one. What now? The Whitmores just filed a restraining order against you. They're claiming you're unstable, making threatening statements, harassing their terminally ill daughter. Judge Carver, the one who owes Whitmore money, signed it 30 minutes ago. You're legally required to stay at least 500 feet away from Lily, the Whitmores, and St. Catherine's Hospital. Catherine grabbed my phone. This is Catherine Walsh, Mr. Chen's attorney. What are the exact terms of the restraining order? I couldn't hear Tim's response, but Catherine's expression darkened. Understood. Send me the full documentation. And Tim? Start looking for judges who aren't on Whitmore's payroll. We need someone clean for our emergency filing. She handed back my phone. They move fast. Too fast. They were prepared for this. What does that mean? It means James Whitmore knew you'd found out about Lily. Probably guessed it as soon as you canceled the Tecton deal. He's been preparing his response all morning. Catherine pulled out her laptop. The restraining order is temporary, but it's effective immediately. If you violate it, you'll be arrested. And that will destroy any chance you have of getting custody. So what do? You follow the law while I fight it through legal channels. I'll file an emergency motion to vacate the restraining order, petition for temporary custody, and request an immediate hearing on Lily's medical treatment. But Mr. Chen, you need to understand something. She looked at me directly. Even if we win all of that, it's going to take time. Days at minimum. And if the Whitmores transfer Lily to that hospice facility before we can get a court order stopping them, it becomes much harder to help her. Then we need to move faster. There is no faster in the legal system. Not when you're fighting someone with the Whitmore's resources. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from a number I didn't recognize. Mr. Chan, this is Dr. Rosen from St. Catherine's. I can't speak freely on hospital lines, but I need to tell you something. The Whitmores are moving Lily in 2 hours, not this afternoon. They changed the timeline after you left. I'm sorry. I tried to delay it, but I don't have the authority to refuse their orders. I showed Catherine the text. 2 hours, she said grimly. I can't get a court order in 2 hours. Not even if I had a judge standing by, which I don't. Then what am I supposed to do? Just let them take her? Unless you want to get arrested for violating a restraining order, yes. That's exactly what you have to do. Catherine started typing on her laptop. I'll have the emergency petitions filed within the hour. I'll call every contact I have, try to expedite the process. But Mr. Chen, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that we might not be able to stop this today. I looked at my watch. 9:47. In 2 hours, the Widmores would move Lily to a facility 3 hours away, where I couldn't visit her, couldn't fight for her, couldn't do anything except watch from a distance while she died. Everything I had sacrificed this morning, the Tecton deal, my position at Data Vault, my reputation, would mean nothing if I couldn't save her. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Hello? Marcus? It was Lily, voice barely above a whisper. I'm using a nurse's phone. The Whitmores are in the hallway arguing with Dr. Rosen about the transfer timeline. I don't have long. Lily, are you okay? No. I'm scared. They're moving me in less than 2 hours, and once I'm at that hospice, I'll never see you again. They'll make sure of it. She was crying. I just found you. I can't lose you already. You're not going to lose me. I'm going to fight this. My lawyer is filing emergency petitions right now. That will take too long. Please, Marcus. I know this is crazy, and I know it's asking too much, but please don't let them take me. I'd rather die fighting than die in some hospice while they pretend to be grieving parents. What are you asking me to do? Get me out of here. I don't care if it's illegal. I don't care if it destroys both our lives. I'd rather have 1 day of freedom with my real father than 6 months dying slowly while they lie about everything. Her voice broke. Please. I'm begging you. Don't let them win. The phone went dead. I stood in the hospital lobby, holding a silent phone, while Catherine Walsh waited for my decision. The smart choice was obvious. Follow the law. Let the lawyers handle it. Trust the system to eventually deliver justice, even if that justice came too late to save Lily. The smart choice was to walk away, let the Widmores move her, and hope I could win custody through proper legal channels before she died. That was the smart choice. But I'd spent 16 years making smart choices. Building an empire. Accumulating wealth. Achieving success. And all of it had been meaningless because I'd been living a lie built on the theft of my daughter. I was done making smart choices. I looked at Catherine. How much trouble would I be in if I violated the restraining order? Arrested, possibly charged with contempt of court, parental kidnapping if you took Lily out of the hospital. Your custody case would be destroyed. You'd probably end up in jail. She studied my face. Why are you asking? Because my daughter just begged me not to let them take her. And I'm not going to fail her again. Mr. Chen, I strongly advise against whatever you're thinking. If you break the law, I can't help you. No lawyer can. I understand. And I'm not asking you to be involved. I pulled out my phone. Send me the paperwork to sign. Power of attorney for legal matters. Whatever you need to keep fighting for custody while I deal with the consequences of what I'm about to do. Marcus. They stole 16 years from me, Catherine. Every birthday, every milestone, every moment I should have had with my daughter. I'm not giving them one more second. I started walking toward the exit. Keep fighting through legal channels. File everything you can. But I'm getting my daughter out of this hospital before they can move her. And if that means I go to jail, then I go to jail. I called Tim. Boss? I need a vehicle they can't trace to me. Something fast, reliable, and completely off the books. Can you make that happen in the next hour? A long pause. You're really doing this? Yes. Where should I deliver it? St. Catherine's Hospital. Employee parking lot. And Tim? I'm probably going to be arrested for this. Make sure all the evidence against the Whitmores goes public if that happens. Every dirty deal, every bribe, every piece of corruption. I want his empire burning down even if I'm in jail. Consider it done. Vehicle will be there in 45 minutes. Black SUV. License plate will text you. Keys under the driver's side floor mat. I hung up and made one more call. Ruth Castellano, the homeless woman who'd started all of this by walking into my office with an envelope and the truth. She answered on the fifth ring, voice groggy. Hello? Ruth, it's Marcus Chin. I need your help. What's wrong? The Whitmores are moving Lily to a hospice facility in 2 hours. Once she's there, I won't be able to see her or fight for her. I need to get her out of St. Catherine's Hospital before they can transfer her. I took a breath. I know I'm asking you to break the law. I know you've already done more than anyone could ask. But please, I need someone who can get into places unnoticed. Someone the hospital staff won't question. Someone who can help me save my daughter. Silence. Then, tell me what you need me to do. 45 minutes later, I had a black SUV parked in the employee lot, a restraining order I was about to violate, and a plan that would either save my daughter or destroy both our lives. I texted Lily from a burner phone Tim had included with the vehicle. Be ready. You're getting out of there in 1 hour. Trust me. Her response came immediately. I trust you, Dad. Dad. She'd called me Dad. For that, for the chance to actually be her father instead of just the man whose DNA she shared, I'd risk anything. Everything. I checked my watch and started the countdown to either salvation or catastrophe. There was no middle ground anymore. Marcus is about to commit a crime that could land him in prison for years. But what he doesn't know is that James Whitmore has been monitoring his phone calls, tracking his movements, and setting a trap that will force Marcus to choose between saving Lily and destroying himself. The next 60 minutes will determine everything. What happens next is going to make your heart race. You won't believe how far a father will go. The employee parking lot of St. Catherine's Hospital was surprisingly quiet at 10:30 in the morning. Nurses changing shifts. Cafeteria workers taking smoke breaks. Nobody paying attention to a man sitting in a black SUV, running through a plan that would either reunite him with his daughter or land him in prison. I'd been making mental calculations for the past 20 minutes. The hospital had security cameras at every entrance. Keycard access for most floors after hours, though during the day visitors could move more freely. Lily was on the 4th floor, room 412, connected to monitors, and in 4 that would need to be disconnected before she could move. The restraining order meant I couldn't go anywhere near her room. But Ruth could. My burner phone buzzed. Ruth, I'm in the main lobby. Wearing scrubs I borrowed from a shelter friend who works at County General. Where do you need me? I texted back. 4th floor. Room 412. Tell the nurse you're from transport. They're to prep the patient for transfer. They're expecting a move anyway, so it shouldn't raise suspicion. Disconnect her floor, get her in a wheelchair, and bring her down the service elevator to the loading dock. I'll be waiting. What if they stop me? Then we're done before we start. But Ruth, you've been invisible for 14 years. Show them why. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Then, on my way up, I pulled the SUV around to the loading dock, parking in a spot marked for deliveries. Close enough to the service entrance that we could move fast, far enough from the main hospital that security wouldn't immediately notice. My phone rang. Not the burner, my actual phone. Catherine Walsh. Mr. Chin, please tell me you're not doing what I think you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about. I just got a call from the hospital. Someone reported a man matching your description in the employee parking lot. Security is looking for you right now. Her voice was sharp. Marcus, If you take Lily out of that hospital against the Whitmore's wishes, you will be arrested for parental kidnapping. Your custody case will be destroyed. You'll go to jail, and Lily will still end up in hospice. This solves nothing. It buys us time. Time for what? To run? To hide? You can't hide from the Whitmores. They have resources you can't imagine. Private investigators, law enforcement contacts, the ability to freeze your assets and track your movements. You'll be caught within 48 hours. Then I'll have 48 hours with my daughter. That's 48 hours more than I've had in 16 years. And when they catch you, when they take Lily back and put you in jail, what then? You'll have thrown away any legal chance at custody for 2 days of running. Is that really what you want? I gripped the steering wheel hard enough that my knuckles went white. What I want is for my daughter not to die in a hospice because the people who stole her care more about their reputation than her life. What I want is to actually be her father instead of just the biological stranger who showed up 16 years too late. What I want is impossible, Catherine. So I'm taking what I can get. There are other ways. No, there aren't. You said yourself it would take months, maybe years to get custody. Lily has days. Maybe a week. Every second I waste following proper legal channels is a second closer to losing her forever. I checked the time. I appreciate everything you're trying to do. Keep filing the motions. Keep fighting through the courts. But I'm doing this my way. Marcus. I hung up. The burner phone buzzed. Ruth. Problem. There's a nurse sitting outside Lily's room. She says the Whitmores requested round-the-clock monitoring until the transfer. I can't get in without her seeing me. I closed my eyes. Of course James had thought of that. Of course he'd anticipated exactly this scenario and taken steps to prevent it. Me. What's the nurse doing? Ruth. Reading a magazine. Checking the monitors every few minutes. She's not going anywhere. I needed a distraction. Something that would pull the nurse away from Lily's room long enough for Ruth to get in, disconnect the medical equipment, and get Lily out. An idea formed. Terrible, risky, absolutely reckless. Perfect. I called the hospital's main line. St. Catherine's Hospital, how may I direct your call? 4th floor nurses station, please. It's urgent. A click, a ring, then. 4th floor, this is Kelly. The same nurse who'd been working when I visited Lily at 2 in the morning. The one who'd seemed sympathetic, who'd let me see my daughter despite the late hour. Kelly, this is Marcus Chen. I need your help. A sharp intake of breath. Mr. Chen, you can't call here. The Whitmores filed a restraining order. If they find out I talked to you. 30 seconds. That's all I'm asking. Then you can hang up and tell anyone who asks that I harassed you, and you ended the call immediately. Silence. Then, 30 seconds. There's a nurse outside Lily's room, monitoring her. I need her pulled away for 5 minutes. Can you do that? Why would I do that? Because you're a nurse. Because you went into this profession to help people, not to watch a 16-year-old girl die because her parents care more about secrets than saving her life. I kept my voice level urgent. Kelly, the Whitmores rejected treatment that had a 70% success rate. They put in a DNR order without asking Lily what she wanted. They're moving her to hospice not because she's terminal, but because she found out how they got her, and they want her isolated. You know that's wrong. Even if I believed you, and I'm not saying I do, I can't just abandon my post to help you kidnap a patient. I'm not asking you to abandon anything. I'm asking you to do your job. Check on a patient. Have an emergency that requires the nurse outside room 412 to assist you. Drop something that needs cleaning up. Anything that pulls her away for 5 minutes. And then what? You think you can just walk out of here with Lily and no one will notice? I think I'm going to try. And I think 30 years from now, when you look back on your career, you'll feel better about helping save a teenager than watching her die to protect a lie." Kelly was quiet for a long moment. "If I do this, and that's a huge if, what happens to me when the Whitmores find out I helped you? Tell them the truth. That I called and harassed you. That you pulled the nurse away to report my call to security. That you had no idea anyone would use that moment to take Lily. You're a victim of my manipulation, not an accomplice." Another pause. Then, "Room 408 has been having monitor issues all morning. Alarms going off randomly. It would be reasonable for me to ask for help checking the equipment." "Thank you, Kelly. Don't thank me. Just make sure this is worth it. Make sure Lily actually has a chance, because if you're doing this just to feel like you tried, then you're as selfish as the Whitmores." She hung up. I texted Ruth, "Distraction coming in 60 seconds. Be ready." Then I waited, counting down in my head while my heart tried to hammer through my chest. Somewhere on the 4th floor, Kelly was walking toward the nurse outside Lily's room, asking for help with monitor issues, leading her away. My burner phone buzzed. "Ruth, nurse is gone. I'm going in." 45 seconds. That's all Ruth would have before Kelly's fabricated emergency was resolved and the nurse returned to her post. I got out of the SUV and moved to the loading dock entrance. Service door should be unlocked during business hours. Beyond it, the service elevator that would bring Ruth and Lily down from the 4th floor. If everything went according to plan. If nothing went wrong. If we got impossibly lucky. My phone buzzed. Not the burner, my actual phone. A text from an unknown number. "I know what you're planning, Marcus. It won't work. You're not as clever as you think you are. JW. James Whitmore." I stared at the message, ice flooding my veins. He knew. Somehow, he knew about the plan. Which meant he'd either tap my phones, had someone watching me, or... The loading dock door opened. But it wasn't Ruth with Lily. It was 2 hospital security guards and a police officer. "Marcus Chen?" the officer asked, hand resting on his weapon. I didn't run. There was nowhere to run to. "Yes. You're under arrest for violation of a restraining order. Turn around and put your hands behind your back." "I haven't violated anything. I'm not within 500 feet of. You called the 4th floor nurses station 3 minutes ago. You orchestrated a plan to remove a patient from the hospital against her legal guardian's wishes. That's violation of the restraining order, attempted kidnapping, and conspiracy." The officer pulled out handcuffs. "Turn around. Now!" James had been listening. To my calls, my plans, everything. He'd known exactly what I would try and had positioned people to stop me before I could even get started. My burner phone buzzed in my pocket. The officer heard it. "Give me the phone." Slowly, I pulled it out. One last message from Ruth visible on the screen. "We're in the elevator. Where are you?" The officer saw it. Spoke into his radio. "4th floor, service elevator. Detain the individual attempting to remove the patient from room 412. "No." I tried to pull away. "She's my daughter. You don't understand." The officer twisted my arm behind my back, cuffing me efficiently. "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Through the open loading dock door, I could see into the hospital. Could see the service elevator doors opening. Ruth pushing Lily in a wheelchair, both of them freezing as 2 more security guards appeared. Lily saw me in handcuffs, being arrested, failing her exactly when she trusted me to save her. The look on her face destroyed me more than the handcuffs ever could. "Dad!" she screamed, trying to stand from the wheelchair. "No! Let him go!" Ruth was talking fast, trying to explain, But the guards weren't listening. One of them was already on his radio, calling for backup. Calling for the Whitmores. "I'm sorry," I shouted to Lily. "I'm so sorry. I'll fix this. I promise I'll." The officer pushed me toward the patrol car. "Save it for your lawyer." They put me in the back seat. Through the window, I watched Ruth being escorted away in one direction while Lily was wheeled back toward the elevators in another. Watched my daughter crying, reaching for me, while hospital staff held her back. Watched James and Victoria Whitmore arrive, all manufactured concern and parental worry. James looked directly at me through the patrol car window. Smiled. He'd won. Again. The patrol car pulled away from the hospital, taking me toward the police station. Toward booking and charges and a jail cell. Toward the complete destruction of any legal chance I'd had at custody. Catherine had been right. This solved nothing. My phone, the officer had confiscated it, but I could hear it buzzing constantly in the front seat. Calls, texts, notifications. The world finding out that Marcus Chen had been arrested for attempting to kidnap a sick teenager. The tech blogs would have a field day. The investors would panic. Whatever remained of my reputation would burn to ash. And Lily would still end up in hospice, dying alone, while the Whitmores controlled the narrative. Unless... "Officer," I said quietly, "I need to make a phone call. You'll get your phone call at the station. I need to make it now. One call. 3 minutes. It's a matter of life and death. They all are." But the officer glanced at his partner. "What's so important it can't wait 20 minutes? My daughter is being moved to a hospice facility to die. Not because she's terminal, but because the people who kidnapped her 16 years ago want her silenced. I have evidence. Recordings, medical files, witness testimony. If I don't get that evidence to someone in the next hour, it disappears along with any chance she has at survival." The partner officer turned around. "You're the guy from the news. The tech CEO who backed out of the Tecton deal this morning." "Yes. My sister worked at Data Vault. Said you were tough but fair. Never screwed over employees." He looked at his partner. "Let him make the call. We're supposed to." "Let him make the call, Rodriguez. What's the worst that happens? He talks to his lawyer? He's entitled to that anyway." Rodriguez sighed, pulled over, and handed me my phone through the partition. 3 minutes. And if you try anything stupid, I tase you. Clear? Clear." I had maybe a dozen missed calls. Catherine Walsh, Tim, unknown numbers that were probably reporters. But I scrolled past all of them to one name. Dr. Margaret Rosen. The physician at St. Catherine's who tried to advocate for Lily's treatment. She answered on the second ring. "Mr. Chen, I heard about your arrest. I'm so sorry. I tried to. Dr. Rosen, I need you to listen very carefully. I'm going to send you files. Medical records from a hospital in Switzerland. They show a treatment plan for Lily's leukemia. 70% success rate. The Whitmores reviewed it 2 months ago and rejected it." "What? That's not possible. They told me they'd exhausted all options." "They lied. They rejected it because the Swiss hospital requires full genetic testing, which would prove Lily isn't biologically theirs." I was talking fast, racing against my 3-minute deadline. "I'm also sending you a recording. It's evidence of how the Whitmores obtained Lily illegally. Dr. Harrison at Pacific Memorial was paid to falsify records and declare her deceased 16 years ago. Mr. Chen, even if this is true, I can't override the parents' medical decisions. They have legal custody. But you can report medical neglect. You can petition the court for an emergency guardian to make medical decisions if you believe the parents are acting against the patient's interests. You're a mandated reporter, Dr. Rosen. If you have evidence that guardians are refusing life-saving treatment for reasons unrelated to the patient's welfare, you're legally required to act. Silence. Then, send me the files. If you do this, the Whitmores will come after you. They'll try to destroy your career. Mr. Chun, I became a doctor to save lives, not to watch teenagers die because their parents are protecting criminal secrets. Her voice hardened. Send me everything you have. I'll file the reports within the hour. I forwarded her everything. The Swiss hospital treatment plan. Ruth's recording. The medical file showing the Whitmores had prioritized secrecy over Lily's survival. Time's up, Rodriguez said, taking back the phone. But it was enough. Maybe. They booked me at the downtown station. Fingerprints, photos, the whole degrading process of being entered into the system as a criminal. The charges were serious. Violation of a restraining order. Attempted kidnapping. Conspiracy. Bail would be substantial if they granted it at all. I was put in a holding cell with 3 other men. One drunk and belligerent. One sitting quietly in the corner, looking defeated. One pacing like a caged animal. I sat on the bench and put my head in my hands. 16 hours ago, I'd been preparing to close the biggest deal of my career. Now I was in jail, my daughter was being moved to hospice, and James Whitmore was probably celebrating the complete destruction of the man who dared to challenge him. Chen? A guard appeared at the cell door. Your lawyer's here. They took me to a consultation room. Catherine Walsh was already there, looking exhausted and furious. What were you thinking? She demanded the second the guard left. I told you this would happen. I warned you that taking Lily would destroy any legal case we had. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, you just handed the Whitmores everything they needed to paint you as an unstable lunatic. Every media outlet in the state is running stories about the tech CEO who tried to kidnap a sick teenager. Your face is everywhere, Marcus. And not in a good way. I sent the evidence to Dr. Rosen. Catherine stopped mid-rant. What? Before they finished booking me. I sent her the Swiss treatment plan, Ruth's recording, everything showing the Whitmores rejected life-saving care. She's filing mandated reporter paperwork right now. That's... Catherine sat down hard. That's actually smart. If a physician reports medical neglect, it triggers a different process. Child Protective Services, emergency court review. It bypasses the normal custody procedures. Will it be fast enough? I don't know. Maybe. The Whitmores are moving Lily this afternoon, and once she's at that hospice facility, it becomes much harder to intervene. Catherine pulled out her laptop. But if Dr. Rosen files correctly, if she emphasizes the immediate danger, we might be able to get an emergency hearing. Stop the transfer until a judge reviews the medical decisions. What about me? You're probably spending the night in jail. Bail hearing won't be until tomorrow morning at the earliest. And Marcus, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that they'll deny bail. Flight risk, severity of charges, violation of a court order. Judges don't look kindly on that combination. So I sit in here while my daughter dies. You sit in here while I fight for her through legal channels. Like you should have done from the beginning. Catherine's expression softened slightly. I know you're scared. I know you feel helpless. But breaking the law didn't help Lily. It just made everything harder. She left to file more motions, leaving me alone in the consultation room until the guards came to take me back to holding. The afternoon crawled by. No phone, no updates, no way of knowing what was happening in the outside world. Just me and the other prisoners, and the slow passage of time measured by shift changes and meal trays. Around 6 p.m., the guard appeared again. Chun, you have a visitor. They took me to a different room. This one had a glass partition, phones on either side for communication. Tim was waiting on the other side. Boss. He picked up the phone, face grim. We have developments. I grabbed the phone on my side. Tell me. Dr. Rosen filed her mandated reporter paperwork 3 hours ago. Detailed documentation of medical neglect, evidence of life-saving treatment being rejected, the whole thing. Child Protective Services opened an emergency investigation. And the Whitmores had Judge Carver, the one on their payroll, assign himself to the case. He reviewed Dr. Rosen's report and dismissed it. Said the parents have the right to make medical decisions, that the rejected treatment was appropriately considered experimental, and that CPS had no grounds for intervention. My hand tightened on the phone. That's not possible. The Swiss treatment has a 70% success rate. That's not experimental. Doesn't matter what the facts are if the judge has already decided. Carver signed off on the hospice transfer. Lily's being moved tomorrow morning first thing. What about Catherine's emergency motions? Also went to Carver. Also denied. He's blocking every legal avenue we try. Tim leaned closer to the glass. Boss, Whitmore has this locked down. Every judge we approach is either on his payroll or gets overruled by Carver. Every motion gets denied. Every petition gets dismissed. We're not going to win this through the courts. Not in time. I closed my eyes. How's Lily? Not good. I have a contact at St. Catherine's, one of the nurses who's sympathetic to your situation. She says Lily's been crying since they brought her back from the attempted escape. She's refusing food, refusing to cooperate with the transfer preparations. She wants to see you, but the Whitmores have her under constant supervision now. And Ruth? Released with a warning. The Whitmores didn't press charges. Probably didn't want to draw attention to a homeless woman who has evidence against them. Tim hesitated. Boss, there's something else. What? The media coverage of your arrest has been brutal, but it's also getting attention from people who matter. I've had 3 calls from journalists who want to investigate your story. 2 from advocacy groups that focus on adoption fraud. And 1 from a federal prosecutor who's apparently been looking into James Whitmore for years, but never had enough evidence to move forward. What kind of evidence does he need? The kind you have. Recordings, medical files, witness testimony. But Marcus, if you turn over everything to federal investigators, you lose control of it. No more using it as leverage for Lily's custody. It becomes evidence in a criminal case, and those cases move slowly. Years sometimes. But they would investigate. They would expose what the Whitmores did. Eventually, after Lily's dead and your custody case is moot. I leaned my forehead against the glass partition. Every option led to the same place. Lily dying while I watched helplessly, either from inside a jail cell or through legal proceedings that moved too slowly to save her. Tim, I need you to do something for me. Name it. Contact that federal prosecutor. Give him everything. Ruth's recording, the medical files, all of it. Tell him I'll testify, provide any additional information he needs. I want the Whitmores prosecuted. That gives up your leverage. I don't care about leverage anymore. I care about justice. Even if it comes too late to save Lily, I want those people to pay for what they did. To her, to me, to however many other lives they've destroyed. I gripped the phone harder. And Tim? I want it public. The recording, the evidence, everything. Send it to every media outlet you can find. Make sure the world knows exactly what James Whitmore is. Boss, that's going to make things worse for you. The Whitmores will sue for defamation. They'll claim you're releasing confidential information, violating privacy laws. You could face additional charges. Good. Let them come after me. At least then we're fighting in public instead of in courtrooms where Whitmore owns the judges. Tim nodded slowly. I'll do it. But Marcus, you need to know something. Victoria Whitmore gave an interview 2 hours ago. She's all over the news, crying about how her sick daughter is being traumatized by a delusional man who thinks she's his child. She's painting you as a stalker who became obsessed with Lily and created an elaborate fantasy about being her father. Did she mention the DNA test I'm demanding? She said she'd be happy to do one. Said it would prove you're wrong and hopefully get you the psychiatric help you clearly need. Tim's expression was grim. She's convincing, boss. She comes across as a worried mother protecting her dying daughter from a disturbed stranger. People are believing her. Of course they were. The Whitmores had 16 years to build their lie. I had less than 24 hours of people even knowing my version of events. Release everything, I said again. The recording, the files, all of it. If Victoria wants to claim I'm delusional, let her explain Dr. Harrison's voice on that recording arranging Lily's illegal adoption. It's going to get ugly. It's already ugly. At least this way, it's honest. They took me back to Holding after that. I spent the night on a concrete bench, listening to the drunk guy snore and the pacing guy mutter to himself, thinking about Lily alone in a hospital room, probably convinced I'd abandoned her after my failed rescue attempt. Morning came with a guard shouting my name. Shun! You made bail. Let's go! I stumbled to the cell door, confused. What? I haven't had a bail hearing yet. Someone posted it anyway. $2 million cash. Must be nice having rich friends. They processed me out, returning my phone and wallet and watch. Everything exactly as it had been 20 hours ago, except now I had an arrest record and pending charges that could send me to prison for years. Catherine Walsh was waiting in the lobby. Who posted bail? I asked. I did. Or rather, I used your money to do it. Liquidated some assets. She handed me my phone. Check your messages. Things have happened. I turned on the phone. 63 missed calls. Over 200 text messages. Email notifications in the thousands. The top news alert made me stop walking. Federal investigation launched into tech CEO James Whitmore following adoption fraud allegations. Tim released everything? I asked. 3 hours ago. Every major media outlet has the recording now. Dr. Harrison's voice arranging the illegal adoption. The Swiss medical file showing treatment was rejected. Ruth Castellano's testimony. All of it. Catherine pulled up a news video on her phone. Watch this. It was a press conference. A federal prosecutor named David Shun, no relation, standing at a podium, announcing a formal investigation into James and Victoria Whitmore for adoption fraud, bribery, and medical neglect. We take these allegations extremely seriously, he was saying. The evidence presented by Mr. Marcus Chen and his legal team raises significant questions about the circumstances surrounding the adoption of the minor child in question. We will be conducting a thorough investigation, including DNA testing to establish biological parentage, review of medical decisions made on behalf of the child, and examination of all financial transactions related to the adoption. The reporters were shouting questions. The prosecutor held up his hand. I want to be clear about something. This investigation is not about Mr. Marcus Chen's recent arrest or his actions at St. Catherine's Hospital. This is about serious allegations of criminal conduct by James and Victoria Whitmore. If those allegations prove true, they will face federal charges. Catherine turned off the video. The Whitmores are in full crisis mode. James had to resign from Tecton Industries this morning. Their lawyers are scrambling to respond to the media coverage. And most importantly, a different judge, Judge Patricia Morrison, who has no connection to Whitmore, issued an emergency stay on Lily's transfer to hospice pending the investigation. Lily's still at St. Catherine's? For now. Judge Morrison also appointed an emergency medical guardian to review treatment options. Not you, you're too involved, and you're facing criminal charges. But someone independent, who can make decisions in Lily's best interests without the Whitmore's interference. Can I see her? The restraining order is still in effect. Technically, you're not supposed to go anywhere near her. Catherine gave me a meaningful look. But Judge Morrison did suggest that the order might need to be revisited given the new evidence and ongoing investigation. That review could take a few days to process. So I'm supposed to just wait while. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Hello? Marcus? It was Lily, voice weak but urgent. I don't have long. I'm using a nurse's phone again. Did you see the news? I saw it. How are you? Are you okay? I'm okay. Scared, but okay. The Whitmores haven't been here since the news broke. Their lawyer showed up instead, trying to convince me to make a statement saying you're lying about everything. I refused. She coughed, and it sounded painful. Marcus, there's something you need to know. Something I didn't tell you before because I was afraid. What is it? I'm sicker than the doctors think. Than anyone thinks. I've been hiding how bad the pain is, how weak I really am, because I didn't want the Whitmores to give up completely. Her voice broke. But I can't hide it anymore. I'm dying, Marcus. Faster than anyone realizes. Whatever happens with the investigation, with custody, with treatment, it needs to happen soon. I don't have months. I might not even have weeks. The world tilted. Lily, I'm not telling you this to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I need you to know that whatever happens, I'm glad I found you. Even if it was too late. Even if we only get a few days together. I spent my whole life feeling like something was missing, and now I know what it was. It was you. You're going to be okay, I said, but the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. The emergency medical guardian will approve the Swiss treatment. You'll get the care you need. We'll have more than a few days. Maybe. Or maybe this is all we get. Either way, I want you to know that you didn't fail me. You found out I existed and immediately gave up everything to save me. That's more than I ever dreamed my real father would do. I love you, I said, and I meant it with an intensity that surprised me. You can love someone you barely know if they're your daughter. If they're the piece of your heart you thought you'd lost forever. I love you, Lily. And I'm going to fix this. I promise. I love you too, Dad. Now go be brilliant and figure out how to save me, because I really don't want to die before I get to know you better. She hung up. I stood in the police station lobby, holding a phone that had gone silent, while Catherine watched me with worried eyes. She's dying, I said quietly. Faster than anyone knows. We're running out of time. Then we'd better work fast. Catherine pulled out her laptop. The emergency medical guardian is Dr. Philip Santos. Highly respected oncologist, no connection to the Whitmores, known for aggressive treatment approaches. If anyone will approve the Swiss protocol, it's him. He's reviewing Lily's case this afternoon. What can I do? Nothing. You're still facing criminal charges. You're still under a restraining order. The best thing you can do is stay away and let the professionals handle this. I can't just sit here while. Marcus. Catherine put her hand on my arm. You've done everything you can. You exposed the Whitmores. You triggered a federal investigation. You got Lily an independent medical guardian. Now you have to trust the system you set in motion. The system that let them steal her in the first place? The system where judges like Carver can be bought? That system? No. The system where federal prosecutors take adoption fraud seriously. Where physicians report medical neglect. Where journalists expose the truth and public opinion forces accountability. Catherine closed her laptop. You changed the game, Marcus. You made this public, made it impossible for the Whitmores to hide. Now let it play out. My phone buzzed. Tim. Boss, you need to see this. He sent me a link to a live news broadcast. James Whitmore, standing outside his mansion, surrounded by reporters and cameras. I want to address the serious allegations that have been made against my family, he was saying, voice steady and authoritative. These claims are absolutely false. Lily is our daughter. We adopted her legally and have loved her unconditionally for 16 years. The idea that we would ever harm her, ever deny her medical treatment, is not only wrong but offensive. A reporter shouted. What about the recording? Dr. Harrison clearly references you by name arranging an illegal adoption. That recording is fabricated. We're having it analyzed by audio forensics experts, who will prove it's been manipulated. Marcus Chen is a disturbed individual who became obsessed with my family. We tried to handle this quietly, out of respect for his apparent mental health issues, but his behavior has become dangerous. He attempted to kidnap a sick teenager. He's spreading false accusations in the media. This is a campaign of harassment, nothing more. Will you submit to DNA testing to prove Lily is biologically yours? Absolutely. We have nothing to hide. In fact, we've already provided DNA samples to the federal investigators. The results will show conclusively that Lily is our daughter, and hopefully Mr. Chen will finally get the help he clearly needs. Victoria appeared beside him, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Our daughter is dying. We should be focused on making her final days as comfortable as possible, surrounded by love and family. Instead, we're being forced to defend ourselves against cruel, baseless accusations. It's heartbreaking. The reporters ate it up. Sympathetic questions about Lily's condition, softball inquiries about how the family was coping, nothing challenging their narrative. They're lying, I said to Catherine. The DNA test will prove. Will it? Catherine's expression was troubled. Marcus, I need to ask you something. Do you have any DNA evidence that Lily is your daughter? Any samples that prove biological parentage? No. I just found out she existed 2 days ago. I haven't had time to. Then how do you know for certain that she's yours? You have Ruth's testimony and the recording, which the Whitmores claim is fabricated. You have medical records showing a baby was born to Sarah Chen, but no direct proof that baby was Lily. What if Ruth is wrong? What if Lily is actually the Whitmores' biological daughter, and this whole thing is a tragic misunderstanding? She looks like Sarah. She acts like Sarah. I know she's mine. Believing it and proving it are different things. If the DNA test comes back showing the Whitmores are Lily's biological parents, your entire case collapses. The federal investigation ends. You're left as the man who made false accusations, attempted kidnapping, and harassment. Everything falls apart. I stared at her. You think I'm wrong? You think Ruth lied? I think we need to be prepared for all possibilities, including the one where you've been misled by a woman with addiction issues and a guilty conscience. Catherine's voice was gentle but firm. Marcus, I believe Ruth believes what she told you. But memory is fallible, especially when it's been 16 years and filtered through alcohol and trauma. What if she confused babies? What if the adoption she witnessed wasn't Lily at all? No. I shook my head. Lily knew. She found Ruth. She had the hospital bracelet, the photo, everything. Items Ruth gave her. Items that could have come from any number of sources. Without DNA proof, we have nothing solid. Just stories and hope and a recording that might be fabricated. My phone buzzed again. This time it was an email from the federal prosecutor's office. Mr. Chen, thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. We are moving forward with our investigation. As part of that process, we will be conducting DNA testing on all parties involved. Please report to the Downtown Federal Building tomorrow at 9 a.m. to provide your sample. Results will take approximately 48 to 72 hours. We will contact you once we have conclusive findings. David Chun, Assistant U.S. Attorney. 48 to 72 hours. In 48 hours, I would know for certain if Lily was my daughter or if I destroyed my life chasing a lie. In 72 hours, the truth would be undeniable, documented, official. If Lily lived that long, the DNA test will either prove Marcus right and destroy the Whitmores, or prove him wrong and destroy everything he's sacrificed. But there's something neither Marcus nor the Whitmores know yet. Something Ruth has been hiding. Something that will change everything when it's finally revealed. And Lily's condition is deteriorating faster than anyone realizes. The choice Dr. Santos makes about treatment in the next 24 hours will determine if she lives long enough to learn the truth. The federal building downtown looked like every government structure ever built. Gray concrete, tight security, the institutional smell of bureaucracy and broken dreams. I arrived at 8:45 in the morning, exhausted from a sleepless night spent running through every possible outcome of the DNA test. If I was right, if Lily was mine, then everything I had sacrificed meant something. The Whitmores would face federal charges. Lily would get the treatment she needed. Justice would prevail. If I was wrong, if Ruth had been mistaken or confused or deliberately lying, then I'd destroyed my life for nothing. I'd lost my company, my reputation, my freedom, all chasing a fantasy built on the desperate hope that my daughter hadn't actually died 16 years ago. Catherine met me in the lobby. She looked as tired as I felt. "Ready?" she asked. "Do I have a choice?" They took us to a sterile medical room on the 3rd floor. A technician swabbed the inside of my cheek, labeled the sample, and had me sign paperwork confirming my consent. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. "Results in 48 to 72 hours, the technician said, exactly like the email had promised. "We'll contact you directly." "What about Lily? When are they testing her?" "This afternoon. A mobile unit is going to St. Catherine's Hospital. The Whitmores are being tested this morning at a private facility." Of course they were. James Whitmore wouldn't be caught dead in a government building if he could avoid it. We were walking back to the lobby when Catherine's phone rang. She answered, listened for 30 seconds, and her face went pale. "We'll be right there," she said, hanging up. "What happened?" "That was Dr. Santos, the emergency medical guardian. He's finished reviewing Lily's case, and he's making his treatment recommendations in an hour. He wants you there. The restraining order..." Judge Morrison lifted it this morning. "Pending the DNA results, you're allowed supervised contact with Lily. The restriction is temporary, could be reinstated if the test proves you're not her father, but for now, you can see her." I was moving toward the exit before she finished talking. We made it to St. Catherine's in 20 minutes. The hospital looked different in daylight, less intimidating, more clinical. Just a building where people fought against death and sometimes lost. Dr. Santos was waiting in a conference room on the 4th floor. He was older than I expected, maybe 70, with kind eyes and the air of someone who delivered too much bad news in his career. "Mr. Chen." He shook my hand. "I've reviewed Lily's complete medical history. Her current condition. All available treatment options." He gestured to chairs around the conference table. "Please sit. We have a lot to discuss." Catherine and I sat. Dr. Santos pulled up files on his laptop, rotating the screen so we could see. "Lily has acute lymphoblastic leukemia, as you know. It's an aggressive form, but she's young and otherwise healthy, which are factors in her favor. The challenge is that she's already undergone 2 rounds of standard chemotherapy with minimal response. The cancer has proven resistant to conventional treatment." What about the Swiss protocol? I asked. The treatment plan the Whitmores rejected? I've reviewed that extensively. It's an experimental approach, but the facility in Zurich has had remarkable success with similar cases. 70% remission rate in patients who fit Lily's profile. He paused. However, the treatment is extremely aggressive. High doses of chemotherapy combined with targeted immunotherapy. The side effects are severe. Organ damage, infection risk, potential long-term complications. Some patients don't survive the treatment itself, but some do. 70%. Yes, 70% go into remission. Of those, approximately 80% survive 5 years or more. Dr. Santos looked at me directly. Mr. Chun, I need you to understand what we're discussing. This treatment would make Lily very sick before it makes her better. She'd spend weeks in intensive care. She'd be in significant pain. There's a real possibility she could die from the treatment complications rather than the cancer. What's the alternative? Comfort care. Pain management. Making her remaining time as peaceful as possible. She'd likely have several weeks, maybe a few months, in relative comfort before the end. That's not an alternative. That's giving up. That's a valid medical choice that many patients and families make when aggressive treatment offers uncertain outcomes. Dr. Santos closed his laptop. But I didn't ask you here to debate philosophy. I asked you here because legally, I'm Lily's medical guardian right now. But ethically, she's 16 years old enough to have input into her own care. And she's been very clear about what she wants. The Swiss treatment. Yes. She wants to fight. Even knowing the risks, even understanding she might not survive, she wants the chance. He stood up. I'm approving the treatment, Mr. Chen. I've already contacted the facility in Zurich. They can take her next week if we can arrange transport and financing. The total cost will be approximately $2.3 million. Insurance won't cover experimental treatment, so it would need to be paid privately. I'll pay it, whatever it costs. The Whitmores are contesting my authority to make this decision. They've filed an emergency motion arguing that as her legal parents, they have the right to refuse treatment on her behalf. Judge Morrison is reviewing it now. Can they actually block this? If the DNA test proves they're her biological parents, possibly. Parental rights are extensive in medical decisions. But if the test proves you're her father, then their custody becomes void and their medical authority ends. Dr. Santos pulled out his phone. Which brings me to something else. Something I discovered while reviewing Lily's medical history that I think you need to see. He pulled up a document. A blood type analysis from when Lily was first diagnosed with leukemia 8 months ago. Lily is blood type AB negative. Extremely rare. Less than 1% of the population. He scrolled to another document. James Whitmore is type O positive. Victoria Whitmore is type A positive. I stared at the screen. What does that mean? Catherine was already typing on her phone, pulling up medical information. It means biologically impossible. 2 parents with O and A blood types cannot produce a child with AB blood. The genetics don't work. Exactly, Dr. Santos said. Which means regardless of what the DNA test shows, James and Victoria Whitmore are definitely not Lily's biological parents. The blood type evidence alone proves that conclusively. The room spun. They knew, I said slowly. They've known all along that they couldn't be her biological parents. The blood typing would have been done when she was born, updated when she got sick. They knew, and they lied anyway. They lied on national television this morning, Catherine said, voice hard. James Whitmore stood in front of cameras and claimed to have submitted DNA samples that would prove Lily was his daughter. He knew those results would come back negative. He knew the blood type evidence already proved he was lying. So why do it? Why double down on a lie that's about to be exposed? Dr. Santos and Catherine exchanged looks. Because they're buying time, Catherine said. The DNA results take 48 to 72 hours. In that time, they can file more motions, create more legal obstacles, tie this up in court proceedings. And every day that passes is another day Lily gets sicker. Another day the Swiss treatment gets delayed. Another day they might lose the legal battle, but win the real war because Lily dies before she can be treated. I stood up. Where is she? I need to see her. Room 412. But Mr. Chun, there's something else you should know. Dr. Santos looked uncomfortable. Lily's condition has deteriorated significantly in the past 24 hours. The stress of everything happening, the infection risk from being in the hospital, the progression of the cancer itself. She's developed pneumonia. Her immune system is too compromised to fight it effectively. How bad is it? Bad enough that transport to Switzerland next week might not be viable. She might not be stable enough to fly. He met my eyes. I'm not saying this to discourage you. I'm saying it because you need to understand that time is the enemy here. Every day we spend fighting in court is a day Lily gets weaker. The Swiss facility has agreed to expedite her admission, but she has to survive long enough to get there. I was already moving toward the door. Room 412 looked different than it had 2 nights ago. More medical equipment. More monitors. More of the machinery designed to keep someone alive when their body was giving up. Lily was asleep, but even in sleep, she looked worse. Paler. Thinner. The 4 in her arm feeding antibiotics to fight the pneumonia that might kill her before the cancer did. I pulled a chair next to her bed and took her hand gently. Her eyes opened. It took her a moment to focus, but when she saw me, she smiled. You came back. Of course I came back. I promised I wouldn't give up. I saw the news. The federal investigation. James and Victoria freaking out. Their lawyers running around like someone set their hair on fire. Her smile widened slightly. You really did it. You exposed them. We're not done yet. Dr. Santos approved the Swiss treatment. You're going to Zurich as soon as you're stable enough to travel. The Whitmores are trying to block it. Let them try. The blood type evidence proves they're not your biological parents. The DNA test will confirm it. They have no legal standing to make medical decisions for you anymore. Lily's grip on my hand tightened. Marcus, I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you right away, but I was scared. What is it? The night I found Ruth, when she told me everything about what happened, she said something else. Something about my mother. About Sarah. My heart started hammering. What did she say? That Sarah didn't die immediately. That she survived the hemorrhaging for almost 6 hours after I was born. That she was conscious for some of it, asking about me, trying to hold on long enough to see me. Lily's eyes filled with tears. They told her I was dead, Marcus. Dr. Harrison told your wife that her baby didn't survive. She died believing she'd lost me. The world stopped. I'd spent 16 years thinking Sarah died never knowing our daughter. Grieving both of them simultaneously. Building my entire emotional narrative around the tragedy of losing them together. But Sarah had lived for 6 hours after Lily was born. 6 hours of believing her baby was dead. 6 hours of dying with a broken heart built on a lie. Why didn't Ruth tell me this? I asked, voice barely working. Because she was ashamed. Because she was there. She was one of the nurses caring for Sarah in those last hours, listening to her cry for a baby who was actually alive in the next room. Lily was crying now. Ruth said it destroyed her. That watching Sarah die believing that lie was what sent her into the alcoholism that ruined her life. She couldn't live with what she'd been part of. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. The image of Sarah, my Sarah, who'd been so excited about becoming a mother, spending her last hours mourning a child who'd been stolen. "There's more," Lily whispered. "Ruth recorded that conversation too. Sarah talking to the nurses about me. About what she wanted to name me, what she'd planned for my life. Ruth kept it all these years because she couldn't let go of the guilt." "Where is it?" "The recording? Ruth has it. She said she'd give it to you when the time was right, but she was afraid it would hurt you too much. That knowing Sarah suffered would make everything worse. I need to hear it." I pulled out my phone, hand shaking. "I need to hear her voice." I called Ruth. She answered immediately. "Marcus? Is everything okay?" Lily told me about the recording. About Sarah's last hours. "I need to hear it, Ruth. Please." A long silence. Then, "Are you sure? It's not easy to listen to." "I'm sure. I'll send it to your email." "But Marcus, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't stop it. I'm sorry I took their money. I'm sorry I let Sarah die with that lie. I've been sorry every day for 16 years. Just send me the recording." It arrived 2 minutes later. An audio file, unlabeled, just a date, March 8, 2008, 3:47 a.m. I pressed play. Static. Then voices. Nurses talking quietly. Medical equipment beeping in the background. Then Sarah's voice, weak and broken. "Can I see her? My baby? Can I hold her one more time before?" A nurse, gentle but firm. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Chen. The baby didn't survive the delivery. I'm so sorry." Sarah's sob cut through me like a blade. No, that's not possible. I felt her move. Right before the surgery, I felt her moving. She was alive. She was. Sometimes there's movement even after. I'm so sorry. Would you like us to call your husband? Mr. Chen should be here. Marcus doesn't know yet, does he? About the baby?" Sarah's voice was getting weaker. "Don't tell him like this. Don't tell him over the phone. He needs to hear it in person. He needs to." A cough, wet and painful. "Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I tried to hold on. Tell him to name her Lily like we planned. Even if she's gone. I want her to have a name. Mrs. Chen, you need to save your strength." "I don't have strength to save." More coughing. "How long do I have?" "I don't know. The bleeding is stabilized, but the damage is severe. Hours, maybe. I'm so sorry. Hours to think about my dead baby. Hours to—" Sarah's voice broke completely. "I was supposed to protect her. I was supposed to keep her safe. And I couldn't even do that." Another nurse's voice, one I recognized, Ruth. "Mrs. Chen, it wasn't your fault. Sometimes these things just don't." Sarah's voice was sharp despite its weakness. "Don't tell me it's not my fault. Don't tell me it just happens. My baby is dead because my body failed her. Because I went into labor too early. Because I couldn't." The recording dissolved into sobbing. Sarah crying for a daughter who was alive 3 rooms away. Crying for a future that had been stolen from both of them. I heard myself enter the recording. My younger self, 26 years old, voice thick with panic. "Sarah? Oh God, Sarah, what happened?" "Marcus." Relief in her voice. "You're here. Did they tell you about the baby?" "Yes." "Sarah, I'm so sorry. I'm so—" "Don't be sorry. Be angry. Be furious. Burn the whole world down if you have to, but don't be sorry." She coughed again. "Promise me something. Anything. Don't let this destroy you. Don't spend the rest of your life mourning us. Build something. Create something. Make something good come from this nightmare. Her breathing was labored. And Marcus? I love you. I love being married to you. I love the life we built together. Even if it was too short. You're not dying. You're going to be fine, the doctor said. The doctors are lying to make me feel better. I can feel it, Marcus. I'm dying, and I need you to promise me you'll be okay. I can't promise that. Then promise me you'll try. The recording continued for another hour. Sarah getting weaker. Me refusing to leave her side. The doctors coming in and out with their practiced sympathy. And finally, at 11:43 p.m., the flatline of the monitor. The sound of my 26-year-old self breaking. I turned off the recording. Lily was crying silently beside me. I was crying too, tears streaming down my face for the wife who'd died believing a lie and the daughter who'd been stolen before she could take her first breath in my arms. She wanted you to build something, Lily said quietly. To make something good from the tragedy. And you did. Data Vault. Your company. You built an empire. I built it on grief and anger. On the belief that I'd lost everything. But I hadn't lost everything. I'd lost Sarah, yes, but you were alive. You were out there, and I should have been looking for you instead of hiding in work. You didn't know to look. They made sure of that. My phone buzzed. Catherine. Marcus, we have a problem. A major one. What now? James Whitmore just held another press conference. He's claiming that the blood type evidence is fabricated. That someone tampered with Lily's medical records to make it look like she couldn't be his biological daughter. He's demanding independent blood typing to verify the results. That's insane. Medical records aren't that easy to falsify. He's also claiming that you orchestrated this entire situation. That you found a sick teenager who happened to be the right age, convinced her she was your daughter, and fabricated evidence to support your delusion. He's painting you as a sociopath who's exploiting a dying girl to get revenge on him for the failed Tecton deal. People won't believe that. The recording he claims is fabricated. Marcus, he's good at this. He's spent decades manipulating narratives, controlling information. And he's using every tool at his disposal to make you look like the villain and himself like the victim. What about the DNA test? When those results come back, 48 hours minimum. And he's already laying the groundwork to claim those are fabricated too. He's calling for independent testing by a lab of his choosing, overseen by neutral observers. Catherine's voice was tight with frustration. He's going to drag this out as long as possible. And in the meantime, Judge Morrison is under pressure to delay any treatment decisions until paternity is conclusively established. Lily doesn't have time for delays. I know. Dr. Santos knows. But the legal system moves at its own pace, and Whitmore is using every trick to slow it down further. I looked at Lily, at the monitor showing her weakening vitals, at my daughter who'd spent 16 years with the wrong parents and might not survive long enough to come home to the right one. I need to talk to Ruth, I said. There's something I'm missing. Something about how they did this. Some piece of evidence that's undeniable. I called Ruth again. Marcus? Did you listen to the recording? I did. And Ruth, I need you to think very carefully. When Dr. Harrison arranged the adoption, when they paid you to falsify records, was there anything else? Any other evidence of what happened that night? Documents, photos, anything that proves definitively that Lily is my daughter? Silence. Then, there might be something. But Marcus, it's dangerous. If the Whitmores find out it exists, they'll do anything to destroy it. What is it? The hospital kept security camera footage back then. Not everywhere, but the NICU had cameras because of infant abduction protocols. I don't know if the footage still exists after 16 years, But if it does, it would show everything. Dr. Harrison bringing the wrong baby to show you. The Whitmores arriving to pick up Lily. All of it. Where would that footage be stored? Pacific Memorial Hospital has an archive facility in Oakland. They keep everything for 20 years for legal protection. Medical records, security footage, all of it. But Marcus, that footage is protected. You can't just walk in and ask for it. Can you? What? You worked at Pacific Memorial for 23 years. You must still have contacts there. People who remember you, who might help. I was fired for drinking on the job and stealing pills. I don't think I'm on anyone's holiday card list. But you know the system. You know how the archive works. You could get us in. That's breaking and entering. That's theft of medical records. That's the only way to prove the truth before Lily dies. Before the Whitmores convince everyone I'm delusional and she's their daughter, and this whole thing is a tragic misunderstanding. I kept my voice level. Ruth, you spent 14 years homeless because of the guilt. You sent me that letter because you wanted to make things right. This is how we make it right. This is how we prove what they did. A long pause. Then, the archive facility has a security guard at night. One person for the whole building. He does rounds every hour, which means there's a 50-minute window when sections are unmonitored. You've thought about this before. I've thought about a lot of things over the past 16 years. Most of them involve getting access to that footage and releasing it publicly. But I was too scared. Too broken. Too convinced I'd just make things worse. You're not broken, Ruth. You're the only person brave enough to tell the truth. And I need you to be brave one more time. If we get caught, then we get caught. But at least we tried. At least we fought for Lily instead of letting the system slowly kill her while the Whitmores manipulate the narrative. Ruth was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'll need a few hours to make some calls. Find out which guard is working tonight. Figure out the access codes. Can you meet me at the archive facility at midnight? I'll be there. I hung up and looked at Catherine. She'd been listening to the whole conversation. That's a felony, Marcus. Breaking into a medical facility. Stealing records. You're already facing criminal charges. This would... I know what it would do. And I'm doing it anyway. Let me at least try to get the footage legally. I can file a subpoena, which will take days or weeks, which gives the Whitmores time to destroy the evidence. No, we do this tonight. We do it fast, and we make it public before they can stop us. Catherine closed her eyes. I can't be involved in this. As your lawyer, I cannot advise or assist you in committing a crime. I understand. But as someone who's seen what the Whitmores have done, who knows that girl in that bed deserves justice, off the record, completely deniably, the archive facility has its weakest security on the east entrance. And the security guard takes his dinner break at exactly 12:30, which leaves a 15-minute window with no one monitoring the cameras. I looked at her. She looked back, expression neutral. That's just information I happen to know from a completely unrelated case, she said. What you do with it is your decision. She left. I spent the rest of the day with Lily, talking about everything and nothing. Her childhood with the Whitmores, cold, isolated, surrounded by wealth but never by love. Her friends at school, most of whom had drifted away when she got sick. Her dreams for the future if she had one. I wanted to study computer science at MIT, she said at one point. Same school where you and Sarah met. I thought maybe if I walked the same halls, sat in the same classrooms, I'd feel closer to parents I'd never known. You can still do that. You're going to beat this. You're going to go to MIT, study whatever you want, build an amazing life. You really believe that? I have to. The alternative is unacceptable. Around 8 p.m., The nurses came to give Lily her medications and check her vitals. The pneumonia wasn't improving despite the antibiotics. Her oxygen levels were dropping. Dr. Santos came by to adjust her treatment, his expression grim. "We need to get her to Switzerland soon," he said quietly once Lily had fallen asleep. "Days, not weeks. Her body is fighting too many battles at once. I'm working on it. Work faster." At 11 p.m., I kissed Lily's forehead and left the hospital. She didn't wake up, just muttered something in her sleep that might have been, "Dad," or might have been my imagination. I met Ruth in a parking lot 3 blocks from the Pacific Memorial Archive facility. She was wearing dark clothes, looking more alert and focused than I'd ever seen her. "You're sure about this?" she asked. "Completely sure. Because once we do this, there's no going back. We're committing a crime. If we get caught, you go to jail and I probably end up back on the streets. If we don't do this, Lily dies while the Whitmores manipulate the legal system. I'll take my chances with crime." Ruth nodded. "Then let's go steal some evidence." The archive facility was exactly what you'd expect. A low, nondescript building in an industrial area of Oakland. No signs indicating what it was. Just a street number and a small plaque reading, "PMH Medical Storage." We waited in the shadows across the street, watching the security guard make his rounds. At exactly 12:30, just like Catherine had said, he left through the front entrance, heading to his car for dinner. 15 minutes. Ruth led me to the east entrance. She pulled out a keycard. "Borrowed from a friend who still works at Pacific Memorial," she explained, and swiped it. The door clicked open. We were in. The building was climate-controlled, rows and rows of filing systems and digital storage servers. Ruth moved confidently through the maze, clearly familiar with the layout despite not having worked here in years. "Security footage from 2008 would be in the digital archive. Server room C." She led me down a corridor, checking her watch. "We have 12 minutes. The server room was locked, but Ruth had come prepared. She pulled out a small tool. "Learned some things living on the streets," and worked the lock until it clicked open. Inside, hundreds of servers humming quietly, storing decades of medical records and security footage. "March 7th and 8th, 2008, Ruth muttered, moving to a terminal. "NICU cameras. Let me see." She typed rapidly, pulling up file directories. "Here. Camera 3, which covered the family viewing area where they would have brought the baby to show you. And camera 7, the NICU entrance where the Whitmores would have picked up Lily." She downloaded both files to a thumb drive. 5 minutes, I said, watching the clock. "Almost there. The files are large. It's taking, got it." Ruth pulled the thumb drive out. "Let's go!" We were halfway back to the exit when the lights came on. The security guard was standing in the corridor, radio in hand. "Hold it right there. Don't move." Ruth and I froze. "I know you," the guard said, squinting at Ruth. "You used to work at the main hospital. Ruth something. Ruth Castellano." "Right. They fired you for, well, doesn't matter. What are you doing in a restricted facility after hours?" His hand moved toward his radio. "I need to call this in." "Wait," I said. "Please. Just give me 30 seconds to explain." "Explain to the police." "I'm not. My daughter was kidnapped 16 years ago. A legal adoption arranged by Dr. Harrison at Pacific Memorial. The people who took her are now letting her die to protect their secret. The footage we just downloaded is the only proof of what happened. If you call this in, that footage gets confiscated as evidence and buried in legal proceedings while my daughter dies." The guard looked at me, at Ruth, at the thumb drive in her hand. "You're Marcus Chin, the guy from the news, the tech CO who tried to kidnap that sick girl." I tried to save my daughter from the people who stole her. And right now, I'm trying to prove she's actually mine before she dies from medical neglect. The Whitmores are claiming you're delusional, that you're harassing their family. I know what they're claiming, and I know what the truth is. That footage will prove it. I met his eyes. You can call the police. You can turn us in. You can do your job exactly like you're supposed to. And my daughter will die never knowing justice. Or you can let us walk out of here, claim you never saw us, and know you helped save a teenager's life. The guard's hand hovered over his radio. Ruth spoke quietly. I was there the night it happened. I was the nurse they paid to declare the baby deceased when she was actually alive. I took their money, and I've regretted it every single day since. This is my chance to make it right. Please don't take that away from me. A long silence. Then the guard lowered his hand. I didn't see anyone tonight. The east entrance alarm must have malfunctioned. I'll file a maintenance report in the morning. He looked at me. But if that footage doesn't prove what you're claiming, if you're using a sick girl for some sick revenge plot, I will personally hunt you down and testify against you. Clear? Crystal clear. And thank you. Don't thank me. Just save your daughter. He walked away. Ruth and I made it back to my car without further incident. She handed me the thumb drive. Everything you need should be on there. The footage of Dr. Harrison showing you the wrong baby. The Whitmores arriving to pick up Lily. Timestamps that prove the timeline Ruth described. I plugged the drive into my laptop right there in the parking lot. Pulled up the first file. March 7, 2008. 11:52 p.m. Camera 3, NICU family viewing area. The footage was grainy but clear enough. I watched my younger self enter the room, escorted by a nurse. Watched Dr. Harrison bring out a tiny bundle wrapped in pink. Watched myself hold a baby for 4 minutes. Then Dr. Harrison taking the baby away. My younger self collapsing into a chair, destroyed by grief. And in the background, barely visible through the glass partition, another nurse wheeling an isolette. Inside it, another tiny baby. Alive. Moving. Being taken in the opposite direction. Being taken to a different room. The second file was even more damning. March 8, 2008. 2:17 a.m. Camera 7, NICU entrance. James and Victoria Whitmore entering. Looking nervous, excited, guilty all at once. Dr. Harrison meeting them, shaking hands, leading them to a private room. 20 minutes later, Victoria emerged carrying a bundle wrapped in pink. The same baby I'd just seen being wheeled away from the viewing area. The same baby who'd been listed as deceased in official records. My daughter. Lily. We have them, I said, voice barely working. This is undeniable. They can't claim this is fabricated or manipulated. It's security footage from the hospital's own system. What are you going to do with it? Send it to every media outlet I can find. Post it online. Make it so public they can't bury it or spin it or explain it away. I started making copies of the files. By morning, the whole world will know exactly what James and Victoria Whitmore did. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Then, Barkus, there's something else I need to tell you. Something about Sarah. About her last hours that wasn't in the recording. What is it? She asked me to make sure you were okay. Asked me to watch over you, make sure you didn't destroy yourself with grief. I promised her I would. Ruth's voice broke. But I was so deep in my own guilt and addiction that I forgot that promise. I forgot about you completely until Lily found me 4 weeks ago. I'm so sorry. I failed Sarah. I failed you. You didn't fail anyone. You're here now. You're helping save Lily. That's what matters. Sarah would have loved her. Would have been so proud of the person she became despite everything. I know. I looked at the thumb drive, at the proof of 16 years of lies. And tomorrow, when this goes public, when the Wigmore's empire burns down around them, I'm going to make sure everyone knows that Lily survived because of you. That you found the courage to tell the truth when it mattered most. I drove Ruth to a hotel, a real one this time, not a shelter, and paid for a week in advance. Then I went back to my apartment and started uploading files. The security footage went to the federal prosecutor first, then to every major news network, then to social media, with detailed explanations of what each timestamp showed. By 3 a.m., it was everywhere. By 4 a.m., my phone was exploding with calls from reporters, lawyers, supporters, people who'd been following the story and were outraged by what the footage revealed. By 5 a.m., the Wigmore's lawyers were releasing statements claiming the footage was out of context, that there were innocent explanations, that they'd been victims of Dr. Harrison's scheme just as much as I had been. But the footage didn't lie. The timestamps didn't lie. The image of Victoria Whitmore leaving the hospital with a baby declared deceased an hour earlier, that didn't lie. At 6 a.m., Catherine called. "You brilliant, reckless idiot. Do you have any idea what you've done? Exposed the truth? Committed multiple felonies to expose the truth. The hospital is filing charges for breaking into the archive facility. But Marcus, it doesn't matter. The footage is everywhere. The federal investigation is accelerating. Judge Morrison just issued an emergency ruling suspending all of the Whitmore's parental rights pending DNA confirmation. Dr. Santos has authorization to proceed with treatment immediately. Lily can go to Switzerland as soon as she's stable enough to fly. The facility in Zurich is preparing to receive her. And Marcus, there's more. James Whitmore's board of directors called an emergency meeting this morning. He's being removed as CEO of Tecton Industries. Multiple business partners are severing ties. His empire is collapsing. Good. There's also a warrant out for your arrest. The archive facility break-in. You need to turn yourself in. I will. But first I need to see Lily. I need to tell her we won. That she's going to get the treatment she needs. That justice actually exists. I hung up and drove to St. Catherine's Hospital one more time. The sun was rising over San Francisco, painting the city in shades of gold and pink. A new day. A new beginning. Or maybe just the continuation of a fight that had been going on for 16 years without me knowing it. I made it to the 4th floor. Room 412. But when I pushed open the door, the room was empty. The bed was stripped. The monitors were silent. All of Lily's personal items were gone. Ice flooded my veins. I grabbed a passing nurse. Room 412. Where's the patient? Where's Lily Chin? The nurse's face went pale. I'm sorry. I thought someone had called you. She crashed about an hour ago. Complete respiratory failure from the pneumonia. They rushed her to the ICU. Is she alive? She was when they took her down. But Mr. Chun, it's bad. Very bad. You should. I was already running. Marcus just exposed the Whitmores to the world. But while he was fighting for justice, Lily was fighting for her life. The next few hours will determine if all his sacrifices meant anything at all. If the truth came too late. If winning the war means nothing when you've already lost what matters most. What happens in the ICU is going to devastate you. Because sometimes the truth sets you free, but sometimes it comes at a price you never imagined paying. The ICU was on the 2nd floor. I took the stairs 3 at a time, burst through the doors, and nearly collided with Dr. Santos. Where is she? I demanded. Where's Lily? Room 7. But Marcus, you can't go in right now. The team is working on her. She's intubated, on full life support. They're trying to stabilize her breathing. I pushed past him. Through the glass window of room 7, I could see her. My daughter, surrounded by machines and doctors, a tube down her throat breathing for her because her lungs had given up. Monitors showing numbers I didn't understand but knew were bad based on how fast everyone was moving. A nurse saw me and came out, closing the door behind her. "Mr. Chen, I need you to wait in the family room. We'll update you as soon as." "How long has she been like this?" "She went into respiratory distress around 5 a.m. We intubated immediately, but her oxygen levels are still critically low. The pneumonia has progressed to sepsis. Her immune system is too compromised to fight it." "What does that mean?" The nurse's expression told me everything before she spoke. "It means we're doing everything we can, but her body is shutting down. The cancer, the infection, the stress of everything happening, it's too much." "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen." "No." I grabbed the door handle. "No, she's not dying. Not now. Not when we finally—" The nurse physically blocked me. "You cannot go in there right now. The team needs space to work. If you interfere, you could cost Lily precious seconds. Is that what you want?" I sagged against the wall. Through the window, I watched doctors adjusting ventilator settings, pushing medications through IVs, checking monitors that kept alarming. Watched them fight to save a girl who'd already been fighting too long. My phone buzzed. "Tim." "Boss, have you seen the news?" "I'm at the hospital. Lily's in the ICU. She's dying, Tim." "Oh God. I'm so sorry." "But Marcus, you need to know. The Whitmores are holding a press conference right now. You should probably watch it. I don't care what they have to say. You will care about this. Trust me." He sent me a link. I pulled it up on my phone. James and Victoria Whitmore, standing in front of their mansion, looking somehow both defeated and defiant. James was speaking. "My wife and I want to address the allegations and the security footage that was illegally obtained and released this morning. Yes, that footage shows us at Pacific Memorial Hospital on March 8, 2008. Yes, we adopted a baby that night. But we had no knowledge, absolutely no knowledge, that the adoption was illegal or that Marcus Chen had been told the child was deceased." A reporter shouted. "How could you not know? You picked up a baby in the middle of the night from a doctor who was later found to be corrupt." We were desperate. Victoria took over, tears streaming down her face. "We'd been trying to have a child for 8 years. Multiple miscarriages. Failed IVF attempts. We were told we'd never have biological children. When Dr. Harrison approached us and said he could arrange a private adoption, we trusted him. We believed everything was legal and above board. Even though you picked up the baby at 2 in the morning? Even though there was no official paperwork. Dr. Harrison told us the birth mother wanted complete anonymity. That picking up the baby discreetly was part of protecting her identity. We were naive. We were so desperate for a child that we didn't ask the questions we should have asked." James wiped his eyes. "When we found out the truth, when Lily got sick and started investigating her origins, we panicked. We should have come forward immediately. Instead, we tried to protect ourselves. We tried to hide what we'd been part of. That was wrong. What about the rejected treatment? The Swiss protocol? We were told by multiple doctors that the treatment was too risky, that it would cause more suffering than it was worth. We were trying to protect Lily from unnecessary pain. We made the wrong call, and we'll live with that regret for the rest of our lives." Another reporter. "You claimed on national television that DNA testing would prove Lily was your biological daughter. But blood type evidence already proved that was impossible. Why did you lie?" Victoria broke down completely. "Because we couldn't face the truth. Because admitting she wasn't biologically ours meant admitting we'd been part of something terrible. We convinced ourselves that if we just kept denying it, kept fighting, somehow it would all go away. We were wrong. We were cowards. And now our daughter is dying because of the choices we made. James put his arm around his wife. We're withdrawing all legal challenges to Marcus Chen's custody claims. We're cooperating fully with the federal investigation. And we're establishing a foundation in Lily's name to help other children affected by illegal adoptions. It won't undo what we've done, but maybe it can help prevent this from happening to other families. What about Lily? Do you have any message for her? Victoria looked directly at the camera. Lily, we love you. We've always loved you. We failed you in every way that matters, and we're so deeply sorry. We hope someday you can forgive us. And we hope Marcus Chen can give you the life you deserve, the life we should have helped you have from the beginning. The press conference ended. I stared at my phone, trying to process what I just watched. The Whitmores had confessed, admitted everything, thrown themselves on the mercy of public opinion and the legal system. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt hollow. Because Lily was still dying. Because all the confessions and apologies and justice in the world didn't change the fact that her body was giving up. Dr. Santos appeared beside me. The team has her stabilized for now. You can go in, but Marcus, you need to prepare yourself. She's unconscious. She might not wake up. I walked into room 7 on legs that barely worked. Lily looked so small in the hospital bed. Tubes and wires everywhere. The ventilator breathing for her with mechanical precision. Monitors beeping out rhythms that sounded like a countdown. I pulled a chair next to her bed and took her hand. I'm here, I said quietly. I'm not leaving. Whatever happens, you're not alone. Her fingers twitched slightly. Maybe a response. Maybe just involuntary movement. The Whitmores confessed. They admitted everything. You were right. They stole you. They lied about it. They let you suffer to protect themselves. But it's over now. They can't hurt you anymore. No response. Dr. Santos approved the Swiss treatment. You're going to Zurich as soon as you're stable enough. 70% success rate, remember? Those are good odds. You're going to beat this. The monitor beeped. Her oxygen levels were dropping again. A nurse rushed in, adjusted the ventilator settings. She's fighting the tube. Her body is rejecting the mechanical ventilation. What does that mean? It means she's getting weaker. The sedation isn't working anymore because her system is too compromised. We can increase the dosage, but what? The nurse didn't answer, just made more adjustments and left. Dr. Santos came back. Marcus, we need to talk about what happens if she doesn't stabilize. She's going to stabilize. If she doesn't, if her body continues to shut down. You're her father, legally now, since the Whitmores withdrew their claims. That means end-of-life decisions fall to you. She's not dying. Marcus. She's 16 years old. She survived 16 years with people who stole her. She found out the truth, tracked down Ruth, sent her to find me. She fought to live when everyone else was ready to let her die. She doesn't give up. So I'm not giving up either. Dr. Santos put his hand on my shoulder. I admire your faith. But you need to think about quality of life. If we keep her on machines indefinitely, if we keep fighting when her body is telling us it's done, sometimes prolonging life is just prolonging suffering. The Swiss treatment. She's too unstable to transport. Even if we could get her on a plane, she wouldn't survive the flight. The Zurich facility won't accept a patient in this critical condition. He paused. I'm sorry, Marcus. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but we're running out of options. My phone rang. Catherine. Marcus, the DNA results came back early. The lab expedited them given Lily's critical condition. And 99.9% probability that you're Lily's biological father. It's official. Legally documented. Undeniable. I should have felt relief. Vindication. Proof that I'd been right all along. Instead, I just felt numb. Does it matter? I asked quietly. If she dies anyway, does it matter that I can prove she's mine? It matters for justice. For the criminal charges against the Whitmores. Catherine, I don't care about justice right now. I care about my daughter dying in front of me while I sit here helpless. I know. I'm so sorry. I hung up. The hours blurred together. Nurses coming and going. Doctors checking monitors, adjusting medications, having quiet conversations in corners. Dr. Santos returning periodically with updates that were never good news. Her kidney function is declining. The sepsis is spreading despite the antibiotics. Her blood pressure is becoming unstable. Each update another nail in a coffin I refused to acknowledge was being built. Around noon, Ruth appeared in the doorway. She looked like she'd been crying. I saw the news about Lily. I came as fast as I could. She moved to the other side of the bed, taking Lily's other hand. Oh, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. This is my fault. If I'd come forward years ago, if I'd told the truth when it might have made a difference. This isn't your fault, I said. It's the Whitmore's fault. It's Dr. Harrison's fault. It's the fault of a system that let them get away with stealing a baby. But it's not yours. I should have fought harder. Should have been braver. Should have. Lily's monitor alarmed. Doctors and nurses flooded the room. Someone was shouting numbers. Someone else was pushing medications. The monitor was showing something bad, something critical. Ruth and I were pushed back against the wall while the medical team worked. She's crashing, a doctor said. Starting compressions. No. I watched them start chest compressions. Watched them try to restart a heart that had decided to stop. Watched my daughter die. Clear. The defibrillator shock made Lily's body jerk. The monitor stayed flat. Again. Clear. Another shock. Still flat. Come on, Lily, one of the nurses muttered. Don't give up now. A third shock. The monitor beeped. Once. Twice. Then settled into an irregular but present rhythm. We've got her back, the doctor said. But she's extremely unstable. The next time this happens, we might not be able to bring her back. They stabilized her as much as they could and slowly filed out, leaving just Dr. Santos. Marcus, I need you to think seriously about what Lily would want. If her heart stops again, do you want us to resuscitate? Do you want us to keep fighting, or do you want to let her go peacefully? I want you to save her. We can't save her. Not anymore. We can keep restarting her heart, keep forcing her lungs to breathe, keep her biological systems functioning. But that's not the same as saving her. That's just prolonging the inevitable. She wanted to fight. She told me she wanted aggressive treatment, wanted to try everything. That has to count for something. It does. But there's a difference between fighting a disease and fighting death itself. One is brave. The other is just cruel. Dr. Santos looked at Lily's still form. I've been doing this for 40 years. I've watched a lot of people die. And I've learned that sometimes the kindest thing we can do is let them go with dignity instead of keeping them tethered to machines when their body is done. I just found her. I can't lose her already. I know. But sometimes love means letting go. He left me alone with Lily and Ruth. Ruth was crying silently. She looked so peaceful. Like she's just sleeping. She's not peaceful. She's dying. Marcus, maybe Dr. Santos is right. Maybe we need to think about. No. I stood up. No, I'm not giving up. There has to be something. Some treatment we haven't tried. Some doctor who has a different approach. Something. I pulled out my phone, searching desperately for anything. Experimental treatments, clinical trials, miracle cures that probably didn't exist, but I needed to believe in anyway. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Mr. Chen? This is Dr. Heinrich Volker from the Zurich Oncology Institute. I've been following your daughter's case in the news. She's too unstable to transport. Dr. Santos already told me. I'm not calling about transport. I'm calling because we've developed a new protocol in the last 6 months. Extremely experimental. Not approved in the United States yet. It's a targeted immunotherapy combined with gene therapy that we've had success with in late-stage leukemia patients who've developed sepsis. What kind of success? Small sample size, only 12 patients so far. But 7 survived. More importantly, 3 of those 7 were in conditions similar to your daughter's. Multi-organ failure, septic shock, considered terminal by conventional medicine. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before? Because it's untested outside our facility. Because it requires technology and expertise that most hospitals don't have. And because it only works if we can start treatment within 48 hours of the patient going critical. I looked at Lily, at the monitor showing her body shutting down. How would this work? She can't travel. We come to her. I have a team that can be on a plane in 3 hours. We bring the equipment, the medications, everything we need. We set up a mobile treatment unit in whatever facility she's in, and we start the protocol immediately. What are the risks? High. The treatment itself could kill her if her body rejects it. There's also a significant risk of additional organ damage, neurological complications, or treatment-resistant infections. He paused. But Mr. Chen, without treatment, your daughter will die. Probably within the next 12 to 24 hours. This protocol gives her a chance. Small, but real. What do you need from me? Permission to treat. Payment, the mobile unit deployment, and treatment will cost approximately $5 million, none of which will be covered by insurance. And a hospital willing to let us work in their facility. You have my permission. I'll handle the payment. And I'll make sure St. Catherine's cooperates. We'll be there by 8 p.m. your time. Mr. Chen, I want to be very clear about expectations. This protocol has worked for 7 out of 12 patients. That means it's failed for 5. Your daughter might not survive. But if you're looking for a last option, this is it. He hung up. I found Dr. Santos and explained everything. That's insane, he said immediately. Completely untested treatment from a foreign facility. We'd be taking enormous legal risks allowing them to work here. But it's possible? Possible? Yes. Advisable? Absolutely not. Marcus, this could kill her faster than the sepsis. Or it could save her. 7 out of 12 patients survived. Those are better odds than she is right now. Dr. Santos was quiet for a long moment. I'll need to review their protocols. Speak to Dr. Volker directly. Get approval from hospital administration. And Marcus, even if I agree to this, you need to understand that we're gambling with Lily's life. We're already gambling. Right now, the house is winning. This just changes the game. He made the calls. I made a wire transfer for $5 million, watching my liquid assets drop to almost nothing. Worth it if Lily survived. Meaningless numbers if she didn't. Hospital administration was harder to convince. Liability concerns, regulatory issues, the risk of allowing unproven foreign medical teams to operate in their facility. But Dr. Santos was persuasive, and eventually they agreed. The Swiss team arrived at 7:45 p.m. Dr. Volker was exactly what you'd picture. Late 50s German accent, the kind of confidence that came from having done impossible things before. He had 4 other doctors with him and enough medical equipment to fill 2 rooms. They took over the ICU with practiced efficiency, setting up machines I didn't recognize, running tests I didn't understand, talking in rapid medical terminology that might as well have been a foreign language. Dr. Volker pulled me aside. "We're going to start the treatment in 30 minutes. Once we begin, we're committed. Her body will either accept the therapy or reject it catastrophically. You should prepare yourself for both possibilities. Will she feel pain? She's heavily sedated. She shouldn't feel anything. Will she wake up? If this works, will I get to talk to her? If this works, she'll be unconscious for at least 72 hours while her body processes the treatment. After that, if she survives, slow recovery. Weeks or months before she's strong enough for normal conversation." He put his hand on my shoulder. "But Mr. Chen, if she survives, she has a real chance at beating this. The protocol doesn't just treat the sepsis. It reprograms her immune system to fight the cancer. If her body accepts it, she could go into full remission. And if she doesn't survive, then at least you'll know you tried everything, that you didn't give up when everyone else said it was hopeless." The team wheeled in the equipment. Catherine arrived, having driven from her office the moment I called. Ruth stayed in the corner, praying quietly to a God I wasn't sure existed. At 8:15 p.m., Dr. Volker started the treatment. I watched them push medications into Lily's 4. Watched new machines connect to her failing body. Watched monitors show numbers that meant nothing to me, but everything to the doctors frantically taking notes. "Initial vital stable," one doctor reported. "Cellular uptake within normal parameters," another added. Dr. Volker stood at the center of organized chaos, calling out adjustments, monitoring responses, his face giving away nothing about whether this was working or failing. 10 minutes into the treatment, Lily's blood pressure spiked. "Compensating," a doctor said, adjusting something. 20 minutes in, her temperature started climbing. "Expected response. Continue monitoring." 30 minutes in, every monitor in the room started alarming simultaneously. "She's rejecting it," someone shouted. "Anaphylactic response. We need to." "No." Dr. Volker's voice cut through the chaos. "This is the crisis point. Her immune system is fighting the therapy. We push through or we stop. But if we stop now, she dies. If we push through, she might die anyway. Then we die trying." Dr. Volker adjusted the medication dosages. "Increasing the suppression protocol. Give her immune system something else to fight besides the treatment." The alarms continued. Lily's body was rigid, fighting against everything: the ventilator, the medications, the treatment that was either killing or saving her. I couldn't watch. I couldn't look away. Catherine grabbed my hand. Ruth was openly crying. The medical team worked with focused intensity while Lily's life hung in the balance. 5 minutes of alarms. 10. 15. Then, slowly, the monitors started stabilizing. "Blood pressure normalizing," a doctor reported. "Cellular markers showing acceptance," another added. "Temperature dropping to acceptable range." Dr. Volker didn't celebrate. Just kept monitoring, kept adjusting, kept watching for the next crisis. 2 hours into the treatment, he finally stepped back. "She's accepted it. Her body is processing the therapy. We're not out of danger. The next 72 hours will be critical. But she survived the initial introduction. That's more than half the battle." I sagged against the wall, relief and exhaustion hitting simultaneously. "What happens now?" "Now we wait. We monitor. We adjust as needed. And we hope her body continues accepting the treatment instead of rejecting it." Dr. Volker checked his watch. "You should go home, Mr. Chen. Get some rest." This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. I'm not leaving her. I suspected you'd say that. We've set up a cot in the family room. Use it. You'll be no good to Lily if you collapse from exhaustion. But I couldn't rest. Couldn't leave the ICU. Couldn't stop watching the monitors that showed my daughter fighting battles inside her own body. Catherine eventually convinced me to at least sit down, eat something from the hospital cafeteria that tasted like cardboard. Ruth brought me coffee that I didn't drink. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. A news alert. James Whitmore arrested on federal charges. Victoria Whitmore taken into custody. Both face multiple felony counts related to adoption fraud. I should have felt satisfaction. Victory. Justice being served. Instead, I just felt empty. The Whitmores being arrested didn't change the fact that Lily was fighting for her life. Their punishment didn't undo 16 years of lies and theft. Their confession didn't give me back the daughter I should have raised. Nothing fixed any of it. Tim called. Boss, have you seen the news? Yeah. Federal prosecutors are saying this could be one of the biggest adoption fraud cases in decades. They're investigating Dr. Harrison's entire career, looking for other babies that might have been stolen and sold. This could expose a whole network of illegal adoptions. That's good. You don't sound like you think it's good. I think I don't care about anything except whether Lily survives the next 72 hours. I looked through the window at her unconscious form. Everything else is just noise. How is she? Dying? Or being saved? I won't know which for 3 more days. Boss, I know this is the absolute worst time, but we need to talk about your legal situation. The break-in at the archive facility. The hospital is pressing charges. The DA wants to make an example out of you. Let them. I'll deal with it after Lily wakes up. If she wakes up, Catherine thinks she can get the charges reduced, maybe even dismissed given the circumstances. Public opinion is massively on your side. The Whitmores have been arrested. The footage you obtained led to a major federal investigation. A good lawyer could argue public interest, whistleblower protections. Tim, I appreciate everything you're doing. But right now, I don't care if I go to prison. I don't care what happens to me legally, financially, professionally. I care about one thing. And she's lying in that bed hoping her body doesn't reject treatment that's either saving or killing her. Understood. But boss, for what it's worth, you did the impossible. You found your daughter. You exposed the truth. You made the Whitmores pay for what they did. A lot of people wouldn't have fought this hard. I didn't have a choice. She's my daughter. I hung up and went back to watching the monitors. The night crawled by. Every hour, a doctor would check Lily's vitals, adjust medications, make notes on charts I couldn't read. Every hour, Dr. Volker would review the data, look for signs the treatment was working or failing. Every hour, Lily stayed unconscious, balanced on the edge between living and dying. At 4 a.m., Ruth brought me more terrible coffee. You should sleep, she said. Can't. You've been awake for almost 48 hours. You're going to make yourself sick. I'll sleep when I know she's okay. Ruth sat down beside me. I've been thinking about Sarah, about what she'd say if she could see this. Don't. She'd be proud of you. Proud that you didn't give up. Proud that you fought for Lily when everyone else said it was hopeless. Sarah would be alive if I'd been smarter 16 years ago. If I'd asked more questions. If I'd demanded to see proper documentation. If you'd been psychic? If you'd somehow known that a respected doctor was running an illegal adoption scheme? Marcus, you were 26 years old, drowning in grief, trusting medical professionals to tell you the truth. You didn't fail. You were failed by people who exploited your tragedy. Doesn't change the fact that I lost 16 years with my daughter. No, it doesn't. But you found her. You saved her. And you gave her something the Whitmores never did. A father who actually loves her more than he loves himself. At 6 a.m., the morning shift arrived. New nurses, fresh energy, but the same grim expressions when they looked at Lily's charts. At 7 a.m., Dr. Volker called a team meeting. They spoke in low voices, pointing at monitors and charts. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their body language told me nothing good. Dr. Volker emerged from the meeting and pulled me aside. We have a complication. My heart stopped. What kind of complication? The treatment is working on the sepsis. Her infection markers are improving, but her organs are more damaged than we initially assessed. Her kidneys are failing. Her liver is showing signs of toxicity from the medications. We're in a situation where we might cure the infection, but lose her to organ failure anyway. What can you do? Dialysis for the kidneys. Reduce the medication dosages to give her liver a chance to recover, but that slows down the treatment effectiveness. It's a balancing act. Push too hard and we destroy her organs. Pull back too much and the sepsis returns. He rubbed his face. Mr. Chun, I need to be honest with you. Her body is more damaged than I hoped. Even if the treatment succeeds, even if she beats the sepsis and goes into cancer remission, she's looking at months of recovery. Possibly organ transplants. Definitely long-term health complications. The Lily you knew, energetic, sharp, full of life, she might never be that person again. I looked through the window at my daughter. I don't care if she's never the same. I don't care if she needs transplants or medications or care for the rest of her life. I just want her to have a rest of her life. That's all. Just a chance to live. Then we keep fighting. But I need you to prepare for the possibility that we might win the battle and lose the war. That she might survive this crisis only to face decades of medical challenges. She's 16. Decades of medical challenges mean she lives to see 30, 40, 50. That's not losing. That's winning in a different way than we hoped. Dr. Volker nodded. Then we adjust the treatment plan. Start dialysis immediately. Reduce the aggressive protocols. Give her body time to heal while we fight the infection more slowly. It's going to take longer, but it gives her the best chance at survival. The next 48 hours were the longest of my life. I watched them start dialysis, watched machines do the work her kidneys couldn't, watched her organ function numbers slowly, painfully improve, watched the infection markers drop from critical to serious to merely concerning, watched my daughter stay unconscious, floating in some space between life and death, while machines and medications fought battles inside her body. Catherine brought me updates about the outside world, the Whitmore's arraignment, the federal investigation expanding, the public outcry about illegal adoptions. I nodded at all of it, barely processing anything beyond whether Lily's numbers were improving. Tim brought me changes of clothes, food I mostly didn't eat, news about Data Vault that felt like it belonged to a different person's life. Ruth stayed with me almost constantly, this woman who'd spent 14 years homeless because of guilt and was now watching redemption play out in an ICU. On the third day after treatment started, at 2 p.m., one of the monitors beeped differently. Dr. Volker checked it, checked again, then smiled for the first time since arriving. She's waking up. I stood so fast my chair fell over. What? Her brain activity is changing. She's coming out of sedation. It's earlier than expected, which could mean her body is healing faster than we hoped. I watched the monitors. Watched the numbers that supposedly meant Lily was fighting her way back to consciousness. And then I watched her eyes flutter open. She looked confused, disoriented, the ventilator tube still down her throat preventing her from speaking. Her eyes found mine. I grabbed her hand. I'm here. You're okay. You're going to be okay. She tried to talk around the tube, frustrated. Don't try to speak. You're in the ICU. You've been unconscious for 3 days. The treatment is working. You're getting better." Tears streamed down her face. Dr. Volker appeared at her other side. "Lily, I'm Dr. Volker. I know you're uncomfortable. We're going to remove the breathing tube in a few hours once we're sure your lungs can work on their own. For now, just rest. You're doing remarkably well." But Lily was looking at me, squeezing my hand, trying to communicate something. I leaned closer. "What is it? What do you need?" She raised her other hand slowly, painfully, and pointed to herself. Then to me. Then made a gesture that might have been a question. "Are you asking if the DNA test proved you're my daughter?" A tiny nod. "Yes. 99.9% match. You're mine. Legally, biologically, undeniably mine." More tears. But she was smiling behind the ventilator tube. "The Whitmores confessed. They've been arrested. They're facing federal charges. And they withdrew all custody claims. You're free, Lily. You're free and you're going to live, and you're coming home with me as soon as you're well enough." She squeezed my hand so hard it hurt. And for the first time in 72 hours, I let myself believe that maybe, possibly, we'd actually won. Lily woke up. She survived the crisis. But what Marcus doesn't know yet is that waking up was just the beginning. The real fight is about to start. Recovery, rehabilitation, and the question of whether winning custody means anything when your daughter faces a lifetime of medical battles. And the Whitmores, even from jail, have one final card to play that could destroy everything Marcus has sacrificed for. They removed Lily's breathing tube 6 hours after she woke up. The first words she spoke, voice raw and barely audible, were, "Did we win?" I had to think about how to answer that. "You're alive," I said finally. "Everything else is just details." She smiled weakly. "That's not an answer." "Yes, we won. The Whitmores are in federal custody. You're legally my daughter. The truth is out there for everyone to see. We won." "Then why do you look like someone who lost?" Because she was hooked to dialysis machines. Because her liver function numbers were still dangerous. Because Dr. Volker had pulled me aside that morning and said the words no parent wants to hear. She survived, but the road ahead is going to be brutal. But I couldn't tell her that. Not yet. "I'm just tired," I said. "It's been a long week. Longest week of my life. And I was unconscious for half of it." Lily shifted in the bed, wincing. "How bad is it?" "The organ damage. I heard the nurses talking when they thought I was still asleep." Of course she had. She was too smart not to pick up on the worried conversations, the careful optimism that didn't quite hide the underlying concern. "Your kidneys took a hit from the sepsis. You'll need dialysis for a while, maybe a few months. Your liver is recovering, but slowly. The doctors are optimistic that both will heal enough to function normally again." I squeezed her hand. "It's going to take time, Lily. Months of recovery. But you're going to be okay." "What about the cancer?" Dr. Volker chose that moment to enter, saving me from having to answer. "The cancer," he said, pulling up her latest scan on a tablet, "is responding remarkably well to the treatment. We're seeing significant reduction in the leukemia markers. Not remission yet, but moving in that direction." He showed her the images. "Your body accepted the immunotherapy better than we hoped. If this trajectory continues, you could be cancer-free in 6 months. And if it doesn't continue, then we adjust the treatment plan. But Lily, you survived something that kills most patients. Your body proved it can fight. That's more than half the battle." After Dr. Volker left, Lily looked at me with those eyes that were too old for 16. "You're not telling me something. I can see it on your face. What is it?" I couldn't lie to her. Not after everything. "The treatment worked, but it damaged your organs more than anyone expected. Even if your kidneys and liver recover completely, you're looking at a lifetime of monitoring. Regular checkups, restrictions on certain activities, medications, and there's a chance, a small one, but real, that you'll need organ transplants down the line. So I traded dying at 16 for maybe dying at 30? You traded dying at 16 for living. However long that is, whatever that looks like, you get to live. That's not nothing, Lily. She was quiet for a long moment. I'm not who I was before I got sick. And I'm never going to be that person again, am I? No. But maybe you get to be someone even better. Someone who survived the impossible. Someone who fought for the truth and won. Someone who's broken. Someone who's strong. I leaned closer. Lily, I spent 16 years thinking you were dead, building my entire life around that loss. And now you're here, alive, fighting. Maybe not the daughter I imagined when Sarah was pregnant, but the daughter I actually have. And I wouldn't trade that for anything. Tears spilled down her cheeks. I'm scared, Marcus. I'm scared I'm going to be sick forever. Scared I'm going to be a burden. Scared you're going to regret fighting so hard for someone so broken. Hey. I wiped her tears gently. You could never be a burden. You're my daughter. Taking care of you isn't something I have to do. It's something I get to do. Something I should have been doing for the past 16 years. But your life, your company, your career, everything you built, you gave it all up for me. I gave up things that didn't matter for the one thing that does. That's not a sacrifice, Lily. That's the easiest choice I've ever made. She grabbed my hand. Promise me something. Anything. If I don't make it, if the organs fail or the cancer comes back or something else goes wrong, promise me you won't spend the rest of your life drowning in guilt like you did after Sarah died. Promise me you'll actually live. You're going to make it. Promise me anyway. I promise. But you have to promise me something too. That you'll fight. That you won't give up just because recovery is hard or scary or painful. That you'll keep fighting like you've been fighting since the moment you found out the truth. I promise. The next 2 weeks were a blur of medical procedures, physical therapy sessions that left Lily exhausted and frustrated, and slowly improving numbers on charts that the doctor studied with cautious optimism. Catherine visited regularly, bringing updates about the legal cases. The Whitmores had been denied bail, flight risk, and severity of charges. The federal investigation had expanded to include Dr. Harrison's entire network, uncovering at least 17 other questionable adoptions. Families across the country were demanding DNA tests, investigating their own adoption stories, questioning whether their children had been legally obtained. You started something, Catherine told me one afternoon while Lily was in physical therapy. A national conversation about adoption fraud, medical ethics, parental rights. The Whitmore case is going to change laws. I didn't do it to change laws. I did it to save my daughter. I know. But the ripple effects are massive. And Marcus, there's something you should know. The Whitmores want to make a deal. I looked up sharply. What kind of deal? They'll plead guilty to all charges, accept whatever prison sentence the prosecutors recommend, cooperate fully with the investigation into Dr. Harrison's network. In exchange, they want one thing. What? To see Lily. One time. To say goodbye and apologize in person. Absolutely not. I told them you'd say that. But Marcus, their lawyer, made a point. Lily is 16. Legally, she's old enough to have input into this decision. Maybe you should ask her what she wants. She wants to never see them again. She wants to forget they exist. Maybe. Or maybe she needs closure. Maybe she needs to hear them apologize, to see them held accountable, to close that chapter of her life. Catherine pulled out her phone, showing me a message. "This is from Lily. She texted me this morning. Read it." I took the phone. The message said, "Catherine, if James and Victoria want to apologize, I'll listen. Not because I forgive them, but because I need to look them in the eye and show them I survived. That they didn't win. She doesn't need to prove anything to them." I said, "It's not about what she needs. It's about what she wants. And she wants to face them." Catherine took her phone back. "The visit would be supervised. In the hospital. You'd be there the entire time. If at any point Lily wants them to leave, they leave. But she wants this, Marcus. And after everything she's been through, don't you think she's earned the right to make this choice?" I hated that she was right. That afternoon, when Lily got back from physical therapy, I asked her about it. "Why would you want to see them? After everything they did?" "Because I need to." She was sitting in a wheelchair, too weak to walk more than a few steps still, but her voice was strong. "I need them to see that I know the truth. That I survived their lies. That I found my real father, and he actually loves me. I need them to understand what they lost when they chose protecting themselves over saving me. Lily, you don't owe them anything. I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. For closure. For the ability to move forward without wondering what they would have said if they'd had the chance." She looked at me directly. "I know you want to protect me. I know you think this will hurt me. But I've been hurt by them for 16 years. One more conversation won't break me. And maybe, just maybe, it'll help me heal." "When?" "Tomorrow. Before they're formally sentenced. Before they disappear into the federal prison system, and I never have to think about them again." I called Catherine and told her to set it up. The next day, at 2 p.m., James and Victoria Whitmore were escorted into Lily's hospital room by federal marshals. They were in prison uniforms, handcuffed, looking nothing like the powerful couple who'd stood in front of their mansion, making excuses on camera. They looked broken. Victoria started crying the moment she saw Lily. "Oh, sweetheart. You're awake. You look so thin. I've been in the ICU fighting for my life. Tends to make people lose weight." Lily's voice was cold. "Sit down. You have 15 minutes. James and Victoria sat in chairs positioned across from Lily's bed. The marshals stood by the door. I positioned myself next to Lily, hand on her shoulder, ready to end this if it became too much. "We're sorry," Victoria said immediately. "Lily, we're so incredibly sorry. We know that doesn't fix anything, doesn't change what we did, but we need you to know. You're sorry you got caught." Lily cut her off. "If I hadn't gotten sick, if I hadn't started investigating, you would have kept the lie going forever. So don't tell me you're sorry for what you did. Tell me you're sorry you couldn't keep lying." James spoke for the first time. "You're right. We're not sorry we adopted you. We loved having you as our daughter, even if we had no right to you. What we're sorry for is how we got you. How we kept the truth from you. How we prioritized protecting ourselves over protecting you. You rejected treatment that could have saved my life. Because you were worried about genetic testing exposing your lie. You were willing to let me die to protect yourselves." Lily's voice shook but didn't break. "Do you have any idea how that feels? To know that the people who raised you valued their reputation more than your survival? We were wrong." Victoria was sobbing now. "We were cowards. We were selfish. We failed you in every way parents can fail a child. And we will spend the rest of our lives living with that guilt." "Good. You should." Lily leaned forward slightly. "I want you to understand something. Marcus Chun, my real father, gave up billions of dollars for me. He resigned from his company. He got arrested. He risked everything, his freedom, his reputation, his entire life, to save me. And he'd known I existed for less than a week. You had me for 16 years, and you couldn't sacrifice your pride long enough to get me the treatment I needed. We know, James said quietly. We saw what he did, how he fought for you, and it made us realize that we never loved you the way a parent should. We loved the idea of you, the image of having a perfect family, but we never loved you enough to risk ourselves for you. Why are you here? Lily asked. What do you want from this conversation? To apologize. To tell you that none of this was your fault. That you deserve better than us. Victoria wiped her eyes. And to tell you that we're glad you survived. Glad you found your real father. Glad you're getting the life you should have had from the beginning. Do you want me to forgive you? Is that what this is? Victoria and James looked at each other. No, James said finally. What we did is unforgivable. We don't expect forgiveness. We just wanted you to know that we understand what we took from you. From Marcus. From Sarah Chun, who died thinking her baby was gone. We understand, and we're sorry, and we'll carry the guilt for whatever time we have left. Lily was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I don't forgive you. I probably never will. What you did destroyed lives. Mine, Marcus's, Sarah's, Ruth's. All because you wanted something that wasn't yours and didn't care who you hurt to get it. We know. But I want you to know something. Despite everything, despite being raised by people who stole me, I'm grateful I survived. I'm grateful I found the truth. I'm grateful I get to know my real father, even if it's 16 years late. Lily reached for my hand. You took a lot from me, but you didn't take everything. And I'm going to build a life worth living out of the pieces that are left. Not because of you. In spite of you. That's more than we deserve to hear, Victoria said. It is. But I needed to say it. For me. So I can move forward without carrying you with me. Lily looked at the Marshalls. We're done here. You can take them away. The Whitmores stood. Victoria looked like she wanted to hug Lily, but knew she didn't have that right. James just nodded once, accepting the finality of this goodbye. Lily, Victoria said, as the Marshalls moved to escort them out. I know I have no right to ask this, but if you ever need anything, medical expenses, living costs, anything, we've established a trust fund in your name. $10 million. It's not enough to make up for what we did, but it's something. Please use it. I don't want your money. It's not our money. It's yours. Compensation for 16 years of lies and 2 years of being denied proper medical care. Our lawyers have it set up so we have no access to it, no control over how you use it. Just, please, let us do this one thing right. After they left, Lily was quiet for a long time. How do you feel? I asked. Like I just closed a book I never wanted to read in the first place. They're out of my life now. Really, truly out. And I can start focusing on the future instead of being trapped in the past they created. The trust fund. I'll take it. Not because I forgive them, but because they're right. I'm owed compensation for what they did. And $10 million will cover a lot of medical bills. She smiled slightly. Besides, using their money to build a good life feels like the ultimate revenge. Over the next month, Lily slowly improved. The dialysis sessions decreased in frequency as her kidney function recovered. Her liver numbers stabilized. The cancer markers continued dropping toward remission. She started physical therapy in earnest, relearning how to walk without assistance, building back muscle mass she'd lost during the crisis. It was slow, frustrating work that often left her in tears. But she kept pushing. I didn't survive all that just to give up now, she said one afternoon when I suggested she take a break. Dr. Volker's team returned to Switzerland, but he stayed in contact, monitoring Lily's progress remotely, adjusting treatment protocols as needed. She's one of the strongest patients I've ever treated, he told me during one video call. Medically speaking, she shouldn't have survived. But she has something most patients lack, a reason to live that's stronger than the disease trying to kill her. 6 weeks after waking up, Lily was cleared to leave the ICU and moved to a regular hospital room. Small victory, but it felt monumental. 8 weeks after waking up, she took her first unassisted walk down the hospital corridor. 20 steps before exhaustion forced her to stop, but 20 steps more than the doctors had expected. 10 weeks after waking up, Dr. Santos sat us down for a conversation I'd been dreading. Lily's medical situation has stabilized enough that she doesn't need hospital care anymore. But she's not ready to live independently. She'll need ongoing treatment, monitoring, assistance with daily activities for at least another few months. He looked at me. Do you have a place for her to recover? Resources to provide the level of care she'll need? I'd been thinking about this for weeks. My penthouse apartment wasn't suitable. Too many stairs, not accessible for someone in Lily's condition. I'd sold most of my data vault stock to pay for medical expenses, leaving me wealthy but not billionaire level anymore. But I had enough. Enough to buy a house suitable for Lily's needs. Enough to hire nurses and therapists. Enough to build whatever life she needed. I'll figure it out, I said. There's another option. Dr. Santos pulled out a brochure. There's a rehabilitation facility in Marin County that specializes in long-term recovery for young people with serious medical conditions. They have physical therapists, occupational therapists, educational programs so Lily wouldn't fall behind in school. It would give her the intensive support she needs while giving you time to set up a proper home situation. You want to send me away? Lily's voice was small. No, I said immediately. Absolutely not. We've been separated for 16 years. I'm not losing more time with you just because logistics are complicated. Marcus, be practical, Dr. Santos said. You're not equipped to provide the level of care Lily needs right now. This facility would give her the best chance at full recovery. I'll get equipped. I'll hire whatever staff is necessary. I'll learn whatever skills I need to learn. But I'm not sending my daughter to a facility when she just got out of one. Lily reached for my hand. Marcus, maybe he's right. Maybe I need more than you can give me right now. You need your father. Everything else we can figure out. I need to get better. And if this facility can help me do that faster, maybe it's worth considering. I wanted to argue. Wanted to insist that I could handle everything, that love and determination were enough to overcome the practical challenges of caring for someone with Lily's medical needs. But I also knew she was right. I had no medical training, no experience with the level of care she required, no idea how to help her rebuild strength, manage medications, navigate the complex recovery process. How long? I asked Dr. Santos. 3 to 6 months, depending on her progress. You could visit daily, be involved in all care decisions. But she'd have round-the-clock professional support and access to specialists who know how to help young people recover from this level of trauma. I don't want you to think I'm abandoning you, I said to Lily. I won't, because you'll visit every day, like Dr. Santos said. And when I'm strong enough, when I don't need machines and medications and people helping me walk, I'll come home. To wherever home is for us. She squeezed my hand. This isn't goodbye, Marcus. This is just the next step in recovery. So we toured the facility. It was beautiful, situated on acres of grounds overlooking the bay, designed to feel more like a resort than a medical center. Young people in wheelchairs, on crutches, with visible scars from battles they'd survived. All of them fighting to reclaim their lives. Lily could be one of them. Could heal here, surrounded by people who understood what she'd been through. Okay, I said finally. But I visit every single day. I'm involved in every decision. And the moment you're ready, you come home. Deal. The day we transferred Lily to the Marin facility, Catherine called with an update I'd been waiting for. The Whitmores were sentenced this morning. James got 12 years in federal prison. Victoria got 10. Both will serve at least 85% of their sentences before being eligible for parole. Good. There's more. The federal investigation into Dr. Harrison's network resulted in 43 arrests, including 2 other doctors, 7 adoption attorneys, and multiple people who'd purchased babies illegally. Some of those children are being reunited with biological families. Others are old enough that they're choosing whether to pursue relationships with the people who gave birth to them. It's complicated, but it's justice. What about the charges against me? The archive facility break-in. Dropped. The DA decided that prosecuting you would be terrible optics given everything you exposed. You'll have to do community service, 50 hours, but no jail time, no criminal record. It's over, Marcus. Legally, you're clear. I should have felt relief. Instead, I just felt tired. Thank you, Catherine, for everything. One more thing. Data Vault's board reached out. They want to know if you'd be interested in consulting. Not running the company. They've moved on with new leadership, but advising on major decisions, maintaining some connection to what you built. I'll think about it. But I already knew the answer would be no. Data Vault belonged to my past. Lily was my future. That first night after Lily moved into the Marin facility, I went back to my empty penthouse apartment and realized I had no idea what my life looked like anymore. No company to run. No deals to close. No empire to build. Just a daughter to visit. To support. To love. And somehow, that felt like more than enough. I was sitting on my couch, staring at the San Francisco skyline, when my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Hello? Mr. Chen? This is Melissa Bradford. I'm a producer for 60 Minutes. We'd like to do a story about your case. About illegal adoption, medical ethics, parental rights. Would you be interested in participating? I don't know. We want to interview you, Lily if she's willing, Ruth Castellano. We'd like to expose the scope of the problem, pressure lawmakers to reform adoption regulations. Your story could change lives, Mr. Chen. I thought about Lily, fighting to walk again. Ruth, finally finding redemption after 16 years. Sarah, who died believing a lie. I'll talk to Lily, I said. If she wants to do it, I'm in. But this has to be her choice. Of course. We'll reach out to her directly through her medical team. After she hung up, I sat in the darkness and thought about choices. The choice I'd made to walk away from billions. The choice to break the law to find evidence. The choice to fight when everyone said fighting was hopeless. The choice to love a daughter I'd barely known existed. All of it had led here. To this moment. To Lily alive and recovering. To the Whitmores in prison. To a system being forced to confront the children stolen and sold by people who treated babies like commodities. My phone buzzed. A text from Lily. First day at the facility wasn't as bad as I thought. The physical therapist is brutal but effective. Made 3 friends who actually understand what it's like to be sick. Wish you were here, but I know you'll visit tomorrow. Love you, Dad. Dad. She called me Dad. For that, for the right to be her father, to help her heal, to build whatever future we had together, every sacrifice had been worth it. I texted back. Love you too, Lily. So proud of you. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow. And the day after that. And every day after that, until she was strong enough to come home. That was my job now. Not building companies or closing deals. Just being a father to the daughter I thought I'd lost forever. Just showing up. Just loving her. It was enough. It was everything. Lily is healing. The Whitmores are in prison. Justice has been served. But Marcus is about to discover that winning custody and winning his daughter's trust are two very different things. Because Lily has spent 16 years learning not to trust parental love. And unlearning that lesson will require something harder than exposing conspiracies or fighting legal battles. It will require patience, vulnerability, and the willingness to let her see who he really is beneath the billionaire armor he's worn for so long. The reunion they've both been waiting for is about to get complicated in ways neither of them expected. 3 months. That's how long it took for Lily to progress from needing a wheelchair to walking with a cane. 3 months of grueling physical therapy, setbacks that left her sobbing in frustration, small victories that felt monumental. 3 months of me visiting every single day, watching my daughter fight battles that most teenagers never had to imagine. I kept my promise. Every day at 2 p.m., I walked through the doors of the Marin facility. Some days, Lily wanted to talk. Other days, she just wanted me to sit quietly while she worked through pain or exhaustion. Some days were good, laughter, progress, hope. Other days were brutal, infections that set her back weeks, pain that no medication could fully touch, despair that threatened to swallow her whole. But I showed up. Every single day. "You know you don't have to come every day," she said one afternoon in late July. We were sitting on the facility's terrace overlooking the bay, Lily resting after a particularly difficult therapy session. "You have a life, Marcus. Things to do besides babysit your broken daughter. You're not broken. And you're not babysitting duty. You're my daughter. This is exactly where I want to be. I'm keeping you from living your life. You are my life." She looked at me with those eyes that had seen too much. "You say that now. But what about when I'm better? When I don't need daily visits and constant support? Are you going to wake up one day and realize you gave up everything for someone you barely know? I know you. You know a sick girl in a hospital. You don't know who I am when I'm healthy. What if you don't like that person? What if?" Her voice cracked. "What if I'm more like them than you? What if 16 years with the Whitmores made me into someone you can't actually love? Lily, I'm serious, Marcus. They raised me. Their values, their coldness, their ability to prioritize appearances over people. What if that's in me too? What if you fought so hard to save me only to discover I'm not worth saving?" I was quiet for a moment, trying to find the right words. "When I was 28, I said finally, 2 years after Sarah died, I had a chance to sell Data Vault for $50 million. It would have made me wealthy, set for life. But I said no. You know why? Why? Because I was angry. At the universe, at fate, at God if he existed. I'd lost everything that mattered, and I wanted to prove that I could build something so massive, so successful, that it would somehow compensate for what I'd lost. So I turned down $50 million and spent the next 14 years building a $3 billion empire." I looked at her. That empire was built on grief and rage. On the worst parts of me. And you know what? It was hollow. Every success felt empty because I was building it for the wrong reasons. What does that have to do with me? You were raised by people who were cold and manipulative. Maybe some of that rubbed off on you. Maybe you have traits that came from the Whitmores rather than from me or Sarah. But Lily, you also spent 16 years surviving in an environment that should have destroyed you, and instead, you found the strength to search for the truth. You tracked down Ruth. You fought for treatment when everyone was ready to let you die. You survived things that would have broken most people. Those things are in you too. And I'll take that person, complicated, damaged, imperfect, over the fantasy daughter I imagined 16 years ago. Tears spilled down her cheeks. What if I disappoint you? You won't. You couldn't. Because I'm not expecting perfection, Lily. I'm just expecting you. Whoever that is, whatever that looks like. That's enough. She leaned her head against my shoulder, and we sat there watching the sun set over the bay, while she cried out years of fear that she'd never be good enough for the father who'd sacrificed everything to find her. That night, Dr. Santos called me. Marcus, we need to discuss Lily's discharge timeline. Is something wrong? No, actually. She's progressing faster than expected. Her kidney function is almost normal. Liver enzymes are in the healthy range. The cancer is in full remission. Physically, she is stable enough to leave the facility. That's incredible news. It is. But there's a complication. Psychologically, Lily is struggling. The trauma of everything that happened, the illness, the abandonment by the Widmores, nearly dying multiple times. It's catching up with her now that her body is healing. She's having nightmares, anxiety attacks, symptoms of PTSD. Our psychologist recommends continued intensive therapy. Can't she do therapy as an outpatient? Come home and see a therapist regularly? She could. But Marcus, I need to ask you something honestly. Do you have a home ready for her? An environment that's safe, stable, equipped for a teenager with complex medical and psychological needs? I didn't answer immediately, because the truth was I didn't. I'd been so focused on visiting Lily, on being present for her recovery, that I hadn't actually prepared for what came next. I still lived in the penthouse apartment, completely unsuitable for someone in Lily's condition. I hadn't looked at houses, hadn't set up a bedroom for her, hadn't built the home she'd need when she left the facility. I'll figure it out, I said. How long will that take? However long it takes. Days, weeks. I'll make it work. Lily's been here for 3 months. She needs to see that there's a future beyond medical facilities and hospital rooms. She needs a home, Marcus. A real one. Can you provide that? Yes. I promise. I hung up and started searching for houses. The next morning, I contacted a real estate agent. I need a house in Marin County. Single story, fully accessible, space for medical equipment if needed. Private but not isolated. Safe neighborhood, good schools. And I need it within 2 weeks. The agent laughed. Mr. Chen, finding a property like that in 2 weeks is nearly impossible. Especially in Marin County where inventory is. I'll pay cash. I'll go 20% over asking price. I'll waive all contingencies. Whatever it takes, I need a house ready for my daughter in 2 weeks. How much are you willing to spend? Whatever it costs. We looked at 7 properties in 3 days. Most were wrong. Too big, too impersonal, too much like the mansion where Lily had grown up feeling unloved. I needed something different. Something warm. Something that felt like a home instead of a showpiece. The 8th property was perfect. A craftsman-style house in Mill Valley, 20 minutes from the Marin facility. 3 bedrooms, all on 1 floor. Hardwood floors, large windows that filled the space with light, a garden in the back that needed work but had potential. The previous owners had recently moved their elderly mother into a care facility and were motivated to sell quickly. It needs updating, the agent said. New appliances, fresh paint, some repair work. I'll take it. Full asking price, cash, close in 10 days. Mr. Chen, you should at least get an inspection. I'll take it. Draw up the papers. I bought the house that afternoon. Then I hired contractors to work around the clock making it ready. Accessible bathroom. Ramps where there were steps. A bedroom for Lily with windows overlooking the garden. Fresh paint in soft colors that felt peaceful instead of clinical. New furniture that was comfortable rather than expensive. I worked alongside the contractors, painting walls, assembling furniture, building the home my daughter deserved. Catherine stopped by on day 3 and found me covered in paint, putting together a bookshelf. "You know you could have hired people to do this, right?" she said. "I need to do it myself. I need her to know I built this for her. Marcus, you barely slept in 4 days. You're going to collapse. I'll sleep when the house is ready." On day 7, Ruth showed up. She was living in a small apartment now, funded by the advance payment she received for her interview with 60 Minutes. Sober for 4 months. Looking healthier than I'd ever seen her. "I heard you're building a home for Lily," she said. "I came to help." "You don't have to." "Yes, I do. I spent 16 years running from my guilt. The least I can do is help build something good from the wreckage." So Ruth helped paint Lily's bedroom, helped plant flowers in the garden, helped transform a house into a home. On day 9, Tim showed up with his entire security team. "We're installing a security system," he announced. "Cameras, alarms, the whole thing. No one's getting near Lily without you knowing about it." "Tim, that's not necessary. After everything with the Whitmores, after all the media attention this case has gotten, you need security. Let me do this, boss. Let me help protect the family you fought so hard to save." By day 10, the house was ready. I walked through it one final time, checking every detail. Lily's bedroom with the comfortable bed and the window seat where she could read. The kitchen stocked with her favorite foods, information I'd gathered from asking her 100 small questions over the past 3 months. The living room with a couch big enough for both of us and a TV for the movies she said she wanted to watch. The garden that would need tending but could become something beautiful. A home. Finally, actually, genuinely a home. I took photos and showed them to Lily the next day during my visit. She stared at the pictures on my phone, tears streaming down her face. "You did this? In 10 days? I had help. Ruth, Tim, contractors working overtime. But yes, it's ready whenever you are. It's perfect. It's exactly what I—" She couldn't finish. Just cried while I held her. "Dr. Santos says you're medically cleared to leave whenever you want," I said quietly. "So what do you say? Ready to come home?" "I'm scared." "Of what?" "Of leaving here. This place is safe. Controlled. I know what to expect. Out there, in the real world, in a home, trying to be normal, what if I can't do it? What if I'm too broken? Then we'll figure it out together. But Lily, you can't stay in a medical facility forever. At some point, you have to take the risk of actually living. What if I fail? Then you fail, and we try again. But staying here because you're afraid to fail? That's not living. That's just existing." She was quiet for a long time. Then, "Can I see it? The house? Before I decide?" "Of course." The next day, I drove her to Mill Valley. She was still using a cane, still got tired easily, but she walked through every room of the house with wonder on her face. "This is really mine? My room, my home? Our home. But yes, this is yours." She ran her hand along the bookshelf I'd built. "You made this." "I did. It's not perfect. Woodworking isn't exactly my specialty, but it's functional. It's perfect because you made it." She turned to face me. "Marcus, I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you months ago, but I was too afraid." "What is it?" "When I first found out about you, when Ruth told me everything, part of me wanted to find you just to hurt the Whitmores. To expose them, ruin them, make them pay for what they'd done. And I know that's selfish. I know using you for revenge makes me as bad as—" "Stop." I crossed the room and took her hands. "You were a 16-year-old girl who just found out her entire life was a lie. You were dying, and the people who claimed to love you were more worried about protecting themselves than saving you. Whatever reasons you had for finding me, Revenge, justice, desperation, I don't care. Because you're here now. You're alive. And we have a chance to build something real from all the lies and pain. That's what matters. You don't think I'm terrible? I think you're human. I think you survived something that would have destroyed most people. And I think you're exactly the daughter I would have hoped for if I'd been brave enough to hope for anything. She hugged me then. Really hugged me, not the tentative touches of someone afraid of breaking. A real embrace from a daughter who was finally starting to believe her father wasn't going anywhere. I want to come home, she whispered. I'm ready. We moved her into the house 3 days later. The staff at the Marin facility threw her a going-away party. The other patients, kids who'd become her friends during recovery, made her a card signed by everyone. Ruth brought flowers for her room. Tim showed up with a laptop and phone, both with every security feature imaginable. Catherine arrived with a gift wrapped in silver paper. What's this? Lily asked. Open it. Inside was a leather-bound journal and an expensive pen. Dr. Santos mentioned you're seeing a therapist for the PTSD, Catherine said. Writing can help. Processing everything that happened, working through the trauma. I thought maybe you'd want a place to put all those thoughts that are too complicated to say out loud. Thank you. Really. This is perfect. That evening, I drove Lily to our new home. She was quiet during the drive, staring out the window at a world she was seeing with fresh eyes. You okay? I asked. Just thinking about how different everything is. 6 months ago, I was living in a mansion with people who didn't love me, dying from a disease they wouldn't properly treat. Now I'm in remission, living with my real father, about to start a completely different life. It's overwhelming. Good overwhelming or bad overwhelming? Both. Mostly good. Just a lot. I pulled into the driveway of the Mill Valley house. Our house. Home. Welcome home, Lily. She got out of the car slowly, leaning on her cane, and stood looking at the house for a long moment. This is really happening. This is really my life now. This is really your life now. We went inside. I'd ordered dinner from her favorite restaurant, information gathered during 3 months of daily visits. We ate at the kitchen table, talking about everything and nothing. Plans for her to finish high school, maybe eventually apply to MIT like she'd always dreamed. Ideas for the garden. What color to paint the spare bedroom that would eventually be Rue's when she visited. After dinner, Lily went to her room to unpack. I started cleaning up when I heard her call out. Marcus? Can you come here for a second? I found her standing by the bookshelf, holding something I had placed there as a surprise. A framed photograph. The only picture I had of Sarah, from our wedding day, both of us young and happy and convinced we had a future together. I thought you should have a picture of your mother, I said quietly, so you could see what she looked like, who she was. I look like her. Lily traced the image with her finger. I have her eyes. You have her smile too. And her stubbornness. And her ability to see through people's nonsense. Tell me about her. Everything. I want to know everything. So I did. We sat on her bed, and I told her about Sarah. About how we met, how we fell in love, how we built Data Vault together in a tiny apartment with more dreams than money. About her terrible jokes and her brilliant mind, and the way she could make me laugh even when everything felt impossible. About how much she wanted Lily. How excited she'd been about being a mother. How she'd spent hours planning a future she'd never get to see. She would have loved you so much, I said. She would have been so proud of the person you became despite everything. I wish I could have known her. Me too. But Lily, she's part of you. In your DNA, in your personality, in the way you fight even when fighting seems hopeless. She's there. You just have to look for her. Lily put the photograph on her nightstand, angled so it would be the first thing she saw every morning. "Thank you for giving her back to me," she said quietly. "Even if it's just through stories and pictures. Thank you for making her real instead of just a name." That night, I lay in my own bed in my own room in a house that felt more like home than anywhere I had lived in 16 years, and let myself believe that maybe, finally, we'd made it through the worst. That the fight was over. That we could start healing. I was wrong. At 3 a.m., I woke to screaming. I ran to Lily's room and found her sitting up in bed, sobbing, tangled in sheets soaked with sweat. "Lily, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" "Nightmare. I was back in the ICU. Couldn't breathe. The machines were failing and no one would help me, and I was dying and—" She couldn't finish. Just cried while I held her. "You're safe. You're home. The ICU was months ago. You're okay now." It felt so real. I could feel the tube in my throat. Could hear the monitors alarming. Could feel myself drowning. It was just a dream. A terrible dream, but just a dream. It took 20 minutes to calm her down. By then, she was exhausted but afraid to go back to sleep. "What if it happens again? Then I'll be here. Just like I was tonight. Just like I'll be every night." I pulled up a chair next to her bed. "Try to sleep, Lily. I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to stay. I want to. Close your eyes. I've got you." She fell asleep eventually. I stayed in the chair, watching her breathe, listening for any signs of another nightmare. This became our routine. Most nights were fine. But once or twice a week, Lily would wake up screaming, trapped in memories of the ICU or the pain or the moment she'd thought she was dying. And every time, I'd be there, holding her, reminding her it was over, promising her she was safe. The therapist said it was normal, expected even. That surviving trauma didn't mean the trauma was gone. It just meant learning to live with it. 2 weeks after moving in, Lily had her first outpatient appointment to check on her cancer remission. Dr. Santos ran a full panel of tests, then called us into his office with results. "The scans are clean," he said, smiling. "No signs of cancer. Organ function is excellent. Blood work is normal. Lily, you're officially in full remission." She grabbed my hand. "Really? It's actually gone? It's gone. You'll need regular monitoring, every 3 months for the first year, then every 6 months, but as of right now, you're cancer-free." We celebrated that night. Ruth came over, and Tim, and Catherine. We ordered too much food and talked too loud and laughed at stupid jokes. For the first time in months, Lily looked genuinely happy. Not just surviving, actually living. After everyone left, as we were cleaning up, Lily said, "I've been thinking about something." "What's that?" "The 60 Minutes interview. They've been asking if I'm ready to participate. I think I am. You don't have to do that. We already exposed the Whitmores. The story is already public." "I know. But there are other kids out there. Other families destroyed by illegal adoptions. If telling my story helps even one person question whether their adoption was legitimate, if it leads to one more reunion like ours, isn't that worth it? Only if you're ready. Only if telling the story won't hurt you more than it helps other people. I'm ready. I want people to know what we went through. What we survived. I want James and Victoria Whitmore to see that I'm not the dying girl they tried to hide away. I want them to see that I won." So we agreed to the interview. The 60 Minutes crew came to our house 3 weeks later. They interviewed me, Lily, Ruth. They showed the security footage from the hospital, played the recording of Dr. Harrison arranging the illegal adoption, showed medical records proving the Whitmores had rejected life-saving treatment. The interviewer, Leslie Stahl, sat across from Lily and asked the question everyone wanted answered. Do you forgive them? James and Victoria Whitmore. After everything they did, after everything you went through, do you forgive them? Lily was quiet for a long moment. No, she said finally. I don't forgive them. What they did is unforgivable. They stole me from my real father. They let my mother die believing I was dead. They raised me in a house where I was a possession, not a person. And when I got sick, they cared more about protecting their reputation than saving my life. She looked directly at the camera. But I don't hate them anymore either. Hate takes energy, and I need all my energy for living. So no, I don't forgive them. But I've stopped letting them take up space in my head. I've moved on. And that's more freedom than they deserve from me. The interview aired 3 weeks later. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of people reaching out, sharing their own adoption stories, questioning whether their own families had secrets. Lawmakers proposing reforms to adoption regulations. Support groups forming for people affected by illegal adoptions. And buried in all the messages, one that made my blood run cold. It was from an attorney representing someone who claimed to be Lily's biological aunt, Sarah's sister, a sibling I'd never known Sarah had. Mr. Chan, my client has been searching for her sister's child for 16 years. She saw the 60 Minutes interview and believes Lily may be her niece. She would like to meet with you both to discuss a possible relationship. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to arrange a meeting. I stared at the message for 10 minutes, trying to process what it meant. Sarah had a sister who'd been searching for Lily, a sister who wanted to meet us. I showed Lily the message that evening. Did you know Mom had a sister? She asked. No. Sarah told me her parents died when she was 19. She never mentioned siblings. I just assumed she didn't have any. What if this person is lying? What if they're another scam, another person trying to exploit our story? Then we find out quickly and shut it down. But Lily, what if it's real? What if Sarah had family we didn't know about? Don't you want to meet them? I don't know. I just found you. I just started building a life. I'm not sure I'm ready for more family, more complications, more people who might hurt me. We don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. But maybe we at least talk to this attorney. Find out who they're representing and what they want. Lily thought about it, then nodded. Okay, but you're with me for the meeting. And if anything feels wrong, we leave. Deal? I contacted the attorney. We arranged a meeting for the following week. Neutral location, a conference room at Catherine's law office. The attorney would bring her client. I'd bring Lily and Catherine. The week leading up to the meeting was tense. Lily had nightmares almost every night. I could see her second-guessing the decision, wondering if opening this door would let in more pain or more love. What if she's awful? Lily asked the night before the meeting. What if Sarah's sister is another Victoria Whitmore, cold, manipulative, only interested in us because we're famous now? Then we walk away. You don't owe anyone a relationship just because they're genetically related to you. Blood doesn't automatically mean family. You say that, but you fought for me because I'm your blood. I fought for you because you're my daughter. The blood just proved what I already knew in my heart. But Lily, if this woman, whoever she is, doesn't deserve a place in your life, then blood won't matter. You get to choose your family now. That's the whole point of everything we went through. The next day, we drove to Catherine's office. The attorney was already there, a woman named Jennifer Park who specialized in family law. And sitting next to her was someone who took my breath away. She looked exactly like Sarah. Older, maybe 45, but with the same eyes, the same smile, the same presence that had made me fall in love with Sarah 20 years ago. Oh my God, she whispered when she saw Lily. You look just like her. Just like Sarah. Lily grabbed my hand, nervous. I'm Rachel, the woman said. Rachel Chen. Sarah was my younger sister. Sarah told me her parents died when she was 19, I said. She never mentioned you. Rachel's face fell. She probably told people that because it was easier than explaining the truth. Our parents disowned her when she was 19. When she told them she was dropping out of college to be with you, to help you build your company. They said she was throwing away her future. They gave her an ultimatum, leave you or leave the family. She never told me that. She wouldn't have. Sarah was stubborn. She made her choice and never looked back. But I looked for her. For years I searched. I hired private investigators. I tried to reconnect. But Sarah had changed her name legally when she married you, moved to a city our parents would never think to look in, built a completely new life. By the time I finally found her, Rachel's voice broke. By the time I found her, she was already dead. And the baby she'd been pregnant with was supposedly dead too. But you kept searching, Lily said quietly. I never stopped. I knew Sarah had been pregnant. I knew there was supposed to be a baby. And when the death record seemed too convenient, too clean, I wondered if something was wrong. But I had no proof. No leads. Nothing except a feeling that my sister's child was out there somewhere. Rachel pulled out her phone, showing us a picture. Then I saw you on 60 Minutes. And I knew. I knew you were Sarah's daughter. The picture was of Sarah. Young, maybe 18, smiling at the camera with that exact same expression Lily made when she was genuinely happy. You have her eyes, Rachel said. Her smile. Her spirit. You're exactly who she would have wanted you to be. Lily was crying. I was crying. Rachel was crying. I don't want to disrupt your life, Rachel continued. I know you just found your father. I know you've been through hell. But I wanted to meet you. To tell you about your mother's side of the family. To offer, if you want it, a relationship with your aunt. With cousins you don't know you have. With people who love Sarah and would have loved you if we'd known you existed. Cousins? Lily asked. 3. 2 boys and a girl. Ages 12, 14, and 16. They know about you. They want to meet you. But only if you're ready. Only if you want that. Lily looked at me. What do you think? I think Sarah would want you to know her family. But it's your choice, Lily. No pressure. No obligation. Lily turned back to Rachel. Tell me about her. Tell me everything you remember about my mom. So Rachel did. For 2 hours, we sat in that conference room while Rachel told stories about Sarah. About growing up together, about Sarah's dreams and fears, and the terrible relationship with her parents that had led to the estrangement. About how heartbroken Rachel had been when Sarah chose me over the family, but how she'd never stopped loving her sister. About how she'd named her own daughter Sarah, in honor of the sister she'd lost. Would you like to meet them? Rachel asked finally. My family. Your cousins. No pressure. Just dinner casual, a chance to get to know each other. Lily looked at me. Is that okay? Will you be there? If you want me there, I'll be there. This is your choice, Lily. Your family. I'm just glad you have more people who want to love you. Then yes, I'd like to meet them. We arranged dinner for the following week. Rachel's house in Berkeley. Casual. Low pressure. Just family getting to know each other. The night of the dinner, Lily was nervous. Changed outfits 3 times. Asked me a dozen questions about whether she looked okay, whether I thought they'd like her, whether this was a mistake. What if they hate me? What if I'm not what they expected? Then they're idiots. But Lily, Rachel flew across the country just to meet you. She's been searching for you for 16 years. She's not going to hate you. We pulled up to Rachel's house, a warm, lived-in place that felt like a home instead of a showpiece. Rachel met us at the door, smiling. Welcome. Come in. Everyone's so excited to meet you. Inside, 3 teenagers waiting nervously. The oldest, a girl about Lily's age, stepped forward first. Hi. I'm Sarah. I was named after your mom. Our mom, I guess. This is weird. I'm making this weird. Sorry. Lily laughed, some of the tension breaking. It's weird for me too. Good weird, but weird. The boys introduced themselves, Michael and James, both curious and shy. They showed Lily to the dining room where Rachel's husband Tom was setting out food. Over dinner, the conversation flowed. Stories about Sarah, about what Lily had been through, about the cousins' lives and interests. Lily talked about wanting to study computer science. Sarah, the cousin, lit up. That's my major. Well, I'm starting at UC Berkeley in the fall, but that's my intended major. We could study together. I could help you catch up on anything you missed while you were sick. Really? You'd do that? Of course. We're family. Family. The word settled over the table like a blessing. I watched Lily laugh with cousins she'd just met. Watched her connect with Rachel in ways that reminded me painfully of how she might have connected with Sarah. Watched her belong in a way she'd never belonged with the Whitmores. After dinner, Rachel pulled me aside. Thank you, she said quietly, for bringing her, for letting us into her life. I know this must be complicated for you. It's not complicated. It's a gift. Lily deserves family who actually love her. I'm just glad she has you. Sarah would have been so proud of you, of how you fought for Lily, of the father you became even though you didn't get the chance to practice. Rachel squeezed my hand. She loved you so much, Marcus. I want you to know that. Whatever our parents said, whatever pressure they put on her, Sarah never regretted choosing you. You were her whole world. She was mine too. That night, driving home, Lily was quiet. But it was a peaceful quiet. A content quiet. You okay? I asked. Better than okay. I have cousins. An aunt. People who knew my mom and can tell me stories about her. People who actually want me in their lives. She looked at me. Is it weird that I feel guilty? Like I'm betraying the Whitmores by being happy with a different family? You don't owe the Whitmores anything. Certainly not guilt for finding people who actually love you. I know. Logically, I know that. But 16 years of conditioning is hard to undo. Therapy will help. Time will help. And Lily, you're allowed to be happy. You're allowed to build a life that doesn't include people who hurt you. That's not betrayal. That's survival. We pulled into our driveway. Our home. The life we were building together. Thank you, Lily said as we got out of the car. For what? For not giving up. For fighting for me even when it cost you everything. For being the father I always needed but never thought I'd find. She hugged me. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Lily. More than you'll ever know. We went inside. Lily went to her room to journal, the therapy tool Catherine had given her that she'd been using religiously. I sat in the living room, looking at the home we'd built, and let myself feel something I hadn't felt in 16 years. Peace. Not happiness, exactly. The losses were too great, the scars too deep for simple happiness. But peace. The knowledge that I'd done everything I could. That Lily was alive, healing, surrounded by people who loved her. That justice had been served, truth had been exposed, and the people who'd stolen her were paying the price. My phone buzzed. A message from Tim. Boss, I know you're trying to stay out of the business world, but there's something you should see. Data Vault's new CEO just announced a partnership with a startup founded by one of your former employees. They're using your original encryption protocols as the foundation. Thought you'd want to know your work is still changing the industry. I smiled. Data Vault was moving forward without me. Growing. Evolving. Becoming something new. Just like I was. Just like Lily was. I was about to put the phone away when another message came through. This one from an unknown number. Mr. Chan, this is producer Jennifer Walsh from 60 Minutes. Your interview had the highest ratings we've seen in 5 years. We've received over 10,000 messages from viewers. But there's one message you need to see. It's from someone who claims to know what happened to another baby stolen by Dr. Harrison's network. Someone who has evidence that could break this case wide open. Can we talk? I stared at the message. The fight wasn't over. Dr. Harrison's network was bigger than just Lily. Bigger than just the Whitmores. There were other families destroyed. Other children stolen. Other truths waiting to be exposed. And I had a choice. Walk away. Focus on Lily. Build our life together, and let someone else fight the bigger battles. Or step back into the arena. Use my resources, my platform, my experience to help other families find the truth the way I'd found Lily. I looked toward Lily's room. Thought about the life we were building. The peace we'd barely started to find. Then I thought about Sarah. About what she'd said in that recording. Make something good come from this nightmare. I texted back. Let's talk. Because some fights are worth fighting. Some truths are worth exposing. And some nightmares can only be ended by people brave enough to drag them into the light. Marcus thought finding Lily was the end of the story. He was wrong. It was just the beginning. Because Dr. Harrison's network stole dozens of babies. Destroyed dozens of families. And now Marcus has to decide if he's willing to risk the peace he's built with Lily to help others find the same truth. The choice he makes will either cement the family he's created or tear it apart before it's fully healed. What he doesn't know yet is that the next case is personal in ways he can't imagine. And the truth he's about to uncover will force him to confront the one question he's been avoiding. What if Sarah's death wasn't an accident? I met with Jennifer Walsh from 60 Minutes 3 days later. She brought a file folder thick with documents and a laptop loaded with more evidence than I'd seen since exposing the Whitmores. After your interview aired, we were flooded with messages, she said, spreading papers across my kitchen table. Most were from people questioning their own adoptions. Some were from medical professionals who'd witnessed suspicious activity. But one message stood out. She pulled up an email on her laptop. This is from Dr. Patricia Graham. She was a resident at Pacific Memorial Hospital in 2008. She was there the night Sarah died and Lily was born. And she says there's something about that night that never sat right with her. My heart started hammering. What do you mean? She says the hemorrhaging that killed Sarah was unusual. That the blood loss was more severe than it should have been for the type of delivery complications Sarah experienced. At the time, she was too junior to question Dr. Harrison's handling of the case. But she's been a practicing OBGYN for 15 years now, and looking back, she believes Sarah's death might not have been purely accidental. The room tilted. What are you saying? I'm saying Dr. Harrison might have let Sarah die. Or worse, might have actively caused her death. Because a grieving widower who thinks both his wife and baby died is much less likely to ask questions than a grieving husband with a newborn to care for. I couldn't breathe. You think he killed Sarah? Deliberately? Dr. Graham thinks it's possible. She's willing to testify about the irregularities she witnessed. But Marcus, this happened 16 years ago. Medical records from that night are sealed. The only way to prove anything is to get those records unsealed and have independent experts review them. How do we do that? You'd need to file a wrongful death lawsuit against Dr. Harrison's estate. Request a court order to unseal all medical records from that night. Bring in forensic medical experts to review what happened. Jennifer closed her laptop. But Mr. Chen, you need to understand what you'd be opening up. This would mean reliving Sarah's death in excruciating detail. Experts analyzing every decision made that night. Court proceedings that could take years. And at the end of it all, you might not get the answers you're looking for. Dr. Harrison is dead. Even if we prove he killed Sarah, he's beyond justice. But other families aren't. If Dr. Harrison was willing to kill a mother to steal her baby, how many other deaths might be connected to his network? How many other families lost people they loved to facilitate illegal adoptions? Exactly. This could be massive. But it would consume your life, Marcus. The investigation, the lawsuits, the media attention. You just got Lily back. You just built a home together. Are you willing to risk that peace for a truth that might destroy you? I thought about Sarah. About her last hours, believing her baby was dead. About the possibility that her death wasn't a tragic accident, but a calculated murder. I thought about Lily. About the life we were building. About nightmares that were finally becoming less frequent, therapy sessions that were actually helping, a daughter who was learning to trust that I wouldn't abandon her. I thought about the message Jennifer had shown me. From Dr. Graham. From someone who had carried guilt for 16 years because she'd suspected something was wrong but hadn't been brave enough to speak up. Just like Ruth. Just like how many other people who'd witnessed pieces of Dr. Harrison's network but stayed silent. I need to talk to Lily, I said finally. This affects her too. She deserves to know what we're considering and have input in the decision. That night, after Lily finished her therapy session, I showed her everything Jennifer had brought. She read through the documents in silence, her expression growing darker with each page. He might have killed Mom, she asked quietly. Deliberately? We don't know for sure. But Dr. Graham thinks it's possible. That the medical decisions made that night were suspicious enough to warrant investigation. And if we investigate, if we pursue this, it means more lawyers, more court cases, more media attention. More everything when we're finally starting to have some peace. Yes. Lily was quiet for a long time, staring at Sarah's photograph on the mantel. What would Mom want us to do? She asked finally. I don't know. Part of me thinks she'd want us to focus on living, on building the life she never got to have. But another part thinks she'd want the truth exposed. Want justice for herself and every other person destroyed by Harrison's network. What do you want to do? I want to protect you. Keep you safe. Give you the stable, peaceful life you deserve after everything you've been through. But I also want answers. I want to know if Sarah's death could have been prevented. If the woman I loved was murdered to facilitate the theft of our daughter. Lily stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the garden we planted together. I've been thinking about something my therapist said. About how trauma doesn't really end when the traumatic event is over. It ends when you take back control of your narrative. When you stop being a victim and start being a survivor who chooses what comes next. She turned to face me. For 16 years, other people controlled my narrative. The Whitmores decided who I was, what I knew, how I lived. Then I got sick and doctors and insurance companies controlled my narrative. Then you found me, and suddenly lawyers and judges controlled it. I've never gotten to choose my own story. What are you saying? I'm saying let's investigate. Let's find out what really happened to Mom. Let's expose every piece of Harrison's network. Let's make sure no other family loses what we lost. She crossed the room and took my hand. But we do it on our terms. We control the narrative this time. We decide what to share, when to fight, how to balance the investigation with actually living our lives. Deal? Are you sure? This is going to be hard, Lily. Painful. It's going to bring up things we'd probably both rather forget. I'm sure. Because the alternative is spending the rest of my life wondering if we could have saved other families the way you saved me. And I don't want to live with that regret. I pulled her into a hug. When did you get so wise? When I spent 3 months in a recovery facility with a really good therapist. The next day, Catherine filed the wrongful death lawsuit against Dr. Harrison's estate. Within a week, we had a court order to unseal Sarah's medical records from the night she died. Within 2 weeks, we had 3 independent medical experts reviewing those records. Within a month, all 3 experts came to the same conclusion. Sarah's death was suspicious. Dr. Elizabeth Morrison, a forensic pathologist, put it most bluntly. The level of hemorrhaging Sarah Chin experienced is inconsistent with the type of delivery complication documented in her file. Either the documentation is wrong, or the hemorrhaging was caused by something other than natural complications. Additionally, the timeline of interventions doesn't make sense. Standard protocols for this type of emergency weren't followed. It's almost like someone was deliberately delaying treatment. Could it have been incompetence rather than malice? Catherine asked. Possible. But Dr. Harrison was an experienced obstetrician. He'd handled hundreds of complicated deliveries. The mistakes documented in this file are not mistakes an experienced doctor makes unless they're making them on purpose. The experts' findings were devastating and conclusive. Sarah's death warranted a full criminal investigation. The problem was that the person responsible was already dead. We can't prosecute a dead man, the district attorney told us when we brought him the evidence. But we can investigate whether anyone else was involved. Nurses who assisted, hospital administrators who covered it up, anyone who helped Harrison facilitate what appears to be negligent homicide at minimum, possibly premeditated murder. The investigation expanded. Ruth was interviewed extensively. She broke down describing the night, admitting she'd suspected something was wrong, but had been too drunk and too scared to speak up. Dr. Harrison kept telling me to give him space, to let him handle the hemorrhaging. But I could hear Sarah asking for help, asking why it was taking so long. And I did nothing. I just stood there and let her die because I was afraid of losing my job. Other nurses from that night were tracked down. 2 had retired. 1 had died. 3 were still working in medical facilities. All of them, when pressed, admitted they thought something was off about how Dr. Harrison handled Sarah's case. He seemed almost calm, one nurse recalled, like he wasn't particularly concerned about saving her. At the time, I thought maybe he was just good under pressure. But looking back, it felt wrong. The investigation uncovered something else too. Hospital financial records showing a payment of $200,000 from a shell company to Dr. Harrison 3 days after Sarah died. The same shell company that had paid for Lily's illegal adoption. The same shell company eventually traced back to James Whitmore. He didn't just pay Harrison to steal Lily, Catherine explained when she showed me the evidence. He paid him to let Sarah die. Because a dead mother can't contest an adoption. Can't demand her baby back. Can't ruin the perfect family image the Whitmores wanted. I had to leave the room. Had to stand in the hallway of Catherine's office building, breathing through rage so profound I couldn't see straight. James Whitmore hadn't just stolen my daughter. He'd murdered my wife. Lily found me there 20 minutes later. Catherine told me about the payment, about what it means. She put her hand on my arm. Marcus, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that finding me cost you everything, including the truth about how Mom really died. Finding you didn't cost me anything. The Whitmores cost me everything, and they're going to pay for all of it. The district attorney added murder charges to James Whitmore's case. Not murder in the first degree, they couldn't prove premeditation, but felony murder. death occurring during the commission of another felony. In this case, the felony was the illegal adoption conspiracy. If convicted, James Whitmore would spend the rest of his life in prison. His lawyer tried to make a deal. Whitmore would plead guilty to all adoption-related charges in exchange for the murder charge being dropped. The DA brought me the offer. "It's your call, Mr. Chin. You're Sarah's widower. The decision about whether to pursue murder charges ultimately rests with you and your family." I looked at Lily. "What do you think?" "I think he killed my mother so he could steal me. I think he deserves to die in prison. But I also think spending more years in court proceedings, more energy on him instead of on us, might cost us more than he's worth." She took a deep breath. "What would give you more peace? Watching him convicted of murder or moving forward with our lives? Honestly, I don't know." We talked about it for days. Discussed it in therapy, with Catherine, with Rachel, who had her own strong opinions about justice for her sister. Finally, I made a decision. "Accept the plea deal on one condition. James Whitmore admits, in open court, exactly what he did. That he paid Dr. Harrison to let Sarah die. That he stole Lily knowing she had a living father. That he rejected life-saving treatment to protect his secret. I want him to say it all out loud, on record, where everyone can hear him take responsibility." The DA negotiated. Whitmore's lawyer pushed back. But eventually, they agreed. The hearing was scheduled for late September. 6 months after I had first learned Lily was alive. 6 months that had contained more pain, more triumph, more transformation than most people experienced in a lifetime. Lily and I sat in the courtroom gallery, holding hands, while James Whitmore stood before the judge. He'd aged in prison, lost weight, lost the arrogant confidence that had made him so dangerous. He looked like exactly what he was, a man who destroyed lives and was finally being held accountable. "Mr. Whitmore," the judge said, "as part of your plea agreement, you're required to make a full allocution. That means admitting to everything you did and taking responsibility for it. Are you prepared to do that?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Then proceed." James Whitmore took a shaky breath. "In March 2008, my wife and I were desperate to have a child. We tried everything: fertility treatments, IVF, surrogacy. Nothing worked. Then a colleague told me about Dr. Richard Harrison at Pacific Memorial Hospital. Said he could arrange private adoptions for people willing to pay." His voice was flat, emotionless, like he was reading a script. "I contacted Dr. Harrison. He told me there was a pregnant woman in his care who was having complications. That the baby would be premature but viable. That if we wanted the child, he could arrange for the birth father to believe both mother and baby had died." We agreed. Lily's grip on my hand tightened. "Dr. Harrison called me on March 7th, said the woman had gone into premature labor. That she was hemorrhaging and would likely die, which would make the adoption simpler. He asked if I wanted him to expedite the process." "What does expedite mean, Mr. Whitmore?" the judge asked. A long pause. Then, "It means he asked if I wanted him to let Sarah Chin die rather than fighting to save her. Because a dead mother couldn't contest the adoption later." Someone in the gallery gasped. Lily made a small sound that might have been a sob. "What did you tell him?" "I told him to do whatever was necessary to ensure we got the baby. I knew what that meant. I knew he was going to let Sarah Chin die when he might have been able to save her. And I agreed to it. I paid him $200,000 for the baby and for his silence." Continue. "We received the baby on March 8th, named her Lily. Raised her as our own. We knew Marcus Chin thought both his wife and daughter were dead. We knew we'd stolen a child from her biological father. We justified it by telling ourselves we could give her a better life. That we loved her. That it didn't matter how we got her because we were good parents. Were you good parents, Mr. Whitmore? He finally looked at Lily. No, we weren't. We loved the idea of having a daughter, but we didn't love Lily as a person. When she got sick, when she needed aggressive treatment that would require genetic testing, we prioritized protecting our secret over saving her life. We rejected treatment that had a 70% success rate because we were afraid it would expose the illegal adoption. We were willing to let her die to protect ourselves. Do you understand the magnitude of what you did? I destroyed 3 lives. Sarah Chen died because I paid someone to let her die. Marcus Chen lost 16 years with his daughter because I stole her. Lily grew up without her real father, without proper love, and nearly died because I cared more about my reputation than her survival. His voice finally broke. I understand that I'm a monster, that no amount of prison time will undo the damage I caused, and I will live with that guilt for whatever time I have left. The judge was quiet for a long moment. Mr. Whitmore, I've been on the bench for 23 years. I've seen a lot of terrible things, but what you did, conspiring to murder a woman so you could steal her baby, then letting the child suffer to protect your secret, that's among the worst. If I could sentence you to more than the plea agreement allows, I would. She looked at the paperwork. James Whitmore, you are hereby sentenced to 25 years in federal prison for conspiracy to commit adoption fraud, bribery of a public official, and felony murder. You will serve a minimum of 20 years before being eligible for parole. Additionally, you are ordered to pay restitution to Marcus Chen and Lily Chen in the amount of $5 million for pain and suffering, medical expenses, and loss of companionship. She banged her gavel. Court adjourned. Lily and I sat in the courtroom for a long time after everyone else left. Just sitting, processing, trying to understand that it was finally over. James Whitmore would spend the rest of his functional life in prison. The truth was exposed. Justice, imperfect and incomplete, had been served. How do you feel? I asked Lily. Empty. I thought I'd feel satisfaction or relief or something. But I just feel empty. Me too. Is that normal? I think so. Justice doesn't erase what was done. It doesn't bring back the years we lost or the mother you never got to know. It just closes the chapter so we can move forward. Can we go home now? I just want to go home. We drove back to Mill Valley in silence. When we got to the house, Ruth was waiting on the porch with takeout containers and a sympathetic expression. Catherine called. Told me about the sentencing. I thought you might not feel like cooking. You're a lifesaver, Ruth. Lily hugged her. Thank you. We ate dinner together, me, Lily, Ruth, and Catherine, who showed up halfway through with wine for the adults and fancy sparkling cider for Lily. To survival, Catherine said, raising her glass. To truth. To family. To moving forward. We clinked glasses. There's something else you should know, Catherine said. The investigation into Dr. Harrison's network has uncovered 17 other questionable adoptions. 9 families are pursuing DNA testing to confirm biological relationships. 3 have already been reunited with stolen children. The reforms you pushed for are being implemented nationwide. Stricter adoption regulations. Mandatory genetic testing. Criminal penalties for anyone involved in illegal adoptions. You changed the system, Marcus. You and Lily together. We just wanted the truth, I said. You got the truth. And you gave it to 17 other families in the process. That's not nothing. After Catherine and Ruth left, Lily and I sat on the back porch watching the stars come out. I've been thinking about something, Lily said. About what comes next. What's that? I want to finish high school. Maybe do it online so I can go at my own pace, catch up on everything I missed while I was sick. Then I want to apply to MIT. Study computer science like I always dreamed. Maybe even work on data security stuff like you did with Data Vault. Following in your old man's footsteps? More like building on what you started. You created something good from tragedy. I want to do the same thing. Maybe develop security systems specifically for adoption records. Make it harder for people to falsify documents and steal children. Turn what happened to us into something that protects other families. That's a beautiful idea, Lily. Sarah would be so proud. What about you? What do you want to do now that the legal stuff is over? I thought about it. For 16 years, my identity had been wrapped up in Data Vault. In success. In building an empire that meant nothing because I'd built it on grief. Then for 6 months, my identity had been wrapped up in fighting for Lily. In exposing the truth. In pursuing justice. But now, for the first time since I was 26 years old, I could just be Marcus. Not Marcus Chin, the tech billionaire. Not Marcus Chin, the crusader for adoption reform. Just Marcus. A father. A person trying to build a meaningful life from the wreckage of tragedy. I want to be your dad, I said simply. Help you finish school. Watch you apply to colleges. Embarrass you at graduation. All the normal dad stuff I missed out on for 16 years. That's it? That's enough for you? More than enough. You're more than enough, Lily. She leaned her head on my shoulder. I love you, Dad. I love you too, kiddo. We sat there until the stars filled the sky, just being together, just existing in the peace we'd fought so hard to find. 6 months later. The MIT acceptance letter arrived on a Tuesday. Lily screamed so loud I thought something was wrong, and came running from my home office. I got in! Marcus, I got in. MIT accepted me for the spring semester. I picked her up and spun her around, both of us laughing like idiots. Of course they accepted you. You're brilliant. I wrote my application essay about survival. About fighting for truth. About how data security could prevent the kind of fraud that destroyed our family. I wasn't sure if it was too personal, but apparently they loved it. When you start? January. Which gives me 3 months to finish my online high school requirements and prepare to move to Boston. The joy on her face dimmed slightly. You're going to be so far away. Hey. I put my hands on her shoulders. This is what you've been working toward. Your dream. I'm not going to hold you back just because I'll miss you. What if I get sick again? What if the cancer comes back and you're not there? Then I get on a plane and I'm there within hours. But Lily, you've been in remission for almost a year. Your last scans were completely clear. You're healthy. You're strong. You're ready for this. Promise you'll visit? I'll visit so often you'll get sick of me. And you'll come home for holidays. And we'll video call constantly. This isn't goodbye, Lily. It's just the next chapter. She hugged me tight. Thank you. For everything. For fighting for me. For giving me a life worth living. Thank you for being alive. For being exactly who you are. For giving me a reason to be more than just a guy who builds companies. That evening, we celebrated with Rachel and her family. The cousins were thrilled that Lily would be relatively close to them in Boston. Rachel cried happy tears and told stories about Sarah's own college dreams. She always wanted to go to MIT too, Rachel said. She would be so proud of you, Lily. So incredibly proud. Later, after everyone left, Lily showed me something she'd been working on. A website. Clean, professional, powerful. It's called Stolen Stories, she explained. A platform for people affected by illegal adoptions to share their experiences, connect with others, find resources for DNA testing and legal support. I built it using security protocols based on your Data Vault work. Completely encrypted. Anonymous if people want it to be. Safe. Lily, this is incredible. I want to launch it before I leave for MIT. Get it out there so other families can start finding the truth like we did. Will you help me? Your name attached to it would give it credibility. Help people trust it. Of course I'll help. But this is your project, Lily. Your vision. I'm just here to support you. We launched Stolen Stories in November. Within a week, we had 500 users. Within a month, 3,000. By the time Lily left for MIT in January, the site had connected over 100 families with resources that helped them investigate suspicious adoptions. 12 DNA tests had confirmed children weren't biologically related to their supposed parents. 4 families had been reunited with stolen children. 4 families who got what we got. Truth. Justice. A chance to rebuild from the wreckage of lies. The day I drove Lily to the airport, I tried not to cry. Failed miserably. You're going to be amazing, I told her at the gate. MIT has no idea what's about to hit them. I'm scared. Good scared or bad scared? Both. Mostly good. This is really happening. I'm actually living the life I dreamed about when I was dying in a hospital bed. You earned this life, Lily. Every hard-won piece of it. Now go live it. She hugged me one more time. I'll call you when I land. You better. I watched her walk through security, toward the gate, toward the future she'd almost never had. My daughter. Alive. Healthy. Thriving. On her way to MIT to study computer science and build something meaningful from the tragedy that had tried to destroy both of us. Sarah would have been so proud. I was proud enough for both of us. 3 years later, I stood in the crowd at MIT's graduation ceremony, watching Lily walk across the stage in cap and gown to receive her diploma. She graduated summa cum laude with a degree in computer science and a job offer from a major tech company that wanted her to develop security systems for adoption agencies. She'd also published a paper on using blockchain technology to prevent adoption fraud that had been cited by lawmakers proposing federal reforms. She'd also maintained a 4.0 GPA while running Stolen Stories, which now had over 50,000 users and had helped reunite 37 families with stolen children. She'd done all of it while staying in remission, staying healthy, staying connected to the family she'd built from pieces of the one that had been stolen. After the ceremony, we met up with Rachel's family, Ruth, now 5 years sober and working as an advocate for addiction recovery, and Catherine, who'd become not just our lawyer, but one of Lily's closest friends. I'm so proud of you, I told Lily when I finally got her alone. Not just for graduating, but for everything. For surviving. For thriving. For becoming exactly who you were meant to be. I couldn't have done it without you. Without everyone. Without a father who gave up everything to save me. I didn't give up anything that mattered. I traded empty success for actual meaning. Best decision I ever made. So what now? What's next for Marcus Chen, retired tech billionaire turned adoption reform advocate? Actually, I've been thinking about that. I pulled out my phone, showing her a business proposal I'd been developing. Remember how Data Vault was built on data security? I want to start a new company. Security system specifically designed to prevent adoption fraud. Blockchain verified birth records. Genetic testing integrated into adoption processes. Technology that makes it impossible to do what the Whitmores did. You want to go back to the tech world? I want to build something with my daughter. If you're interested, no pressure. I know you have job offers from companies that don't come with the complication of working with your dad. Lily's eyes filled with tears. Are you serious? You want to start a company together? I can't think of anyone I'd rather build something with. You have the vision, the passion, the understanding of what families need because you lived it. I have the business experience and connections. Together, We could actually change the industry. Yes, absolutely yes. When do we start? After you take a vacation. You just graduated MIT. You deserve to celebrate. Vacation sounds good. But Marcus? Thank you for never giving up on me. For showing me what real parental love looks like. For giving me a life worth living. Thank you for being alive. For fighting. For being my daughter. We hugged in the middle of the MIT campus while our family cheered and took pictures and celebrated the improbable, impossible, beautiful life we'd built from tragedy. Chin Security Systems had offices in San Francisco, Boston, and Washington, D.C. We developed technology that was now used by adoption agencies in 43 states. Our blockchain-verified birth records had prevented an estimated 200 illegal adoptions in the past 5 years. Lily was our chief technology officer. I was CEO. Together, we'd built something that actually mattered. But more importantly, we'd built a family. Lily had gotten married the previous summer to a software engineer she'd met at MIT. They had a daughter, my granddaughter, named Sarah. Little Sarah had my eyes, and Lily's smile, and the future that the original Sarah never got to see. I was teaching my granddaughter to code when Lily called with news. Marcus, you need to see this. The federal government just passed the Adoption Transparency Act. Mandatory genetic testing for all adoptions. Blockchain-verified records. Criminal penalties for anyone who falsifies adoption documentation. Everything we've been pushing for. It passed. That's incredible. They're naming it after Mom. The Sarah Chin Adoption Transparency Act. Marcus, we did it. We actually changed the system. I looked at little Sarah, 2 years old, playing with code blocks designed to teach computational thinking. No, Lily. You did it. You took the worst thing that ever happened to you and turned it into something that will protect thousands of families. Your mother would be so proud. She'd be proud of both of us. For fighting. For surviving. For building something good from the nightmare. That evening, I stood in my backyard, the house in Mill Valley where Lily had first come home, where we'd built our family, and looked at the garden we'd planted together 8 years ago. It had grown wild and beautiful. Flowers everywhere. Life everywhere. Just like us. We'd been stolen, broken, nearly destroyed. But we'd survived. We'd fought. We'd won. And in winning, we'd helped others win too. I thought about Sarah, about that recording from her last hours where she'd told me to make something good come from the nightmare. We'd built a life. A family. A company that protected others from the pain we'd endured. A legacy that would outlive all of us. The homeless woman who'd walked into my office with an envelope had given me back my daughter. My daughter had given me back my life. Together, we'd given hundreds of families their own second chances. It was enough. It was everything. It was the triumph that came from refusing to let tragedy have the final word. Thank you for watching this story. For staying with Marcus and Lily through every twist, every heartbreak, every moment of hope. Their journey reminds us that sometimes the greatest victories come from the darkest places. That family is worth fighting for. That truth, no matter how painful, is worth pursuing. That love, real, unconditional, sacrificial love, can rebuild what lies and cruelty tried to destroy. If this story moved you, please hit that like button. Subscribe to this channel for more stories about survival, justice, and the unbreakable bonds of family. Share this video with someone who needs to hear that it's never too late for truth, never too late for redemption, never too late to fight for the people you love. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from, and what part of this story hit you hardest. I read every single comment, and I love hearing from you. Marcus and Lily's story started with a homeless woman's courage and ended with a legacy that changed laws. But the real story, the one that matters, is about a father and daughter who refused to give up on each other, who chose love over bitterness, who turned their pain into purpose. That's a story worth telling. That's a story worth living. And that's a story that reminds us all, no matter what we've lost, no matter what's been stolen from us, we still have the power to build something beautiful from the broken pieces. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And remember, your story isn't over yet. Keep fighting. Keep loving. Keep building. I'll see you in the next video.